Joe just said he's gonna raid me, so here we are. Hey everyone. let me let me run the ad. Oh shit. Live mouse reaction. Did you rush online? I had OBS open already. I was in the Discord posting the accumulated Sekimeiya fan art tag. We got 34 pieces of fan art for Sekimeiya over the courses of these streams, so yep. So much fan art, yep. Let me so I'm gonna while the ads roll, I'm gonna go into Discord and then get ads ready, I guess. So what we'll probably do is just do some doles till Joe arrives, and then do fan art when he gets here. Should I put that commission I got on the fan art list? So I wasn't sure if it counted. It's up to you. I mean, I know that Jelly put fan art in Joe's server before, so you can if you want. Hello, Mouse. We were not in the middle of the peakest peak run ever. Oh, it's okay. You guys can keep playing peak. It's fine. We're not gonna start for a bit. Feels like every month I go, what a month, but what a month. Yeah, it's been an interesting year for me, that's for sure. But you're serious? It was not peak? Oh, okay. This is... I'll say this later, actually. We have another minute of ads before I post my advertisements. I watched the last hour or so of the last VOD on 2x speed. Do we sound like Mickey? Mickey, who you love so much, your beloved Mickey? Did we sound like Mickey? Do we sound like the Chipmunks? I don't know what's wrong. I have a really weird energy today. Did you cry seeing E33's ending again? No. What I was doing during E33's ending was staring at chat, and then anytime I saw someone imply that, like, you were a psycho to pick one of, like, or do some, like, you know, like, anytime somebody says something like that, I timed them out immediately. Yeah. I was locked in modding. It's the first time I've ever been locked in modding on Joe's channel before, like, unironically. It's kind of fun. Most of the Kingdom Hearts community hates Mickey. What they say fuck Mickey for? Kingdom Hearts stream's gonna start out off with a performance of the Chipmunk Christmas song. How does that one go? It's Mr. Beetle. That one? I second the Kingdom Hearts Mickey hate. Welcome first time chatter. Mouse, the title is a lie, right? What's the title? I don't remember. School's over. Time for the Sekimeiya to go back to the farm. It's over. This is the final Sekimeiya stream. Oh, yeah. I want a herb. That's right. It's Christmas, don't be late. I can't do this to you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. All right, let me stop doing what I was doing there and then post this. All right, here we go. New announcements in the Umineko server. Sekimeiya, the final Sekimeiya stream, Dles and Fanart, then the gripping conclusion. Oh, that's the wrong ping. I almost did it. Sekimeiya Sunday. Okay. Okay. Right. Here we go. I wish I could watch this live, but I'm not caught up in the last VOD yet, and I need to sleep. Oh, I'm sorry. It'll be waiting. It'll be waiting. Doubters would think Seki needs to step up its game after peak Umi finale. Real Seki fans go, holy shit, 2 cakes. I think the real Seki fans are living in a like on a level of transcendence that I can't possibly hope to achieve. Okay, I am going to do, this is my last day of birthday sub discount, so I'm gonna kick that off, and then I'm gonna read these. I have a couple of messages from when the stream was offline, probably during Umineko. Kaylee Gull cheered some bits to say, I want to say thanks. This has been an amazing stream series. I remember the days when people talked about these streams as if they were a joke, and how they also said you would hate it even. At the end of the day, these streams were very special, and I'm really happy I got to be able to be here for these special streams. Thank you, Joe, for streaming Umineko. Okay, well, we'll make sure he gets the message. We'll swap the notes. Okay. Thank you, Scruffix, for resubbing. Thank you, join us in following Joseph_Anders. Thank you, Scruffix, for resubbing while I was offline. Hey, Mouse, just wanted to say thank you for the good time you provided on here and Tom's streams. Since I can't catch you live most of the time because of time zones, I'll be happy to see you again in VODland or when you take over Tom's streams. I keep trying to get him to stream Peak with me, but he won't do it. We're both so bad at Peak. But thank you. I know the time zone thing is really rough. I can't really do a different time because of my work hours. So I'm glad that people have at least been enjoying the VODs. That wasn't my bit message. That was Kaylee C. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. All right. In another fragment where we're streaming Umineko on my channel. I see. And thank you, Crazy Fist, for resubbing just now with hi there, girl mouse. I hope your day is going rodentious. Much love from Australia. Yes, we scran. Oh shit. Australia. Thank you very much, Crazy Fist. My day is interesting. I mostly laid in bed and watched Joe's stream and laughed at chat. So right after this and Moon, you're starting at Fate Stay Night, right? No, actually, I am happy to announce that I have chosen my next stream game. So we have 3 games on the wheel, and I will be rolling the wheel after we get to 5 to pick an upcoming stream game to do probably on the weekend so that we have 2 games at a time. But I am very excited to tell you that after we're done with Moon, we will be playing off on stream. We will be playing off. We will be booting up off and playing off. And at the end of it, off will be over. This is the hardest I've ever baited an auto mod, probably. How long is that game? It's pretty short. It's like maybe 10 hours at the most. I will complete off. That's correct. I will defeat off. Let's go. I don't know what that is. Okay, off is like a little bit like Moon. It's another early kind of like expectation subversions RPGs that helped inspire stuff like Undertale. I think it came out in like 2007 originally. So it takes from the lessons of like Moon and Earthbound. So it's kind of the next generation of that kind of game. You miss Moon? We'll get back to Moon on Wednesday, I promise. How long will it take to finish off? It depends. It depends on how much fun we're having, Kaylee. Are you playing the original first? No. Going through all the Undertale influence in preparation for the big Deltarune LP. You're such a remake, Andy. I know. I'm sorry. Every day I disappoint Godot in a new way, but you know, sure hope those streams take off. Oh, will you play the sequel on? maybe. Should beat on stream. Okay, let's do incoming. Okay, let's do Dles for the incoming. Let's give the Dole the Raiders something to entertain them. Okay. So let me first of all this. There we go. All right. Here we go. We've got the Dles. Do people still use mooning to refer to showing their buttocks to people? I don't know. They did when I was a kid, but I'm very old now. Oh, thank you, an anonymous gifter, for gifting out a sub. And thank you for Consumer of Bean for subbing with Prime. I didn't boot up my background music, so I guess background music is choose your own today. Sorry about that. Just waiting for Joe to come in. I am in the channel, I think. I am in the channel. All right. Okay, so we're going from world to oyster. Today's theme comes from Act 2, Scene 2 of The Merry Wives of Windsor, which all of chat has read, of course, in which Ancient Pistol, speaking to John Falstaff, says, "Why then the world's mine oyster, which I with sword will open. Oysters don't open freely, they must be forced open, and Pistol argues the same logic applies to taking advantage of life." Hello, Jelly. Welcome. The Dles are subway surfers? I think so, yeah. What's the prediction for Sekimeiya? Will Katsuki and Shiraya kiss? Or literally nothing will change between them? I think we will get one reference to the egg chair story, and then we will have them be tragically separated because they can't he can't get a happy ending. Welcome Raiders. Hello. Oh my god, hi. Oh my god. Joseph has gone to bed. Time for some serious doling then. Egg chair story. If you weren't here, Merrick, you won't get it. Thank you, Dominic, for resubbing. Oh, hey. Welcome. You gonna go get a snack?
Yeah, I'm gonna snack. I'm gonna use the bathroom, but I just want to say egg.
Egg.
Thank
you, Dominic, for resubbing. 7 months. We're past the half-year mark now and approaching 1 year. Be afraid. I don't know what happens at 1 year. And thank you, Dualcat, for also resubbing. 7 months there, too. I cannot believe I've been streaming for 7 months. That's insane. Let me share my screen with Joe real quick. Is this what Sekimeiya gameplay looks like? Maybe I would like it. It's not dissimilar, so we're doing the dolls right now until Joe gets back to entertain ourselves. Sorry, is Fanart today? Yes, Fanart will come after the dolls. Yeah. So we're trying to get from world to oyster. So trim world by one letter to trim. Small math the world may sit on. Think the best result when you world. Football competition, the world cup? Can't type. Okay. It's not add a letter to cup. Anagram cup. Nope, that's not gonna work. Anagrams aren't gonna work. This is 7 letters. Small mat that a cup may sit on. Place mat? No. Sauce. Oh, thank you, Hypothetical Walrus, for resubbing. Nice to see you, Walrus. If you're down to share, what were your thoughts on E33 that since we just wrapped with Toe? And also, I'm only on episode 4 on the Sekimeiya VODs. What did I miss? You missed a lot, so if you're gonna stay for Sekimeiya, you probably want to take off. I can talk about my E33 opinions. If someone in chat is willing to let people know when I stop, so anybody can mute if they don't want to hear them. We can also wait till Joe gets back if you want. Coaster. Oh my god, you're right. You're so right. I forgot the word coaster. Thank you. Let's wait till Joe gets back. Maybe he'll want to listen to my opinions. You'll be muting? Yeah, let's wait till Joe gets back and we'll see if he wants to talk about it with me here. Let me know when and I'll pin spoilers active. Okay, sounds good. Yeah. Let's just do this for now. Change the first letter in coaster to get a kitchen appliance. Is toaster. So this is probably one of the anagram ones, maybe? Anagram toaster to get the Rosetta. Okay. Anagram Rosetta to get a fruit that rhymes with Rosetta. No, this is four letters. Rosetta. So, add a letter to Rosetta to get something off and found on a necklace. Creature that produces a Rosetta. Oh, rose. I just wasn't reading. Okay. Football competition is the Rose Bowl, right? Yes, I didn't make that up. Add a letter to bowl to get something off and found on a necklace, maybe? Is it good to rile up chat with more Expedition 33 stuff? Will they get riled up? What if they disagree on endings? We agreed on the ending. I was watching. We did pick the same ending, yeah. Everybody seems fairly mellow. Yeah, I don't think the people who get worked up will. Oh, thank you, Man of Answers, for raiding. Welcome, Raiders. Man of Answers, I believe, was playing Metaphor today. Sub discount is still going. Yeah. This is the last day of the sub discount. Greetings, Metaphor was Metaphor? Was it Metaphor? Second best result when you bowl. I hope this isn't a cricket question. Add a letter to bowl to get something often found on a necklace. Bowl. Spare. Oh, I forgot about bowling. Thank you. Actually, I was pretty all right so far in the Persona tutorial part of the game. Yeah, the tutorial section lasts a long time. With chat being down on all these games, Donkey Kong really might get Game of the Year. I was saying that I really hope it does, actually. I love Expedition 33, but I think it would be really funny if Donkey Kong won. I can't imagine anything funnier than that. Well, thank you, How You Doing, for gifting 5 community subs to Mazes, Finnick, Nickelfoot, Hazardous Cubes, and Leon Shade. Welcome. Oh, and Etiquette's also resubbed for 2 months with Moa Raiders Assemble. Moa Raiders Assemble. Welcome, Moa Raiders. Metaphor Man, Hieronymus Bosch paintings are so interesting. Shame they use them for mid. Right? Oh, How You Doing says, Seki streams have been extremely entertaining and have meant a lot to me, so thank you. Thank you, Mouse of the Streams. And congratulations on wrapping up Umi as well. You helped make those streams even more special. Thank you. I cried so much after the stream, too. I was dehydrated last night. Oh, Sneakymer says, I had a question during book recommendations on Umineko stream. How did the other books in Bizarre series, the Bizarre House series, compare to Decagon, and what are your thoughts on them? I only read the first 3. I think maybe only 3 or 4 are translated. I really liked the second one. Maybe because I figured it out. It's the only one I figured out. The Labyrinth House one, the last one, was interesting. I would say Decagon, I would rate them like 2, 1, 3. So I would say I liked the second one the best. I can't remember its name. I liked Decagon House after that. I thought that part of the solution in Decagon House was kind of mean, but in an interesting way. And then I think I liked Labyrinth the least, just because it was a bit confusing. Yeah. The Game of the Year is always a game with some kind of focus on story. Yeah, Astrobot did win. They're right. I'm glad Weeby says, I'm glad my second favorite VN got more attention that I think it deserves, thanks to you, Mouse and Joe. Oh, that's really sweet. Yeah, I'm really glad we could bring attention to Sekimeiya. I know the last couple of streams have been kind of rough, and that we haven't jived like with how the ending is going. But you know, oh my God, thank you, Haydener, for gifting 50 subs. I'm not reading all of those out loud. Thank you for gifting 50 subs. That's so generous. Thank you. Haydener said, I'm still catching up on Seki VOD, so I'm gifting subs and leaving. Happy birthday, Mouse. Hope you had a wonderful week. I did. Thank you so much. It's really generous, Haydener. It's so sweet of you. Oh my God. Well, I forgot the Dles. I forgot what it said. Anagram spare to get a fruit pear? No. Okay. I don't even know. 5 is 4 is pear. Imagine dodging us. Yeah, right. Okay, what creature that? Okay, we're gonna go up. We're gonna go up. A pearl is made by an oyster. Add a letter to pair to get something that rhymes with that, and then trim by 1. I don't understand. Okay, all right. Okay, we got through. One day we'll learn Haydener does some shady investment fraud thing, and we won't care at all. August says, when I started 100 Line, it was the only game I'd played from this year, so I went out of my way to play Deltarune before finishing, just so that at no point in my life would 100 Line be my game of the year. That's very smart. You can also get like one of those like 2-hour indie like RPG Maker games and save yourself that way. Just boot up Squeakross. Like, all right, we're doing Metazua. We had a prediction for Metazua, right? My game of the year was Split Fiction before I played E33. Split Fiction's gameplay is amazing, actually. Did we have the prediction? Is it all set? We're good? Okay, here we go. We start with Mouse. Okay, we're not gonna be in Bug City, but we could go to the bird dimension, so choose your fighter. So I'm gonna go with Finch. It is a bird. I forgot. Did you know? The bird dimension. Yeah, we're in the bird dimension. Did you know? Welcome back. Did you know Kodaka is planning to make 100 Line into a live service thing with additional endings and a launcher? He's ripping on Twitter. Did you know that, Joe?
I didn't. What did we do to him?
I don't know. Chat was asking if you wanted to talk to me about the E33 ending, or if you wanted to hear my take.
I want to hear your take. I'm not sure if you want to say it in front of them, if there's spoilers or anything like that, but it'd be
Yeah,
good to
we're
hear
gonna
it.
put a spoiler shield up. So just so everybody knows, we're gonna talk about E33 spoilers for like the next, I don't know, like 5 minutes or something. They'll take the pin down whenever it's over. What happened to Joe's voice? He's been streaming for a long time and also streamed for a long time the last 2 days, I think.
I just ate a protein bar and it was raining outside when I got to be out, so maybe I just sounded a little gruff.
Yeah,
Why'd you
you
like
sound a
it?
little gruff. I don't know. I kind of like it. Um, so for E33 for me, I also picked the same ending that Joe did. And
Damn it.
so but I got there a different way. So I talked to Joe about this a little bit. I never went through like the people in the painting are fake thing. It was like kind of irrelevant to me. I think for me, and I do think some of that impression is given by some poor character writing, but as I told the E33 spoiler chat today, having poor character writing is a really bad defense. if you're
Mhm.
if you're trying
Yeah.
to make people seem realistic or alive and you write them badly, I don't think defending it with that is the play. But to me, it didn't matter. Like, it didn't really matter whether they were real or not. I am like a Shirley Jackson pilled short story reader, so I have read the people who walk away from, or those who walk away from Omelas. We actually had a really good discussion about it in my Discord afterward, where we read a couple of other spin-off stories. But to me, the fact that this entire world was being built on the back of like someone who was suffering, like a child who was basically had a piece of their soul caught in a net and wanted to be done with it. And as well as the fact that like the entire thing was created as a coping mechanism for like somebody's grief. Like this is, and it's a world that's dying, right? Like this world is falling apart. This world is probably almost certainly not going to continue after Mael dies anyway. So to me, the choice is very, very easy. Like the Verso ending was very, very easy to pick for me. I didn't have the thought that the people in the painting weren't sapient, but I just don't think it's okay to prop up a society on the back of someone against their consent and just have these people sort of operating as essentially dolls. Like they are like, to me they are sentient, but like as you see in the last moments of Mael's ending, which I did go back and watch after and really sent it home for me, like the fact that like Verso clearly does not want to be there and she's forcing him to be there, like Verso is getting fucked. Like both Versos are just being forced into basically slavery in order for her to feel good. I think that's just like reprehensible. So yeah, Verso did get Omelast like twice, which is crazy. Yeah.
I have a question about this.
Yeah, what's up?
So I agree that is fucked up that there's a whole society built on the back of someone that doesn't want to be there, didn't consent to it, is being there. However, because it's already been done,
Mm-hmm.
isn't it more morally sound that if they are real, that sorry, you just have to put up with that? Like that's so many people are dying to free this one person of this torture.
Oh, it's
Um,
the trolley problem, right? Yeah, I mean, I think the ideal ending here, right, would have been for them to get for Mael to leave and then for them to lock the painting up somewhere, right?
yes.
Like the painting locks up, like the people who are already in it like live out their normal lives, and then the painting is put to rest eventually. But that's not an option we're given, right? And I think that so. Have you read Those Who Walk Away from Omelas?
No.
So can I spoil it for you?
Sure.
It's a short story. It's a very quick read, but basically it's about a society where it's like a perfect utopian society where with like, you know, hundreds of people or thousands of people, but in order for it to remain that way, one child has to be put in basically eternal torture. And so then the question becomes like, you know, what, like they have to make the choice. Like you get to a certain age and you make the choice of whether you're okay living in a utopia, or whether you want to leave because you aren't okay with that. And one of the kind of like adaptations that we read that was really interesting as like a follow-up to it by another author was like the people who would just go in and kill the kid because they'd and then like the society would raise up and like be like everybody would start dying and like there'd be natural disasters and then they would find another kid and stuff it in there to the point where it was just like comical. And I think that story made like a really big impact on me when I was a kid, and I think that like I read it when I was really young, and so for me, like, if even one person is suffering eternal torture, I still think that you should give that person a rest. Like, to me, it's almost I choose mercy for the people in the painting who are also just like, you see Mael's ending, and they're doing what she wants. Like the one of the arguments against this is like, oh well, like, isn't this analogous to, like, what if in the real world God is real, and, like, should we all just die because God exists? And it's like, well, no, it's like if God was walking around and your buddy, and then, like, you did something that God didn't like, and God decided to just, like, bleed from the eyes and make you do what they wanted anyway, right? Like, it's not quite the same. So I think that their existence is a cruelty, basically. Oh my god, thank you, Iron Wrath, for gifting out 10 community subs. It's very nice of you, Iron Wrath. It's kind of silly, since all the non-utopian societies you're choosing over Omelas almost certainly have more suffering. Yeah, maybe, but I still pick them. The stream is too heavy. I was just here to give subs. Sorry, Iron. Yeah. Oh my god. Okay, thank you, IG Lavos, for also giving out 20 community gift subs. It's very generous of you. Thank you, everyone. I know IG Lavos was saying they were going to gift me and Jelly some as well because of the Umi stream, so very happy to see you here.
Very well deserved. Yep.
Yeah.
People loved you on the Yumi Neko streams.
Neither ending feels great, and I really like that. Yeah. Do you have anything else to say about E33? You want to escape from it?
No, I'm good. Thank you for sharing your thoughts.
Yeah, of course. We can take down the spoiler warning then, and I can look at birds.
I'm kind of still recovering from the stream. Sorry, so I'm a little scatterbrained. Like,
you're so good.
There's a feeling after you stop a stream, especially a longer stream where a lot happened, that it's fine, and then when you step away from it, you're like, oh right, and then getting back into it so soon after is a bit difficult. Yeah, sorry. Yeah,
that's okay.
Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, of course. Sorry to hit you with more discourse.
That's good.
I got no idea what bird this is. We're in the bird dimension.
Peacock.
Crow. I guessed peacock, didn't I? I did guess.
Oh,
peacock.
you did.
Crow, not crow. Oh god. I've guessed like it has to be a really weird kind of bird. Hint. We could hint. I don't know how that affects. I don't think we can do hints if it's gonna. What about a parrot? We haven't guessed a parrot yet. No. I don't know how hitting the hint button. Seagull? I already guessed puffin. Shrike? Oh, we haven't guessed any birds of prey actually. So let's guess a hawk. No. Oh my god. How many birds can there be? What's the most weird bird you can think of?
Vulture.
I already guessed vulture. Ostrich?
Did you really? It was an ostrich.
Well done, walrus. Well done, walrus. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh my god. Are we guessing weird birds again?
Ostriches.
You don't trust ostriches? I had a friend. They look made up. They look made up. I had a friend who insisted that they would win a fight with an ostrich, and I said, you were out of your mind.
I could win a fight with an ostrich.
You think you could win a fight with it? Outright?
I totally could win a fight with an ostrich. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
There's a bird I forget the name of that is a chick, has hands on its shoulders, and after a certain age, the hands fall off and it learns to fly. Can you use weapons? No, bare-fisted.
I could not win a fight with an ostrich.
All right, we're gonna do clues by Sam. You ready? Okay.
Oh god. Okay.
All right. Lock in. Olivia is one of Paul's 5 criminal neighbors.
Oh, Olivia's a criminal. I was right.
Yeah,
Awesome.
Yeah.
I'm so good at this.
Vicky has more criminal than innocent neighbors. Where the fuck is Vicky? Oh, okay. So this guy's also a criminal. There are as many criminals as innocents below Katie. So that means that Vicky is innocent. All right. Exactly 1 innocent in row 3 is neighboring Hilda. So 1 of these 3 is innocent and 2 are guilty. So that means Rob and Xena. Sorry. So 1, 2, 3. That means Rob and Xena are criminals.
Mm-hmm.
Paul and Rob have 2 innocent neighbors in common. So they have one here.
Worst part of this game to me is seeing the names.
I'm sorry.
Paul and okay, there they are. Okay.
Yeah.
Paul and Rob.
One innocent in row 3 is neighboring Isaac. Okay.
Wait, they only have 2 innocent neighbors in common?
Yeah. So Will is one of them.
Doesn't that mean Katie has to be innocent then? Because the criminal that's next to Hilda has to be Logan or Martin, or else there would be 3 innocent neighbors for Paul and Rob.
I think so. That sounds right. No.
No? Okay. Fair enough.
I can't believe Joe's back saying, Joe's here to help. We're doing the okay. All right, I just lost my. Is this just Minesweeper? A bit, yeah, a bit. Paul and Rob have 2 innocent neighbors in common. Okay, so who are the neighbors that they have in common? They have Martin and Logan in common. So only Martin or Logan can be innocent. No, Katie is actually a criminal. Because one innocent in row 3 is neighboring Hilda.
I just got the innocent and criminal mixed up.
Yeah, you got it back. I do that all the time. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Oh, you're...
That means that Noah is also a criminal. And one of these is innocent and one of these is guilty. Yeah. Okay. So there are more criminal cops than criminal pilots. So Katie,
you can click one of them to turn the clue off if you think you've exhausted it.
Yes. Yeah. You can
I did not know you can
also click the corner to make it to put guesses in to see if something will work or not.
Ooh, interesting.
So there are a total of 4 innocents in rows 3 and 5. We know that there is 1 innocent here, which means that Zoe is also innocent. There are more innocents in row 3 than 4, which means that Susan is a criminal. Okay. Hilda and Isaac have only 1 innocent neighbor in common. Oh, shit. So we already know that that's one of these. So I think that means that Deborah and Emily are criminals.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It's a big get.
I can't stop thinking about Umineko. Send help. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Susan has more innocent neighbors than Katie. Where's Katie? Katie's
here. So we know that Katie has at least 2 criminal neighbors. So if Susan has more, either all of these are guilty or Martin is innocent. If Martin is innocent, okay, so Susan has more innocent neighbors than Katie. So if Martin is innocent, then Susan has 2, which means that all 3 of these would have to be innocent but that won't work because we know that one of these has to be guilty. So I think Martin has to be guilty and Logan has to be innocent. Nope, I'm just stupid. Okay, all right. Noah and Gabe have an equal number of innocent neighbors.
Noah and Gabe. Could that number be 0?
It could be, yeah. This part fucked you up, would be? Oh.
Because Logan or Martin is innocent. So there has to be at least one on each side.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just taking these ones out. Hilda and Isaac have only 1 neighbor. We already did that. What was the ones that there are more criminal cops than criminal pilots? So we know that there are at least 2 criminal cops out of 3. And we know that there is 1 criminal pilot.
Oh. Oh, there's a Julie is oh, Julie and Hilda are
Yeah, they're
also
also pilots. So I think,
okay. So if one of them is a criminal, that means Gabe has to be a criminal. If just one of them is criminal,
yeah,
right? So but if not, they both have to be innocent.
yeah.
Yeah.
Did Master be one backward? Maybe Susan has more innocent neighbors than Katie. So either Katie. So if only Zoe is innocent and Martin is,
Oh,
yeah. So that
hold
doesn't
on.
work, right?
Yeah,
So Martin has to
because
be innocent.
if Martin is innocent, then
I think
no.
Martin is innocent. Yeah, and then Logan is a
Okay.
criminal, and then Susan has more innocent neighbors than Katie, which means that only one of these is innocent. Oh, thank you, Ribco, for gifting 5 subs. Thank you, Ribco. Very generous of you. We'll be showing your art soon. Can't join stream since I'm traveling, so enjoy. Thank you. That's very nice of you. Okay. There are more criminals than innocents in row 1. Okay, so one of these is guilty and one of these is innocent. I feel like you solved this in a different order than I did, maybe. No cops.
I thought you had to go in the order it wants you to go, or is there sometimes
I think
just
sometimes
branching?
you can jump around. Noah and Gabe
Okay.
have an equal innocent number. I'm stuck here now.
So Adam or Frank is a criminal,
Yes, yeah.
or both of them. So
More criminal cops than criminal. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3 cops, 1, 2, 3 pilots. And streamer, we need more shit on screen, methinks. Yeah, I know. Yeah, you can get both at the same time. Redeem for corner subway surfers. Yeah. First time chatter. I was just watching the last VOD before you rudely interrupted me by going live. It's okay though. I don't have to work tomorrow, so this will be the first time I get to see you live. Well, welcome. Nice to see you here. We still have some time. We have this is a mess in my head, and then after that we have Fanart.
what would it mean if Hilda was innocent?
If Hilda is
If Hilda,
innocent,
then Noah and Gabe would now have equal number of innocent neighbors, right? They'd one each.
so Gabe would have to be a criminal, which means that Julia would have to be innocent. Do you want me to do the corners? So if your question is Hilda innocent?
Yeah.
Then it would have to be like this.
Does that break the cop and pilot thing?
What is the cop of it? There are more criminal cops than criminal pilots?
No, it
No,
doesn't
because
break
this would
it.
be 3
Okay.
cops
All right.
and 2 pilots that are criminal. And then Noah and Gabe have an equal number of innocent neighbors. Then Adam would be guilty and Frank would be innocent. I don't think that breaks. Susan has more innocent neighbors than Katie. Hold on. No, that would solve it. That would solve it. But I don't know if it's true. I don't know if it's the only way to solve it.
Susan has more innocent neighbors than Katie. Okay. Is it possible that no, it can't be possible that both of the pilots are criminals. One of them
No,
has
it
to be
can't.
innocent.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so one of them has to be innocent. Okay. I'm kind of stuck here. I don't know what to do.
I mean, I think this might just be the answer. I think we might have solved it.
Yeah.
Kind of, yeah.
Where do you start? With Hilda, you think? Or yeah, let's try.
Yeah, we can do that. Yep.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no?
Oh.
Okay, well. What? Oh, there are more criminals than innocents. That means there can be none. That's my bad.
Oh,
Oh,
there could be not. Okay.
we still did
All right.
it.
Well,
We still
there.
did it.
We
We
got
still
there.
did
We
it.
got there.
Yeah, we still did it. That's
I
fine.
feel like there was a conflict there that I didn't grasp.
Yeah,
Okay.
there was for me too. It's okay. All right. You ready for fan art?
I'm so ready.
Okay. All right, here we go. This is our last fan art. We have 27, mostly Seki. I ported all of the fan art that got posted in Jad's to my thing about Seki, and we are at the end we have 36 Sekimeiya fan art, which
Holy shit.
one wonders if that is the greatest collection of Sekimeiya fan art anywhere online. So
What the mind races, yeah.
sorry, is the logo Kingdom Hearts? Yes, it is. It is. Boulder made a Kingdom Hearts logo for this, and he is currently working on a Submachine Legacy logo in case that wins the wheel. I'm sorry, I missed bits from Corn is Good, who cheered some to say I don't have anything to say, so hi Mouse, hi Corn is Good. I'm sorry, I didn't see that. It was in between gift subs. Will the stream be longer to finish Seki and stuff? I don't know. Is it gonna take longer? Uh-oh.
Well, I'm willing to go longer if it means that we finish it tonight and it's not an awkward spot. But if it does go like significantly longer, I might have to take Gatsby out again. So we'll see.
That's okay.
It's raining.
It's raining. Sounds nice.
Yeah.
Mouse of the stream says it shouldn't take too long. So. All right. So this is from Colton. I wanted to draw the mental image I got when I read the message on Friday's stream. Been pretty tired all weekend. Didn't start on this until 45 minutes or something ago. I'll probably redo another version of it at a later date. Finished it for now since stream started. The message was from Chumple. Rare chance on Psy Redeem that he comes at Mouse with a knife. So... And Chow, we've got Rodent Perceiver with an eyeball. Duo Leaper saying no way. Deity just saw awesome thing and not gonna lie, it was ass. Where you going saying I am unique. Tachetto saying I am unique. Vendor saying heads up, site gonna explode in 5 minutes. Thomason saying love the Jays. That's character assassination. Gravel saying damn, this really is like Homestuck. And Nia. I don't even know what. Say August.
Oh, near Timber. Okay. Yeah.
September. Right. Oh, okay, like September. Saying bark, 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 bark. Thing. Yep.
It's Bizarro in August. Yeah.
And this what I can only presume is Kingdom Hearts. Favorite game stream number 3. Hope this bitch ass accepts the evidence. And then 1 out of 1,000 chance. Psy pulls out a knife. That's God of War. Why do you think that's Kingdom Hearts? I'm sorry. I'm so stupid. The one on the left has a rainbow shirt while the one in the fan art has a white shirt. Which one is the shiny? I think that the 1 in 1,000 knife is the shiny. Unexpectedly, yeah. Thank you, Colton. We get this one's from Ravane. Sai holding the right key, 2 knives, a bag of door handles, and up to 4 Sekimeiya is just off screen where I don't have to draw him. This could take Biactorice.
That's good. That's good. I like this. Really good. This is really good. It's funny.
Okay. All right. Next up, thank you, Ravane. Next up, we have another Kun. This is from Lemonade Standing. This is Document Kun. There's no need to search the building. Document Kun remembers everything. Loves the VN quiz. Where were you on January 5th, 2012? I know. Taller than Akaro. Impressive. He's so big. No, he's normal and kind of threatening. He's got the lube line and the stink line. This actually is quotes from my document, by the way. These are actually...
Wow.
These are real. These are real. Oh, he's got tattoos of Ashia Tower, an egg. I love Sai. A card for some reason. Why is there Homestuck on him? Yeah, loves the quiz. Yeah. Thank you, Lemonade. Very impressive. We only turn out the most normal looking coons on my survey. Okay. Oh, this is from Double Jumper. I'll say it again later, but that's not going to stop me from wishing a happy birthday in advance. Mouse Comfy. Thank you, Double Jumper. So this is also, there's also birthday fan art in here. There's a couple. This is me saying, what a lovely birthday dinner. Tasty food, not having to think about streams and their silly memes. Oh, I can see the kitchen from here. Wait a minute. It's all Ratatouille. It's all Ratatouille.
All Ratatouille.
It's all Ratatouille. I can't get away from it. I can't get away from it. Thank you,
Is that
Dominic.
happy birthday on the plate?
It is happy birthday on the plate. I don't know if you saw any of my dessert postings, but they wrote happy birthday on my plate several times.
Ooh, that's nice.
Yeah. Thank you, Double Jumper. This is from Ribco, one of two. On vacation, but I was so struck with inspiration, I couldn't not do it. I found a key pistol at a museum I was visiting. This is for when Mouse just needs to McFriggin' go. No thoughts. Sorry for bad captioning. Just know this is my first thought seeing it. This is awesome. I love the expression.
It's a very cool mouse.
It's a very cool mouse. A very cool mouse. This was the fan art that was posted, and I had a small crash out because I was like, there's more fan art for Sekimeiya, or not for Sekimeiya, there's more fan art for Kingdom Hearts than most of the games I've actually streamed. There are 12 pieces of fan arts for Kingdom Hearts. It keeps going up. Last time there were 7. Why is it like this?
You're gonna have a very me experience playing this room in that.
Yeah. And here's second. How do I hold this? It's a key gun. All the perks of a gun with all the problems of a gun. This is real. I'm not joking. Saw it at Malberg on vacation. It's a key gun. It's a real key gun. Actual key gun. For real.
I want one.
What do you want it for?
I don't know.
Just
Shooting.
in case?
Yeah, just in case. Yeah.
She's ready to cause problems on purpose. She does look ready to cause problems on purpose. Yeah, I relate to this. I relate to this one. Yeah. This is what Sai used to kill Kurt Siripo. The quiz is wrong. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you, Ripko. This is amazing. Oh, I love this. This is from Ravane again. I labeled our Sekimeiya to keep track of them. The F stands for the fake Sekimeiya. The F stands for the future Sekimeiya. And the P stands for the past Sekimeiya. My pen started running out halfway through the P. She's so dumb. She's so dumb. Thank you, Ravane. Thank you, sure. She's so happy about it too.
She made a decision. Of course she's happy.
At least someone thought to label the Sekimeiya in this universe, you know? Instead of being like, I wonder which of the eggs in the fridge is the right one. I better experiment to find out. Okay, I'm over it. Thank you, Ravane. Also, Ravane, this is the Fantasy Life Mouse saying to Moon character, so what are you waiting around for? Moon character is saying, ghost to show up you. Fantasy Life character is saying, trees to go Brack, and you too? And this is Sai to come back. Just waiting for Sai to come back. That's how it feels sometimes. That's how Shiroya City was like.
Miss him so much.
They needed to add a segment where Katsuki marks it and it just melts off in 15 seconds. True. I love to see the return of Fantasy Life Mouse, who I just tried to make look as much like Angie as I could. All right, thank you, Ravane. Oh, this is from Mouse Viewer. Happy birthday, Mouse. Very cute. Love a little Mouse Viewer. It was posted on the Reddit. Thank you, Mouse Viewer. Is that a dragon and a mouse skeleton? Yes.
Yes.
Oh, uh-oh. Oh, God.
Bless you.
Thank you. Oh, God. Okay.
Again?
All right.
Wow.
Enough. No more.
Done sneezing forever.
And then this is from Luna Panda. Happy birthday, Mouse. Hope your time at the festival was as awesome as in this picture. So for anyone who didn't know, for my birthday every year, my mom and I go to a peach festival in Canada. And this is amazing. We have all of the mice at the peach festival. We've got sawing open the peaches, making peach stew, opening up the pits. This is very cute. This sounds cozy as hell. Yeah, it really is. Yeah, we go to the peach festival. I just ate my last peach from the peach festival that I brought back today. Brought back a lot of peaches. Happy birthday. Thank you. I love to see all the little mice. This is what the Seki looks like on the inside. You just crack it open and it's like James and the Giant Peach. There's a society of mice in it. Did you take Toe with you? No, not this time. Maybe next time. I'm wondering where
mice
the
inside the Sekimeiya?
Yeah, maybe.
Mice
Never
inside
know.
Sekimeiya? Maybe, yeah, true.
Yeah, this art does rock. This is really cute. You're wondering where the mouse blacksmiths are to make all the tools? At the blacksmith festival, I assume. This feels like gameplay from the game you got to beta test on stream. Hawthorne, yeah. Yeah, it does look a bit like Hawthorne, yeah. Oh, to be a mouse. Thank you, Luna Panda. And thank you, Marishinoa, with 2 pieces of art. Happy birthday, mouse. Cheese to have you as my one and only cozy streamer. Hope today is especially comfy for you. Thank you. This is very cute. I love this.
This is very
so pretty. Yeah.
Wow.
A little mouse in the hands. We're not going to think too hard about big mouse holding little mouse and the implications of that. double mouse. This is very cute. I love the background. There's even the seagulls crying. And then the second one from Marishinoa is I didn't realize until somebody pointed it out that this was a hear me out cake. Do you know what a hear me out cake is?
No, it's a hear me out cake.
So first of all, Eiffel Tower in the background is a nice touch. Second of all, hear me out cake is when you put characters. You put characters in it and then you go, no, hear me out though.
What?
Like if you're like, Lune is hot and somebody goes, what do you mean? And you go, no, hear me out.
It's a horny thing?
It's a horny cake.
Right.
Which is why I don't know why Shiroya is here instead of Sai, honestly.
Oh,
yeah.
I thought it was going to be like when
it's
you have
big
to
Shiroya specifically. Oh,
you have to deliver like a hot take, so you bring cake to soften the blow. Hear me out. I brought you cake. All right, you listen now. I thought that's what it was going to be. Okay.
No. We've got Beato, Renoir, Astarian, Lune, the Joe Dragon, and of course Big Shiroya only. Big Shiroya
only.
Not
exclusively.
small.
Yes. Yeah.
So thank you, Marishinoa. This is very cute. Why would anyone have to hear anyone out on any of these? Well,
Shiroya.
Thank you. All right, this is from Holy Gordo. Enjoy Sekimeiya Week, Mouse. Sekimeiya Week's been going well. Chat, I've got a very done fan art idea for Sekimeiya where I just try to piece everything together exclusively from what I've seen people say about Sekimeiya. So, some egg-selling merchant in so-called Shiroya City sitting in an egg chair with "Get your eggs," and she says, "Fuck you, I'm Shiroya. I own this city." And then Holy says, "Sai is gay." And so here's Sai in a Supreme hoodie with a Mets tattoo saying, "Don't worry, everyone. I'm here to emotionally support you. Also, I love men." Then, yeah, and there is the Sekimeiya, which is a thing that probably does time travel or probably not. The Sekimeiya brought me back in time. Or maybe I just imagined it. So here's Katsuki. And finally, Allison said, hopefully the squid makes an appearance. And Holy said, there's a squid.
There's a squid.
I'm the squid. Yep. I make the games. Is it some TikTok, whatever is the current youngest gen brain rot thing, the hear me out cake? I don't think so. I've seen videos of millennials doing it at work, like at their jobs. So maybe Zoomers or something. But I think it's cross generational. Yep. I think Julia is about 80% right here. Basically. Yeah. All right, thank you, Holy. This I hope the creators of Sekimeiya look through the fan art compendium and see this. Thank you. All right, from Ravane. Speaking of the squid, we did it, Sai. We finally solved all the mysteries. All 13 Sekimeiya are accounted for, and we even came up with a logical explanation for why this Japanese town looks so Canadian. The squid popping up and saying, forgetting something. We've got I Love Menkun making an appearance here as well.
Eating the eggs?
Eating the eggs, perhaps, yeah. Why is one of the eggs a king egg? Why doesn't the biggest Sekimeiya simply eat the rest? The Disney Sekimeiya? Is it? Oh, I didn't. It was me, Jelly. Boulder doesn't do these. That was me. I forgot to tag him. I'll have to go through. That's Northern Lion? Oh, okay. All right. Thank you, Ravine.
Fucking hell.
We saw this on your stream already, but this is Joe and Mouse after Sunday streams. How to add my version of Shiraya-esque lying on the floor fan art featuring fire-breathing mouse. This is accurate to me yesterday after the stream for sure. Yeah.
For sure. Yeah.
We hung out on voice for a bit and we were both just like, holy shit after Umineko. Thank you, Lemonade. Thank you. All right. Now from Pink, some small doodles of Mouse as a magical gamer. This is very cute. This is very cute style. This is the greatest, most optimistic vision of what it will be like when I stream Kingdom Hearts streams. That I'll turn into a Disney princess and
pretty dress.
Put on a pretty dress and spin around and do a little dance. Not sure if I mentioned it before, but there is a commented out line of dialogue in chapter 1 from Sai to Katsuki. Are you sure you weren't looking at my ass?
Ooh, I don't remember that.
If it's commented out, that means it's probably marked out in the code.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And then Pink also did a tiny little magical mouse, which is very cute. Thank you, Pink. Thank you, Pink. And then the real show from Pink is this: Mouse and Joe every time they saw Sai.
Yay!
Just worshiping at the altar of Sai.
Tatsuki City and Shiryu City on either side. He's parting the clouds.
He's parting the clouds with you, idiot. We're just so happy to see him. We're so happy to see him. Oh, this is amazing. This is so
even though
good.
he stupidly killed himself.
Yes.
He's still peak. Still peak.
We love him. We love him. Yeah, we love Sai. The highlight of the Seki streams for sure. Thank you, Pink. From Ravane as well. Even Sekimeiya isn't safe from murderous furniture. Now this is Joe's very favorite. We have Mia here dreaming about Shiraya's head on a pike. And the evil and intimidating mattress approaching with the chainsaw. Taking damage in Minecraft sounds from Joe. What happened last Seki stream? Last Seki stream, there was a plot point with a mattress that Joe has said if he were reading it alone on his own stream, he would have Alt F4'd for and then argued with chat about.
Yep.
Yeah. Do you want me to explain further, or should I leave it? Okay.
No, bringing it back up again. No.
All right. Anyway. Wait, what mattress? Watch the VOD and find out. Okay, thank you, Ravine. Joe's mistake is thinking that Seki Fullers won't just go, yeah, it's sick, isn't it? Yeah, that's true. I saw a Hear Me Out cake with Kirby on it. Okay. All right. Also from Pink, we can read this one together. It's a 3-panel comic. Here's me saying, wait, I need to read this paragraph again. Here's you.
Did Kate loop the elevator?
The elevator only makes sound on a floor if it passes through the floor. If the elevator stops at your floor and then starts moving and then goes down past your floor, since it wasn't moving continuously, you wouldn't hear any noise.
Elevator stealth mode.
That is my understanding of this.
And mine too. So if you're on floor 4 and you hit floor 1, it's going to make noise as it passes through floor 3 and 2.
Yep.
However, if you press I want to go to floor 1, 3, 2, 1, and it stops and goes and it goes and stops on each floor, it's silent. You're right.
I might have a sprinkle gate. It's just so.
What's with VNs and elevators, man? It's true. It's true.
The elevator disappears.
Where's the elevator?
Stealth mode activated. Just looking at the elevator creeping up. The elevator was the one where I point. You know what? All right.
Is that worse than the mattress to you?
Yeah, that was worse than the mattress to me. Yeah.
I don't.
You love Tiny Mouse and Joe at the end. Yeah, Tiny Mouse and Tiny Joe are very, very cute here. Very cute here. Thank you, Pink. Thank you very much. And thank you,
Unsuspecting Tiny Joe and Tiny Mouse.
Unsuspecting Tiny Joe and Tiny Mouse. Thank you, Marishinoa, for one more. Sekimeiya Scrandle AU to send it off as horribly as possible. Yes, we scran. Fish and chips with a Sekimeiya. Someone in chat called Menkisser254 saying easy left. What do you mean easy left? What about the Sekimeiya buff? Lamau, he fell for it. Mod that guy. And Shiroya Murano saying those donuts didn't look cold enough, TBH.
What an insane thing.
Katsuki very cute here. Cuter than he deserves, I think. Cuter than he deserves. I feel like if Katsuki were playing Scrandle, it would take half an hour for everyone.
Yep.
He would be the worst streamer because he wouldn't say anything in his head out loud. It would just be 30 minutes of dead air of him staring at each of the pictures, and he'd still be wrong at the end.
Oh, some people complain about me on Reddit would love that. Oh, finally a streamer for me. Yeah.
Oh, he's very cute because of how stupid he can be, and when he breaks down from his theories being wrong, that's when he's the cutest. Oh man. Mouse of the Streams would agree with Shiroya on food. Shiroya would have the same food takes as them. Do you know that Mouse of the Streams heats up their milk before putting it into cereal?
Oh.
Next. It's peak, I hear, they say. All right. He says it's peak. What can we say? Microwaved, by the way. That's true. All right. From Mega Geeko, decided to do some sincere Sekimeiya fan art before the finale tonight. This is awesome. This looks like a fucking anime intro or something. We've got the whole gang here. We've got Sai split in half. I love Arena and Isla with the sort of like broken mirror look. This is awesome. Yeah. Shiroya staring off into nothing. This is important for her. And Kate with
Katsuki looks miserable.
Yes, he does. I love all of the clocks. The fucking time creeping up on him. This is so appropriate for his shenanigans with the recorder too. I really love this. This is really amazing. This kicks a lot of ass. Thank you for this, Mega Geeko. Be kind to her. She has food poisoning. She doesn't have food poisoning. She gave herself botulism or something. She's like, what? The clock background gives me Blue Prince vibes. Oh, totally. Yeah, totally. All right. Thank you, Mega Geeko. And now for Mouse Viewer, how to get one Sekimeiya art before it ends. Here's Mouse saying, oh, emotional support Sai, we're really in it now. I added a note here. The double jumper responded with, I love that it looks like the hand is Mouse's holding the cardboard cutout, even if that was accidental. So Mouse Viewer went ahead and made that real. So here we've got here we've got Mouse with the with the Sai cardboard cutout.
Thank you, make one of those.
Did you do the body pillow order yet? There is no. I have a body pillow, but I couldn't find a Sai pillowcase. If you make one, if you put one out there, we'll get it rolling. Thank you, Mouse Viewer. Mouse is always peak. Billy's right. All right, we've got one. We've got one more fan art, and it's not something that I wanted you to ever see, Joe.
What? What does that mean?
From Brendan. Chapter 3, Sekimeiya spoilers. I was possessed by Mouse's message to doodle this.
What do you mean, Mouse's message?
And I quote myself. The vision for Miya and Shiroya Toxic Yuri is simple. One must simply imagine Miya tormenting Shiroya for her own entertainment, only for Shiroya to have an enlightenment that she enjoys it. This development entertains Miya, and she develops an attachment to Shiroya for the first time, which is complicated by the fact that she's viciously jealous of Shiroya for taking away her time with Katsuki. Shiroya is caught between them. She knows that Miya treats her poorly and yearns for Katsuki's blank-eyed kindness, but sometimes the allure of punishment is too much for her to pass up. What do you think, everyone?
I'm upset.
And this in the lower half was Godot's response to this. I added the note, I have no defense for this, but I would like to also submit the following messages I sent as a follow-up. On Shiroya's side, one need only imagine that in her bleak depression, she yearns for for a release of feeling anything, and boom, she can't make decisions. Good thing Miya will make them for her. And then I posted a dab emote.
Oh, it's too plausible. It's too plausible. No, it's too no.
This is the kind of quality content you only get on Mouse Cord. That's correct.
True.
Okay, but what if Miya had a holodeck?
Oh, for fuck's sake, the holodeck.
You put the moon fishing in fan art. We'll save it for next time. We'll show it during moon. It'll be better then. All right, that's fan art. That's fan art.
Fan art.
I'm gonna forward you voice assignments. Okay. The last Sekimeiya voice assignments.
The last one.
The final voice assignments. Shiroya is 100% the kind of dork neat that would stutter post it getting bullied for her indecision. This is just a character read. I know, like, it's so plausible. Like, it's just real. Thank you, Rodney, for gifting a tier 1 sub to Twink Breaker. Okay. All right.
I'm gonna become the cozy streamer.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm gonna become the cozy streamer. There's an opening. Yeah.
Can we hear your best wholesome direct voice?
Everyone, it's Pillow Joe here. Today we're going to be playing some Stardew Valley into Fields of Mystria. You know, it's my favorite game, and I always keep things comfy and cozy. No sex allowed, and just, I can't do it. No, I can't do it.
What do you mean, no sex allowed? What do you...
Just being blatant about the rules. No sex allowed.
Thank you, Sarah, for resubbing with no sex allowed. Thank you.
No sex allowed.
I'll catch the VOD. Have fun. Good luck. Okay. Oh. All right. We're here for the final Sekimeiya. Thoughts going into the final Sekimeiya, or should we just dive into it? Where were we?
Just dive into it. I'm looking at my my list assignments. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, really, that one? Huh? Okay, damn.
I'm overjoyed to tell you that the chapter we're in is called The Peak.
The Peak.
The Peak.
We're bad at peak.
The Peak. If we break the no sex rule, do we go to horny jail? I'm afraid you do. I'm new here. What does Mouse usually stream? Hello. We're at the very tail end of a visual novel right now, so you might want to depart if you don't want spoilers. Normally, I do stream like cozy and narrative games. Right now, I'm streaming Moon. Next, I'll be streaming Off, and just for some old-timey RPGs. And then after that, we're probably going to do some more narrative-driven stuff. I'm probably going to do something like Vampire Therapist. I got Tokamaki Memorial in the chamber too. So, yep. Loves games that are one word. That's right. Okay. Would you? Since I just read my Toxic Yuri, would you like to take narration for the first bit?
Sure.
I know I have to stream it to you. Yeah. Okay, 1 second.
I hope the score behaves today.
Yeah, that would be nice, wouldn't it? Music's a tad too quiet. It's kind of quiet in this scene, but let me see if I can. Oh. It's getting up there. I think it's just.
So, what happened at the end? It was we got the results, right? And did we continue a little bit after that, or?
We got the results.
Yes,
and
the peak. Yeah, I remember.
and we got to the peak. So we learned. So the last thing that we learned last stream was that you go backward, because the Sekimeiya's like final fourth rule or whatever is if someone is standing in the vicinity of both Sekimeiya at the same time when you world hop to their world, that will also activate and send them back to your world. So we learned that you can travel in both directions, basically, if the conditions are exactly right.
Yeah.
Did we find out who killed the police dude? Akaro, apparently. Chat told us Akaro. I don't know if the game told us Akaro, but chat told us it was Akaro.
Akaro. Which surprises me.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't think he did, because he was so freaked out by killing someone in another world, but yeah. Alright.
Alright, here we go. The third ending of the weekend. The crystal floor was empty. Everyone had disappeared a long time earlier. My past self was in the attic. I'd been waiting at the bottom of the tower so that the large range of my past travel wouldn't reach me. It's already been more than an hour. It should happen soon. What will happen after? Are the others going to come back? I've been resting my mind, but the hours that remained were still an unknown area. The first time we changed worlds, did we appear in this world? I've been wondering that for a while. I'm pretty sure the people who we met belonged to this world, but the world we went to could have been the one they were sent to. They don't necessarily have to return to this one. I realized I had a new piece of information to work with. Actually, I'm pretty sure the world we were sent to was this very world. Sai asked me how Shiroya got into the tower. For him, she'd never been there.
I'd appreciate it if you told the truth, though. How did she get in?
She was with us from the beginning.
That's false. Since she seems to be with you, I really doubt you were stupid enough to make her enter through the storeroom. That's what's strange, but perhaps you did. Let me see.
Different to my confusion and rage, Sai walked the hallway C. What are you doing? Instead of answering, he entered the storeroom. Seconds later, he returned.
I just want to verify that she hadn't entered through the storeroom yet.
Get it now. He had marked the door in some way. He could tell whether it had opened, so he went to the storeroom and confirmed that his mark was still there. That implies that it was this world. The mark existed as the door hadn't opened since he'd left it.
This track is called False Illusions.
That means they'll return here, just like we came back to our world. They'll come back here. It'll happen before 7 o'clock. And that's not all. Sai, what time is it?
6:43.
6:43. That was almost 20 minutes behind the real time I estimated. That made me think that after traveling, Sai's replicated location had been of 20 minutes prior, and his watch hadn't stopped working. Now, I'm pretty sure that his watch was a bit more than 20 minutes behind, but it wasn't because he had traveled. It was the Sai from this world who still had the time wrong for when he traveled to the future with the other version of me. Later, when we returned to our world, Sai's time was accurate again, and I figured he must have synced it using the computer. It happened even before I expected it. Suddenly, I heard a voice in hallway A.
And again.
What?
Why is the sheet?
Stood up immediately to hide. Everyone's there. Arena too. She's still alive. She was a bit closer to the staircase with Isla, and it seemed everyone had just appeared. I'd been sitting on the stairs, so they hadn't noticed me. Sai went to the storeroom.
Hasn't been open again.
Fuck, let's hurry. The Sekimeiya might have appeared on this floor. I didn't think this through. If someone's actually here, there's a chance it'll allow them to escape. Suddenly, they began to look through every room. They're really all back, and my past self is likely already gone from the attic. What now then? I need to have the Sekimeiya for myself. Am I going to be found? The Sekimeiya are in the attic, so I could probably use the future one to escape from them. That wasn't needed. They found the third Sekimeiya, but when they were done, they didn't move up to the second floor. Are they not planning to keep going? They remained below, separate from each other. Why? Why would they search like that, only to continue? Do they only want to find the Sekimeiya? So 2 questions. Like, if you can answer them out without going back through the thing, so we're not. So it's like I don't want to give you a research task or anything like that. The first one is that did we see this when we saw episode 2? Do you remember?
I don't remember, but chat probably knows.
And second, did we find out what Mia saw in that partition room?
No.
We didn't, right?
No.
We didn't. Okay.
No, I don't,
right.
dude. Right. Is this when he runs into himself again and tells him, do this if this happens thing? I don't know.
That has to happen still, yeah. And also, Katsuki has to meet Shiroya in the attic and say, you actually went forward in time, not back. So those are the two things we haven't seen happen yet.
How you doing says, yeah, we did see that scene from their perspective. We don't know what she saw in the partition yet, and we do, we have not yet seen him run into his past self or whatever.
Maybe I get it. They don't know that the world around them just changed. Perhaps they just look through the whole building, ending at the crystal floor. If that's when they changed worlds, they must think that the whole building is empty. And if that's the case, as long as they stay there, I can move freely above them.
Building searches.
Now I'm sure I'm in the world we once went to. That means I can do everything I want. The end of my plan has always been blurry. After everything else, I wanted to find Shiroya and return to our original world, sure that the reality I wanted to shape did exist. I'd never truly known how to do that until just then. We arrived in this world at 7 o'clock. At that time, I'll be able to meet Shiroya again. She was with us. Her clothes were different, but she was the real one. She had lived through much more than I had imagined.
Thank fuck, you finally got there.
She'll be here at 7, and she'll go to the attic all of a sudden. That's where I'll be. Then I'll know we'll be able to return to our world. We merely have been in the middle of the building. We really have to be in the middle of the building. When we took the elevator up, it stopped on the 3rd floor. That was when we returned. That must mean that the 3rd floor is being encompassed by the ranges of both Sekimeiya, and someone activated one. If we're there at that time, I know for a fact we'll be able to return. I went up to the attic. As I thought, I'm no longer here. The kitchen was empty, but I could see my footprints on the floor. I had very recently traveled to the 24th of November. The past Sekimeiya was on the marble countertop, already white again. By its side was a voice recorder with numbers on its screen. 8104. The future Sekimeiya was still in the refrigerator, so I put the past one inside too. I began a new recording. I was about to take the past Sekimeiya back out, but my arm stopped itself. Huh? My heartbeat picked up, causing my fingers to jitter on their own. A thought had suddenly come to me. It should be simple. I can travel November 30th one more time. I know saving Mia is within my reach. She's alive. Then I have to do what I just thought. I can enter the tower when the 15th comes. I can be in the attic at 7 before Shiroya appears. Was that really the case, though? According to my estimate, it should have been a little past 4. 3 hours still remained until 7. My plan had been to use the past Sekimeiya one more time after my past self's disappearance. I could live through November 30th a 3rd time. I could save Mia, as the news I'd read was the only obstacle in that pursuit. Fucking hell. In the world I was in, Shiroya didn't exist, but I had never seen her blood. No definitive proof of her death. Her absence was no real barrier. After that, I had to return with Shiroya to our world. The way to accomplish it was by being in the center of the building at close to 7:30. That was how I had to do it. If I attempted to change worlds before that point by using the 2 Sekimeiya, it was very likely I would appear someplace else. After all, that was how the group from the world I was in had vanished earlier, and I was completely confident they hadn't appeared in our world. It should have been doable. I'd never really considered otherwise. What made my arm stop was the connection I'd just made. Just before 7:30, Sai had gone to the storeroom to check whether his mark had disappeared. At that time, the door hadn't opened yet. I left the attic. I didn't feel comfortable thinking there. If anyone came up with the elevator, I wouldn't hear them, so I chose to go to the 6th floor, where I would hear both the elevator and any approaching footsteps, and also so another fucking Katsuki can go in and use the fucking Sekimeiya right now. Of course, my plan implied a future version of myself was in the tower, a version of myself who had been there since this morning. I'd known that, which is why I'd followed the group's movement, so I could give myself a route to hide throughout the day, aware of where to be at all times. Could that really be the case, though? When I thought about it after having witnessed the whole series of events, my heartbeat grew erratic. Is it? Just below the group left this world, the whole building was searched. When I replaced the other Akatsuki without anyone noticing, naturally my future self wasn't found. That would have been a paradox, as I would have seen myself before knowing where I would be.
Naturally.
So, why was that me not found? How will I avoid being found? At the time, every single place was inspected except for this just came to him? I guess he's like really locked in on what to do.
I
At
guess
the
so.
time, every single place was inspected except for the hidden area in the storeroom. However, I couldn't have been there as my own past self already was. I'd had the thought in the back of my mind, if a similar problem arose, the storeroom's secret could aid me. That was no longer the case. My future self merely has to be here at 7:30. It's not exact, but I'll say the search happened at 2. My past self was in the storeroom from 9 to 2. Immediately after I left it, the fake wall was found by this world's group. I thought that in the worst case scenario, I could enter through the storeroom after the attack, but that's not possible. As soon as it was found, Sai marked it, and I know that mark will still be there at 7:30, right before we return to our world. Knowing all that, it wasn't possible for a future self of mine. Sorry, it wasn't possible a future self of mine would enter the tower after the 2 o'clock search. More importantly, it's very likely this would be possible either way. Sorry, I can't read. It's very unlikely this would be possible either way. I shouldn't assume that I could enter through the storeroom without being seen. Technically, I could enter after 7:30 and travel to the past in order to be at the center of the building at the right time, but I don't know whether I'll be seen outside, and if I am, I'll be unable to travel back. I shouldn't go back to the 30th with a plan that could fail, so I have to entirely rule out the storeroom. That meant that for a future self of mine to be present at 7:30, he would have had to be in the tower since the time before my past self had begun to wait in the storeroom. Since I was aware of that, how could I avoid being found by the search at 2?
If I were in this story, I would have given up so fucking long ago. I would be like,
Yep.
nah, it's not too. Yeah, my man is in the weeds. Yeah, like I would. No, I'm done. I'm out of here. Like fuck it.
There's only one way, by traveling to the future. When could I have used the future Sekimeiya to not be present at 2? After the smoke was released, it was brought to the attic in a suitcase. The next time it moved was when Kate brought it to the crystal floor with the other Katsuki and Mia. I remember how he looked when he had it in his hands. He was in pain because the Sekimeiya hadn't been activated since it had been taken out of the cabinet. If my future self had used it before he brought it down, it would have reset and spent a while powered off. There's no way Kate would have had to hold it carefully like he did. If I touched it at that point, I would have had to be in the storeroom during the night to appear in the tower in the future. Maybe that's possible, but there's too much uncertainty. There's clear room for failure. I could explain Kate's face in a different way. I could leave the Sekimeiya in a hot place as I touch it. However, both Sekimeiya were in the attic. I would have to find out which was which, keep the past one in the refrigerator due to its large range, and travel to the future.
Using the Sekimeiya to go back to February 9th, 2024 and send the message, no, don't finish Umineko, it's gonna fuck you up.
Aw.
Would you?
Aw. Nope. 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 Because I can't change anything. You can't change anything. I'd once put some thought into the type of web I was entangled in. I consider that in order to work around what you'd observed, having observed too much could be a fatal flaw. At the time, I'd also come up with another concept in the form of thought-up loops, which were fundamentally similar to the way the past Sekimeiya worked. Sure. It's uncertain whether traveling to the future before Kate brought the Sekimeiya down will work out smoothly. However, I have a way to know if it will. A cue. If I had a loop in my head, I could know whether it could be completed. If I thought about everything that I would do after touching the past Sekimeiya, I could observe whether a cue I intended to leave would exist.
It's so devastating that he was actually right about his stupid fucking idea with the door, except that it wouldn't have been possible for him to do it, so it didn't work. It's so fucking devastating.
It is. It is. You knew it was coming, though.
Yeah.
Like, you knew it was coming. Yeah. So, could I do this? If it works, I'll draw a mark with a pen beneath a drawer on this floor. I went to the offices and walked up to the drawer I'd selected. It's not here. There's no mark. There'd been clear uncertainty behind the loop I'd thought of, but thanks to the lack of the cue, the uncertainty could be erased. That loop wouldn't work. It's impossible then. I might be failing to realize the reason why it couldn't be executed. I don't know if it's just a tiny detail.
All the Seki fans
All
are
right.
posting that thought loops are peak in the chat, and the reason no one's disagreeing is they all fell asleep during this inner monologue.
Oh, okay, okay. Is he gonna go to every drawer now and see where the mark is as he gets new ideas? What about entering through the storeroom after 7:30 and then traveling to the past? Could that be possible? If it is, I'll go back in time to a point after 2 o'clock and leave a mark beneath that drawer. If I need to, I'll travel back twice in order to make it to a point prior to now. There was nothing there. That makes sense. That means I couldn't enter the building through the storeroom without being seen from outside. I was growing nervous. Mia was alive. Success must have awaited me.
Bro.
But could I be sure of that? It was a guarantee that Mia was alive, but what about Shiroya? The circumstances around her were what left room for doubt. When the future Sekimeiya was brought down from the attic, Kate used it. Then the other Katsuki and Sai traveled minutes forward as well. There's no way I could travel before then. But the situation is the same. I saw what happened to the Sekimeiya. Do you think he should say right now, is there even a way to do this? I'm going to leave a mark in this drawer for my past self. And when we open the drawer, oh, there is. So I better keep thinking. Would that work?
I don't know.
According to his logic, maybe?
Maybe, yeah.
I think it would actually. But oh no, I'm starting to think like him. But the situation is the same later. I saw what happened to the Sekimeiya. Sai, Akaro, and Kate moved them back and forth, but I remember it clearly. No place where the future Sekimeiya was hidden was accessed by a future self of mine. My line of sight unconsciously blocked myself.
Calling you Jotsuki in the chat. I'm so sorry.
No. There's no way a future self of mine was on the crystal floor and wasn't seen by me or anyone who was there. The future Sekimeiya wasn't activated, and neither was the past one. Kate did go a long time to the future, but even if I were to enter his travels range, I wouldn't go past 2 o'clock.
Rodney, the best way to explain thought loops to you is that the way the Sekimeiya works is that if you know that you could use the Sekimeiya and do something, you can just think through that, and then it will make it happen even without you actually having to experience that happening, which means that all of these people never piss, because whenever they use the Sekimeiya, they just think about how they would be able to piss when they went somewhere, and then when they get there, they don't have to piss anymore. It's the piss dimension.
This is like, that's not a joke. Yeah.
It's holding control on a quantum level. That's exactly right.
Yeah.
That's not true. Oh, okay.
And when the future Sekimeiya was hidden in the mechanical room, the other Katsuki and Mia used it to go to the future. Tsurubo's killer brought it to a room in hallway B. When I was enacting the search, I felt the air around it, which was burning. There's no way I had touched it before then. So is it not possible? Was there really no time where I could have gone to the future? I thought of using the past Sekimeiya instead. Its only use would have been to travel seconds back to a room that had just been inspected. However, I'd also felt the air around it during the search, and it had been even hotter. That path was blocked too. Maybe you used it just a little bit before it started building up all that heat. I felt lost. How the hell could I accomplish anything? Traveling to the future before the attack won't be doable, and after the 30th, Ashiya already had the Sekimeiya. The days up to the 15th are useless. It was the owner of that gem shop who found the Sekimeiya. On the 30th, it's very likely they were in that box I saw. But they were taken by the man who released the smoke, and he ran away with them. I know the smoke was released thanks to the news report I saw, so I can obtain the Sekimeiya and save Mia together. Not to mention that to appear in the tower on the 15th, I would also have to be there on the 15th of November. I'm sure that after the man ran away with the box, he was caught. That's what Kate told us about, and it's the reason why the Sekimeiya returned to Ashiya. There's nothing I can do there. Just in case, I need to try it. A loop where I go to November 15th and remain inside the tower, then on November 30th, I take that box with the Sekimeiya. As fast as possible, I make sure Mia won't die and run away. Then I travel to the future and appear after the search that happened at 2 o'clock. I'll tell the police about the Sekimeiya's location before I travel so they can find them and return them to Ashiya. If this can work, a mark will be under that drawer. It wasn't there. It appeared that couldn't work either.
Yeah,
Darn.
at this point I would be double checking my work here to be like, just to make sure.
I kept thinking about the events that had occurred throughout the day, in case I could find the smallest opening, but it really seemed like there was no place for a future self of mine to exist. Does that mean that I can't be here at 7:30? But that's the single guaranteed way I have to go back. I could change worlds in the morning instead, after Shiroya and Naomi did. That's a lot less likely to bring me to the world I want, though. Maybe there was no way to skip the 2 o'clock search, but what about another way around it? The Atsuki from this world looked at the rooms in hallway A. Then I took his place and looked through the rest of the crystal floor. What if you go to a different world and then come back after some time passes? Ooh. Finally, Mia and I completed all the other floors. What if my future self was in one of the hallway A rooms? Technically, that's how I was able to not be found that time. I told the Katsuki from this world to stay put, and he did so because of his own request. Could I do the same? Could I ask him to ignore having seen me? I wondered that, well aware of the answer. I recalled the time he'd seen me. I saw my own body stepping in. As he approached one of the cabinets, I knew there was only one thing I could do. This is very What? He turned around with a startled gasp. His reaction was even more drastic when he saw me. What? Who are you? Are you me? I nodded, although it wasn't the entire truth. This is very important. Stay here until the search is finished. That reaction gave me the answer. That was the first time he'd seen another self of his. Could my future self have told him to react that way? Oh my fucking god. Word by word.
I'm going.
I hope the answer is yes. I hope the answer is yes. I didn't think that was how it worked. His reaction seemed completely genuine. Likely, the only way for me to make such a thing would work would be by considering it before seeing his reaction. Nonetheless, I verified whether it would work. If a mark was below the next desk, it would. There was no such mark. Once again, there was nothing. I thought back to look in Mia's eyes. It had changed at one point.
Here's your voice assignment, Katsuki. Practice your cackle.
What if she saw me? What if my future self was in the partitions on that floor? Could he have told her not to reveal him? That felt a little strange. If that had happened, why would her look have changed in that way? I knew the answer couldn't be that I would instruct her to do so. Not only that, but if I stayed in that partition, the reason would have been due to knowing how Mia's demeanor changed. In short, the result would have caused the effect. Well, is that so? I did notice a while ago that there's something special about the offices on the 4th floor. I'm pretty sure that nobody ever looked at them, neither in the morning nor later in the day. Mia was the only person to inspect them. I spent the day following everyone to know where to be in a future loop. Go check it. Go check it.
He's gonna go to Katsuki City and get a gorilla costume, and then he's gonna go hide in the 4th floor. So when Mia sees him, she'll see a gorilla, and that's why she'll be so confused.
But Mia loves gorillas. Gorilla. Could my future... I don't know why I said that. Could my future self really have been there all the time? Could that work? I tested it right away. If it could, a mark would be below a drawer. There's nothing. What the fuck?
It turns out these drawers are mark proof. You can't mark them up with a marker. There was a mark on every single one of them. You just couldn't see it.
Once again, it seemed my idea was deemed an impossibility by the universe. For one reason or another, it wasn't something that could occur.
Oh, Akashic Part cosplay. He morphs into every configuration of cosplay at once. Terrifying.
Oh god, I forgot about the theme park that had every version of every ride.
Yeah.
You gotta be joking. I'm certain Mia and Shiroi can both be alive in this world, but can I not return to mine? Do I have to hope changing worlds at another time will work?
Mouse, did you catch the comment someone made about the names for the different timeline? Atsuki, Batsuki, and Katsuki. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I can't read it as anything but Katsuki at this point.
It had to be at 7:30. I was fairly certain about that.
Happy for you, dude.
If my future self had been in the attic when Shiroi and Naomi disappeared this morning, he would have appeared along with them. Even if not in the same world, I would reunite with Shiroya. I don't think that's possible though. I would have had to be there before Naomi unlocked the attic. When I looked through the cameras, I saw that our past selves were right behind her.
Are you alright, man?
I'm fine. I'm lecturing myself. Even then, because the range didn't reach me, I'm not sure I would have reached the kitchen. There's no way I could have been in the living room, and I didn't see my footprints anywhere. That's not even everything. I need to be certain the travel will work because there's no way I'll have another chance. If I intend to change worlds when Shiroi and Naomi did, even if it works, I'll end up in a different world from this one. That means I'll be unable to leave a physical indication for me to see now. I don't think that would work, but what matters is that there's room for failure. I can't afford that. I've been lost in thought for a while when something alerted me. Someone was walking up. Oh, sugar. I quickly hid in the second partition and saw a single person walking past the glass. Fortunately, they hadn't seen me. It was another me with a marker. Mia? Why is she alone? All by herself, she went to the attic. She'd been yawning, so perhaps she wanted to rest on the beds. The Sekimeiya are in the refrigerator. She shouldn't see them. Couldn't get distracted. I had to find a solution to my problem.
Sekimeiya, the second VN to make everyone here cry this weekend for completely different reasons.
Yeah. That's good. I attempted to come up with something else. There had to be something that would help me.
Bro.
What if I let the past Sekimeiya gather energy right now and I bring it somewhere so that its range reaches behind the tower? I activate it and go a few minutes to the past, knowing that in the future, my future self will be right outside the tower waiting to be encompassed. If I do that and think that I'll be in the tower in the future, will I appear inside it? You okay? Or would I run into the same issue as trying to appear with an item that I can't obtain? I need to test it. I failed to see any cue. Really? Is it just because I couldn't enter the tower by my own means, or is there another reason? There's gotta be something else. I could get into the tower through the storeroom and effect size Mark. That should allow the travel to put me inside the tower, which would bypass the Mark. So his Mark would only be affected in a hypothetical world. It should work.
I got no idea what bro is yapping about, to be honest.
Something else. There had to be something else. What if the Katsuki that Mia has been with is my future self? It sounded interesting. Before that morning, I could have replaced the Katsuki of that world by making him stay outside the tower. Then I could have just hidden in plain sight by acting as the Katsuki got in trapped. But then you would have to pretend when you went into the thing. Into the room. We did this one already. Of course, it was an impossibility. I would have observed my own movements all along, giving them no origin. However, if I had thought about that concept early enough, I felt it would have been viable. My thoughts went back to the search at 2 o'clock. I thought about everything. My past self couldn't have been in the rooms I'd investigated. He couldn't have been in the rooms the other Katsuki investigated. He couldn't have been the places Mia had investigated.
Do you know where Katsuki was hiding? Point at the screen if you can guess.
Swiper, no, swipey. Swiper, no, swipey. We're going on a berry hunt. And you couldn't have been traveling forward in time.
He's going through 5 stages of grief just like the reader. That's true.
Where the hell had he been then? The answer I was looking for had to be somewhere as well. I hadn't forgotten about Mia's change of attitude. She had come out of the 4th floor's partitions with an entirely different demeanor. Now we're like rehashing shit we've already done. Why? I knew my future self couldn't have been in there.
This is where plot loops truly begin.
But what if she saw a gorilla costume? So then, what could she have seen? It was clear. Oh, did he pretend to be dead? What if she saw me dead in there? It was clear the way I was handling my thoughts wasn't proper. I had to widen their scope. In the end, only 2 things mattered: saving Mia and returning to my world. The way I was thinking about it, those 2 aspects seemed to be incompatible.
I just saw Redditors complaining chatters were more engaged with Scrandle than the end of Expedition 33, so I'm crashing out.
Yes, we scran.
Yes, we scran.
How could Mia be saved, though? How the hell could the news I saw be bypassed? There's no other way. I have to go back to the past again, to the 30th. This is what I determined. I can salvage this world's history. Since I'm from another world, I can save this one. It has to be me. Someone who hasn't observed the truth of this world yet. That's the only way. What if I'm behind myself right now with my shoes off and I've just been out of sight and keeping one step behind myself this whole entire time? What if I do that? What if I just I know all my movements? I've seen them all. So I'm just standing behind myself this whole I'm my own shadow. Is there a mark? That should work. Slowly looks behind himself. It's the only way, isn't it? I suppose it's not. Only one part of that is correct. It doesn't have to be me. But the only reason I can do it is that I'm not from this world. Only someone who isn't from this world can divert this world's history from their own. That's a better way to put it.
Is it?
I'm Miss Battler. That's right. I'm not the only person who can do this. It can be anyone from another world. Oh, it can be Shiroya and at 7, the Shiroya from my world will appear here and go to the attic. Delightfully devilish, Katsuki. She can do this too. Would that make a difference though? Would that solve any problems? I can tell her what I've learned. I could tell her everything. If she went to the past to save this world, would she be able to be here at 7:30? She couldn't have been in one of the rooms that Katsuki from this world investigated. The way he looks said more than enough. That means there's only one other possibility, but it doesn't make sense either. It doesn't make sense. When I looked under the next drawer, it was clear that the universe disagreed with me. What? I almost burst out laughing at what I saw, not only from the absurdity of its existing, but also from how cartoonish it was. Maybe Shiroya had doodled something so goofy looking just to elicit that reaction.
I'm so sorry.
I wonder how many hours it took of deliberation of her to do this doodle.
I'm so sorry for making that sound.
Oh, Discord cut it out. I didn't hear it. Shit.
It's already clipped. Don't worry, you can hear it later.
Was it guttural?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
She failed the entire plan because she spent 4 hours drawing this.
Stunned, part of me refused what I was seeing. It flew in the face of what I knew. If that was the truth, what was the meaning behind that search? Why had nobody been found?
And he convinced me to stop by to see what's happening today, and the first thing I heard was that mouse noise. Welcome,
Make more sense than the other ideas I'd envisioned? Perhaps it didn't matter. Success had been assured to me. I was extremely puzzled, but I felt relieved more than anything. Oh, that's right, the rusty key. It finally made sense. Before I'd entered the tower, the fact I'd seen it in the outer keyhole had been almost ridiculous. And I felt a familiar sensation in a few brief moments. Swaths of problems still lingering in my mind, slotted into place. At 7:30, that's who activated one of the Sekimeiya. That's why we returned to our world. Stood up slowly, my vision momentarily blurry. After some seconds, I began to approach the attic. I couldn't see Mia, but her footprints were visible. I was careful not to make a sound. The bedroom doors were closed, but it was very likely she was behind one of them. I shut myself in the kitchen. The recorder was still there, counting up the seconds. It had been an hour and a half since I'd started a new recording.
Yeah, is that what Mia saw in the partition?
Shiroya? Like, in a gorilla costume?
Doodling?
Doodling? It must be about 5:30. I'll take the Sekimeiya out at 6:30. Why wait? It's strange. I know we'll change. Oh, I see. I know we'll change worlds at 7:30, so I'll take both Sekimeiya out so that can happen. Doesn't that contradict what the universe just repeatedly denied? Won't I allow something to happen because I experienced the result first? Maybe there's something I'm missing. Maybe I don't really understand why it will happen. I suppose it doesn't really matter though. All I know is that it'll repeat. I had to wait through the... Do you think she's going to be like, wait, what? You want me to put a doodle underneath the drawer? Or she's going to be like, okay, I'll do that. Is she just going to be right along with it?
Oh, okay, yay.
Okay, yay.
Okay, yay.
I had to wait through the last stretch. I thought of going back to the 6th floor, but I chose to remain near the timer. 2 hours later. The news that I heard matched our worlds. It was identical to how it would have been without my input. That's why I imagined everything had happened the same way. Then I realized that didn't have to be the case. The news was the only thing I'd observed in this world. One girl had been severely injured, and the other hadn't been found. It matched up with what I'd personally experienced, although it wasn't the end. Seeing as it was the only barrier in this world, I could have gone back in time, saved Mia, and prevented Shroya from being found. That's what I thought as soon as I put it together, that I could alter the history, that this world's history. The news could remain consistent because it didn't lead to a single interpretation. I also thought that everything finally made sense, that it was the reason why Mia had been in the tower and why Shroya had been absent. It fit the plan I came up with, so I thought I finally understood this world. It didn't make as much sense as I thought. After all, I saw Mia in the tower. I saw the result of a loop before I came up with it. The news hadn't actually been the only piece of this world I'd observed. And maybe it makes real sense. I believe I know why I saw Mia before I understood how she'd been saved.
Quiz question pops up and I just throw my mouse against the wall.
Yep. I didn't step out of the kitchen. Mia was close by, but I hadn't heard anything. If she hadn't silently left, she was sleeping in a bedroom, about to get killed by a mattress. 16 more minutes had been added to the timer. It was finally 6:30. At the same time that I took both Sekimeiya out of the refrigerator, I began a new recording. This is it. When the timer hits 60 minutes, it'll be 7:30.
So true.
I should keep waiting on the 6th floor. I don't know if Shroya will use the elevator, but if she does, that's where she'll come out. I was about to leave when I heard someone behind the door. Oh shit. Who's here? Their steps approached one of the bedrooms and stepped inside.
It was.
Is that all? Are they going to stay inside? I'm pretty sure whoever that was arrived with the elevator. I stood still awaiting any other movement, but it seemed they would remain there. Wait a second, I might have overlooked something important. Oh, for fuck's sake. Even though I never saw Mia in our world, Arena apparently did. She was definitely there at one point and left that note behind, right? But she didn't stay there, or we would have seen her. That's odd. If Arena saw Mia, it should have been at around this time, slightly before it, actually. Isn't she here right now, though? There was a chance she was about to appear in our world. If that would happen, it was evident I didn't understand the details behind it. Perhaps 7:30 wasn't the only time where returning would be possible. It could occur earlier, too, at a time I wasn't aware of.
Oh my god.
If that time was still yet to happen, I had to get away from the Sekimeiya, or else I could disappear before Shoroya's arrival. I hid the Sekimeiya on a high cabinet shelf. Aw, dude, I was keeping them in a drawer, which would have severely messed with the temperature.
Scenes like this would unironically be better if Katsuki had a talking lemur. That's true.
Then I stepped onto the 6th floor, and like before, I entered the offices. Unless I made a big mistake, she should be here in 30 minutes. If one of the Sekimeiya is activated before then for some reason, that'll cause the world to change. That could still happen. Since I know we'll return at 7:30, though, I have a pretty strong guarantee that the past Sekimeiya won't be the one activated.
Oh, jeez, Katsuki, what are we gonna do?
I was so close. It had been more than 2 weeks. Really? I didn't think I'd get. I didn't think I'd get you with that one. Yeah, it had been more than 2 weeks since I'd seen her. I had plenty of things to say, but I wanted to know her story too. Why would she run up to the attic? Why were her clothes different? What had she done in January? Just thinking about it made the time go by swiftly. The end was truly near. I stood up and walked out. I was sure she was about to appear. I didn't have the voice recorder with me, but it had been close to half an hour. I stood still, trying to perceive the faintest sound.
Mouse just really yelled, "Youch!"
Youch! And it came. Finally, I'd heard what I'd been desperately wishing for. Footsteps were approaching.
Huh?
What? It wasn't who I'd been expecting. Mia and the Katsuki she'd been with were there, staring deep into my eyes. What the fuck? What the fuck? Why are they here? Mia should be in the attic. Hey, answer me. You really were here. Are you really me? What the fuck is going on? I didn't think you'd be here. What? What does that mean? You're me, right? I am. What the fuck is happening then? I thought it was impossible that we'd see each other. Was that wrong?
Do you want me to take other Katsuki?
Sure. In a way, yes.
What the fuck? Tell me then. What's going on? How the fuck can you even exist?
Aw, dude, I'm sorry. I'm not sure how to answer that question.
What?
I know exactly how you feel, I promise. I will tell you one thing though, since we've already met, you shouldn't worry about anything. It must be too early. When we appeared in this world, Shiroi spent a short while on the crystal floor. It must not be time yet.
I shouldn't worry? There's no way you're actually me, right?
I am. I promise, it will all be fine.
What? How can you tell? And how would that even be possible?
Like, I know how it sounds, but I genuinely don't have time to explain, and I'm not sure I, like, could.
What does that even, like, mean?
I don't know. Look, we're the same person. Just trust me or yourself on this. Like, sincerely, everything should turn out fine, bro.
Huh?
When he heard that, I saw my own body crumple down and my heart ached. I didn't want to imagine how I felt. You believe me, right? Like I said, I don't have much time. Why is Mia not talking?
But that can't be the case. Shiroya died again.
Again? What do you mean?
Do you not know that? She was killed here, and her body disappeared from the lobby.
What? What does that mean? Can't be. She won't be in the tower. This is the same as before. Someone is telling me that Shiroya's fate within the tower is death. Why have so many people said that? It's not true. I've never seen her dead. That must be a mistake. She'll be fine. It's impossible that she will die in the tower. We'll make sure of that. You should believe what I say. I still don't fully understand how that works, but you have to trust me.
You can't explain it, and there's no way you're actually, like, telling the truth, right?
I am. Well, I can't be fully confident about what I'm saying. I'll just ask you to, like, believe me?
Okay.
Good. I suppose there's one thing you could do then.
What?
Wait here a second. I turned around and went to the attic, where Mia should have been. Sekimeiya are still here. Neither of them were activated. What the hell then? I don't get what happened. There was no time to wonder. After I grabbed the future Sekimeiya, I dashed back out.
Huh?
Take this, but don't touch it. I handed him the Sekimeiya. Couldn't he have, like, world hopped upstairs in the attic right now without realizing it? Because he's in range of both Sekimeiya if someone else at the same time in another world line used them?
No, because
right?
they were in a fridge, so they were deactivated.
Oh, he didn't take them out? I thought he took them out for a while.
Only took
you know what?
future Sekimeiya.
Okay, it wouldn't matter anyway, because if he did take them out, they would have disappeared in front of him when he world hopped. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, you two should hurry back down. On the second floor, enter the second partition, leave the Sekimeiya on the floor, and wait there.
Why is Mia here? Because the first time this scene happened, it was in chapter 2, and she was the POV character, so she needed to be here to see it happen. That's why. On the second floor?
Yes, from there, if anyone passes by, you should hear them. If you hear the elevator 4 times, you can go back down and place the Sekimeiya in its cabinet. Make sure that it isn't activated again. However, it's possible that the first time, instead of hearing the elevator, you'll hear someone running up. If that happens, once you hear the elevator 2 times, you can go down and place the Sekimeiya in the cabinet. Okay, like this, the Katsuki we are is nowhere near as smart as I thought he was when we saw the scene from Mia's perspective.
He seems so smart here. He's actually just fucking stupid. Yeah, it's so funny.
I wasn't completely sure if Shiroya would walk up or take the elevator. However, a while after that, they would hear Arena and my past self taking it. That would be their cue to go down. But
just out of curiosity, I want to see what Mia was thinking here. Oh, she had no idea how to interpret it. Okay. All right.
Maybe it was like one of those hear me out cakes with two
Oh yeah,
Katsukis
yeah.
stuck
She
in.
was a little distracted. Yeah, she was a little distracted by that. Yeah. Okay, and after that, you're saying everything will be fine, right?
Yes, wait patiently that with everyone on the crystal floor and make sure to get out safely. I'll pray with you for what will happen after that.
All right.
The other Katsuki didn't waste time. As soon as he said that, he ran back toward the stairs. Goodbye, Mia.
Bye, bitch.
It took all I had in me to say that and nothing more. It was a second goodbye. I would never see her again.
Goodbye.
Oblivious to the gravity of her farewell, she turned around and left my sight. Once I could no longer hear their running, I found myself standing alone. I couldn't bring myself to move. If nothing happened very soon, I would have been wrong about everything. When I heard the elevator, all the tension within me was released. She was there. She called the elevator from the crystal floor. I waited, and seconds later, I heard it again. Wait, what? Why did I hear it again? Doesn't that mean it's going to the attic? Dun 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 dun. Oh, that's right. She had the key. Dun 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 dun. I bolted off as fast as I could. Run, Barry, run. She was in the hallway. When she saw me, it was apparent we'd both been looking for each other. There you are.
Mm-hmm.
You
Mm-hmm. Yep.
you did come.
Mm-hmm.
I'd forgotten you had the key to the attic.
Are you the Katsuki from this morning?
Yeah, I'm glad I wasn't wrong.
You knew I would be here, right? You remembered what happened.
I nodded slowly. I was right about everything. We had reunited in a world other than our own.
Have you been here all this time? When you disappeared this morning, I tried to find you, but I was in another world, right?
I see. So she really is the same person who was here this morning. I think so. I learned a lot of things. It's been longer than you think. It's been longer than you think since I saw you.
What do you mean? You said the recording was real, right? What happened at 9 o'clock, and why did both of us appear at the start of today?
Why did we travel to this morning? I know the answer now.
Hmm?
I remember what you told me. You said you traveled to the 30th of November, and that a few days later you touched the Sekimeiya in the tower. Is that right?
Yes, that's when I appeared with you in the lobby.
No, that's wrong. You're fucking stupid. I know what happened to you.
Here comes the choice.
She frowned. It seemed she hadn't entertained the possibility. You didn't go to November. You went to the future.
What? No, I didn't. I went 2 weeks to the past.
I don't know why you think that. But I believe you went to the future. You said you entered the tower in early December. I believe that was the 5th of January instead.
5th of January? That doesn't make any sense.
Like I said, the recording was real. On the 5th of January, we were in the tower. That's why I appeared with you in the lobby when you touched the Sekimeiya.
No, no. How would I have gone to the future? There's no way.
With the Sekimeiya, there were 2 of them.
I know. I saw that too. What do you mean, though?
I've thought about everything that happened. There were always 2 Sekimeiya, but only one of them made us go to the past. The other one made us go to the future instead. The one in the water tank sent you to the future, but that wasn't the first time. It wasn't the first time you traveled forward in time. There were others. She looked astonished. For a while, she didn't respond.
Are you serious?
I am. I've been able to understand the Sekimeiya. The future Sekimeiya made us appear where we were in the past. I believe that could be part of your confusion. The past Sekimeiya made us appear where we would be in the future.
Bro talking like the narrator for real.
And if both ranges overlap, the world around us would change instead.
Oh, that makes sense. That's how I came back.
She stared off into the hallway, working with the information I'd given her. When she opened her mouth again, she asked what she most wanted an answer to.
Have you found an egg chair here yet? So what now? What'll happen at 9?
It'll be fine. We'll be able to leave. She breathed a sigh of relief. Everything could finally end. Except, this isn't over yet, though. We have to do one more thing. We are going to save Mia.
What? Really? Can the past really be changed after all? Strap in for a half-hour conversation about this.
That's not it. The past is set in stone. But in a different world, the past is no different from the future for us.
Katsuki says for no reason in particular, I think you need to go to art school and then travel 3 months back to this day.
We can save her in this world. If you travel, you can save her. It has to be you, though.
What do you mean?
I walked to the kitchen. The recorder's timer showed 44:24. This is the past Sekimeiya. If you activate it when the timer reaches 63:14, you'll appear on November 30th. If you're there, Mia will not die. I can't come with you though. If you activate it, anyone in the center of the building will go back to our world. If I travel to the past too, I won't be able to be there. But if it's you who does this, you will be. When December 15th comes, you'll be able to enter through the storeroom, and if you stay in the third partition on the 4th floor, you'll make it back to this point. She looked overwhelmed.
Oh shit.
There was very little time left, so I was trying to explain everything rapidly.
Wait, so I'll be able to prevent her death, and then at this time, both of us will go back to our world?
When I nodded, her eyes briefly widened. The seconds were passing quickly, so I had to make sure I could say everything I needed to. Also, you do a doodle in this drawer. It has to be this drawer in this room, and you don't remember. It looks like you'll appear on November 30th, where you will be on December 30th. If you think about where you'll be, that's where you'll appear.
What?
On December 30th, you have to be in that gem shop so that you appear there in November.
In the gem shop? I don't think that'll be possible. It was still closed.
In that case, right outside it. It was snowing on November 30th, wasn't it? I bit my lip. What if she teleports into a snowflake? Shit, I didn't know what would happen if she were to appear right on top of. Oh shit! What the fuck? No! If she appeared right on top of falling snow, given what happened to me with the elevators.
Yeah. So okay. So okay.
You have to be below a stone roof where the snow won't hit you because that's fucking foolproof and there'll be none on the ground. Then you'll be able to prevent Mia from being hit by the explosion. That's not all though. There's something else very important. Your body can't be found.
Mine?
I nodded, although I still didn't fully understand that. Why was her body the one that had to go missing? If the news had to be merely followed, why couldn't Mia's be the one that wouldn't be found despite her well-being? The only reason it had to be Shiroya's was because I knew Mia was in the tower. I still felt like there was something else to all of that. Then, early on the 15th, you'll be able to enter the tower through the storeroom. You still have the rusty key, right?
Yes.
She showed it to me. You'll be able to stay in the third partition on the 4th floor. I know that'll work because after 2 o'clock, you'll go to the 6th floor and leave some kind of indication for me under one of the drawers, the 5th desk from the left in the first partition. After that, you'll only need to leave momentarily at 3:30. If you're in floor 2 and 3 staircase, you'll avoid being inside the range of a travel. The range might actually reach the crystal floor, but if you're in the corner of the building floor above, you'll avoid it. Not just in the crystal floor staircase. Well, that's where I'll be. I was at the time. It's not a crystal staircase. Since that's where I'll be. I was at the time. Okay.
Someone in chat said, "Why no one told me I will hear music made by people I actually know personally in a weird fucking VN on Mouse and Joe's stream. I'm currently experiencing high-level brain rot." That's really cool that you know the people who made this music. Like, this track is really good. Yeah, yeah. Tell your friend that their music is fucking cool. Yeah. Okay.
I'm sorry. There's not much time left. 50:06. I had to leave soon to escape the range, and I wasn't sure if I'd explain myself well at all. Something about the rush I was in felt paradoxical, but I had no time to try to think about it. Let me check there's nobody in the bedrooms anymore. I don't know what happened to them, but someone might still be here. I looked at the 4 separate bedrooms, which were all vacant. Meanwhile, I felt my fingers beginning to tremble. Shorey was there again, and it seemed as if the future had finally had a distinct shape. That's it then. Everything is ready. It will work, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Can I ask though, why are your clothes like this?
Oh, I put them on hoping I would come back to the point you saw me.
Oh. Oh, wait. Is that allowed? Really? That's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, seeming to go against most conclusions I made. Yeah, there was no time to care, however.
Oh, we better not stop in
Yeah,
the middle
whatever.
of this integral plan to think about why that might matter.
Wait, you have the attic key. You should give it to me.
You need it?
No, but you will on January 26th. If I don't take it now, you won't be able to have it. Because at 9 today, the police will find you and they'll take this key from you if you have it. I need to keep it.
And they won't take it if you have it?
No. I'll tell you why, but there's not enough time right now. 5 minutes were left until she would travel to the past. For me, it was 5 minutes away from returning to our world with her. I grabbed the past Sekimeiya and left it on the highest cabinet shelf where it wasn't easy to see. If you activate it when it's there, in the instance that the people from this world come back up, it's possible they won't find it.
I see.
I should go. I'm sure your future self is currently on the 4th floor. She's been there for hours. You understand everything I said, right? She's gonna be dead. Oh.
I think so. When that screen says 6314, I just have to touch the Sekimeiya.
You'll appear on the 30th next to that gem shop. I have to go now, but I guess I'm about to see you again. I'm sorry that there wasn't more time to explain.
All right, I'll see you. Oh.
Before I knew it, my body had jumped forward in a sudden impulse, and I was tightly embracing Shiroya. I couldn't stand the thought of anything going wrong from that point on. Right next to my ear, I felt her surprised breath, and after the initial shock, her hand slowly tightened up behind me. I couldn't believe what was happening, but I took advantage of it and rested my head on her shoulder. I wish that moment could go on forever, but the clock was ticking. When I let go of her, I couldn't bring myself to say anything else, or even look directly at her. Katsuki doesn't look back. It was hard to turn around, but I had to. With my body still shaking, I trudged to the stairs, aware that it was the last time my footprints would ever be left on that floor.
Damn. Should we take a break here?
Is it time? Yeah, sure. We can take a break here. This seems like a good time to take a break.
Take a break here. All right. Be back in about 5 minutes, chat. Let me make some tea. I'm muting now. Greetings, we return.
Hello,
Back to, just in time for Tanker358 to gift subs to Akira Chaos, MJR12349, Luna Panda, Coco P87, and Ghouls. Thank you, Tanker358. Really appreciate it. In honor of the end of this VN, thank you. There were other gifts too. Oh, you're right. Thank you, Terraflop, for 10 community gift subs. Thank you, Terraflop. Terraflop has been very generous.
Terraflop is very generous.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm gonna take over reading for a bit. I ate directly out of a bag of granola, like I was foraging over breaks. Now I have oats in my teeth. Oh, I forgot to tell you something really cute and sad about my cat. So if chat doesn't know, I had 2 cats for about 15 years. They were with me for about 15 years, and one of them passed away a couple of months ago. And ever since that's been happening, the other cat occasionally, like a couple of times a week maybe, you heard him do it if you were at the Umi stream yesterday. Like he came in and just like started howling, like he was just running around yelling. So he keeps doing that and trying to lead me downstairs, but then there's nothing happening downstairs. So I'm like, what's he doing? I found out that cats do something called, basically, I think it's called like affection eating. So basically eating is like a social activity for them. And he and my other cat used to eat all the time together. So when he's coming and screaming at me, it's because he wants me to come sit with him while he eats. So I have to go sit with him on the floor while he's eating and rub his head. I did that over break. It's kind of sad. But
he really is a needy cat from everything you say about him.
He is, yeah he is. He's very, very bonded to me. Yeah. He sleeps right next to me in bed, and he has for his whole life. Like he's very bonded.
Big cat.
Yeah. Anyway, ready to continue?
I'm ready when you are.
Alright. Another Neko who makes you cry. I'm sorry, Rodney. Your cat does that too. Yeah, I didn't realize it was like a thing that cats do. I didn't even know it because they've always eaten together, so it never came up. So.
I'm very excited for Shiroya City too.
I'm so excited for her to fuck this up in every way. I'm not gonna... This is about to go terribly.
Still writes the doodle on drawer though. What do you mean? I did exactly what he said. Look, the doodle's there. It's fine. Yeah.
Will we even see it? I don't know. Let's find out. 63 minutes. Shiroya tightly gripped the device that had once been found in Isla's purse while her heart raced from Katsuki's sudden hug. Her other hand was reaching high above her, close to the Sekimeiya as she withstood the immense heat around it. She hadn't traveled to the past, but she was about to. She stared firmly at the numbers on the screen and gradually moved her hand deeper into the heat. Another choice. Will this work or this won't work? Oh. Chat was before we continue, I saw this. Chat was having a debate during break. Who do the two of you prefer, Mia or Shiroya? I mean, I think we're team Mia, right?
What do you mean by prefer?
Yeah, what do you mean by prefer? It's Mia either way for me, but Joe might change his mind.
Really? Like Mia is way more interesting, and I would rather like have Mia as a character like around and as a POV. But Mia would kill me for $10. So like I don't know, I prefer Shiroya for that.
Who's on the hear me out cake? Mia goes on my hear me out cake for sure. Yeah. Who goes on your hear me out cake? Does Sai go on your hear me out cake?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
All right.
I'll glue it to myself via Sekimeiya.
Oh shit. Who else is on your hear me out cake?
Captain Scranit.
It's been a while since I read Seki, but isn't Mia like a psychopath? Yes. She hadn't traveled to the past, but she was about to. She stared firmly at the numbers on the screen and gradually moved her hand deeper into the heat. After 14 more seconds had gone by, she felt the hard touch. Bleep. Light snow was falling on a dim street in Yushibana. Despite the few lit windows, not one of them saw the figure of a young girl appearing by the entrance of a house below a stone roof. She found herself leaning on the cold wall and rapidly looked down. There she was able to see some of the footprints she'd once left. She traced them up to an opaque door on the opposite side of the street. Wasting no time, she dashed over and opened it. Remnants of the smoke were in the air. It had already been released, but it wasn't too late. On the floor, she saw the first 2 people to fall unconscious, those who had already escaped danger. Behind the shelves were 2 girls. One was being protected by the wooden structures, whereas the other was an open target. She crouched and grabbed the shoulders of the girl in red, shuffling backward to drop her behind the shield of shelves. Once that danger was removed, she stood up and looked at her own body on the floor. She didn't know the exact time, but her work wasn't finished yet. She picked herself up by their shoulders and began to retreat. However, a slight sound caused her to spin around and her heart skipped a beat. She didn't see the door opening because a wooden shelf was blocking it. However, soon after she heard its squeaky sound, the lights turned off. There was practically no time to react. During the instance before the light came back, the girl closed her eyes and attempted to cover her face with her arms. The floor had been devastated, and she found herself falling with the rubble, the deadly light shrinking as she was consumed by a familiar darkness. She saw something shining above and heard very faint shouts. Her entire body was racked with pain, but she was able to stand up. When she looked around her, she saw there was light there too. An egg-shaped gemstone had rolled away, and it gave off a soft glow. She heard a moan laced with pain. Her other self was conscious. She had been holding her as they'd fallen. That time, neither one of them had lapsed into a lengthy unconsciousness. Her friend had told her something very important. Her own body couldn't be found. She didn't understand why, but a realization immediately came to her. As she took a slow step back, she saw her own self awakening. It was difficult to make out, but she saw that the other her was staring at the distant gemstone. That was when she understood that the universe would do the rest, that she didn't have to enact something that was already meant to happen. She stepped back. She knew the way out of there. Meanwhile, the other girl approached the stone. The act of her touching it would be the driving force behind a forthcoming attack in her town. We've read this or a similar thing at the end of chapter 2 or something, if you remember. Yeah, I do, actually. The girl found herself looking out upon a nostalgic view, but the snow was still piling up to form the scenery she'd once seen. Once more, she began walking to her empty apartment.
No. Oh, no.
No?
Troy City 2? No.
But when she realized that it would soon be December 1st, her destination changed. She had once felt a false sense of freedom walking down that path, but the kind she felt the second time was genuine. She knew where the path went. It led to a place she hadn't thought existed, and one that she was eager to reach. Sekimeiya City.
Whoa.
I arrived on the 4th floor and looked at the wall to my right. She had to be on the other side of it. Nobody had been found, but she was there. I opened the door to the last partition.
It's been a while.
Yeah. She rose from the chair she'd been sitting in, but she looked worn out. Although I had just left the attic, for her, that had happened 15 days in the past.
Did everything work out?
Before she could answer, we heard a noise. It sounded like the elevator had opened. He's here. I didn't... Has it been enough time already?
Stop the bleeding.
I looked at Sekimeiya. We were back. It had really worked. That was happening on the 3rd floor near the staircase. Our past selves had returned too, although they were unaware of it. Their voices hardly reached us, but I could understand them since I knew what they were saying. I had to not bleed. That's right. My past self was waiting outside the offices after traveling to the past. Right now, Sekimeiya's in the attic and Sai's on the crystal floor.
What were you gonna say?
Everything did go well, but I saw Mia earlier. She came in here once, and I'm pretty sure she saw me. She didn't say anything, though. I almost froze from the shock, but before I could react, she had already left.
Really?
She nodded, still puzzled. So it really had been like that. It had happened as I'd imagined it. I didn't get it. I'd known that she wouldn't be found thanks to the drawing under the drawer. Before seeing it, I hadn't come up with a reason to explain why Mia hadn't found her, but at that point I had realized that one wasn't needed. If she simply stayed there, she wouldn't be found. I still couldn't understand what had happened. Mia saw her and was just like, fuck, I can't believe that bitch is still alive.
Yeah, like what is this? Like, why is she so... Oh my god, the fucking shot put Paul omission has struck again.
Yep.
Oh man.
Yep. Did we see
Yeah.
that from her perspective? Mia, it was like Mia like went in and looked at the part like it was like I went in and looked at the partition. What I found there made me stop, and then she never said what she saw.
Yeah. Why would it make her eyes go like that? Did she want Shoya to stay dead? None of her internal monologue had anything to do with her wanting Katsuki for herself, right? Nothing like that.
No, there was a little bit of stuff like that. Like I think that's
Was
also
there?
what it was like she was like Shiroya annoys me, like she's just in the way, like Katsuki at least entertains me, like it sucks that she has to be around all the time. Yeah, she did say she was glad Shiroya was dead. Yeah. It was like right at the opening of that chapter.
Okay. All right. Okay. Fair enough.
Dude, she wants him as a pet, basically.
Pet Katsuki.
Yeah.
What about you from the other world? Is she okay?
Yeah, she wasn't found at the site of the explosion, but she wasn't harmed. Why couldn't she be found?
Match the news report that I saw. I did travel to November too, before you did, but I failed to accomplish anything.
I know. I saw you at the motel. I thought about staying there in case someone found me in my apartment.
You were there? By the way, what keeps happening to your clothes? They're the ones you entered the tower with again, but you didn't have them when you went to the past.
Oh yeah, they're the ones from that world.
I see.
Actually, I wanna look at what she said because I think it was funny. I think it made me laugh at that point in time. I wanna think it was what she'd say about Shiroi. Shouldn't even mention her by name. Search for spider. I guess it would be in narrator, right? All right, let's take the. No. Was it here?
Yeah, developed an rash of fear spiders are not my life.
was
Whenever I knew a
this-
spider was in a room, I'd freeze.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
Oh, this was the same sensation I felt as I slowly. Oh, that's what you mean when you said they called her a spider. I thought you meant that she said Shiroi was a spider. Yeah, she was saying she saw a spider in the room. Oh shit. No, there was I think it was I don't remember when exactly it was that she said some shit about being glad that she was dead. I don't know when that was. I came back here and just hear Shiroi was a spider. Yep. Alright. Keep going. That time, right before 9, I did think that something about her looked strange. It was so late into the day that I didn't realize it was the complete lack of smoke on her clothes. And her pendant was gone too. The thing that tied her with Mia disappeared when she went to the future. She took a digital watch out of her purse.
You bought a watch? Oh, that's smart.
It's 7:37. Shiroya, you would have to search for the other girl. Yeah, that makes sense. Shiroya pointed out very faint footsteps coming from the other side of the wall. Although I hadn't noticed them, I knew she was right.
That's us, myself, Sai, and Arena. We're going to the attic.
They went around the floor and disappeared up the next staircase. Now what then? I don't know what happened at the end.
Let's go down first. I need to do something very important.
Okay. I had very little strength within me, and Shiroya looked dizzy when she moved. We took our time walking down, knowing full well there was nobody left beneath us.
Let's go to the security room.
Yotei's dead body was there, filling the room with a stench I'd forgotten about. The monitors were working, which meant that someone had been there 50 minutes previously. Although it was slightly strange, I could barely bring myself to care. Actually, I bet I know why. Only Sai could have used the computer. It's okay. And not too long ago, he traveled to the past from the event room with Shiroya. That would have disabled his watch, but the next time we saw him, it was working. Every time that happened, he came here to sync it with the computer's time. There was a drawer with a bunch of batteries. What's that?
A USB drive I brought to the tower in the other world. I have enough to put Kate and Akaro in jail with the footage on this.
Narc. Once the computer detected it, I saved 2 copies of the file. The normal folder with the saved footage was nowhere to be found, so I left them elsewhere. If necessary, I would reveal the location to the police. Then, I left the drive behind one of the drawers so that it could also be found. You need batteries to sync your watch? You need batteries to boot your watch back up after it enters a temporal loop because you time traveled and then it goes back and forth forever.
By the way, you left the rusty key outside the storeroom, right? Was that so it wouldn't open from the inside?
Yes.
That's what I thought. I'm not completely sure how much sense it makes yet, but there's nothing I can do to fight it. I have the rusty key right here too, by the way, but there's a slight problem. I'll need it on January 5th, and since you gave up yours, you'll also need this one on December 30th.
Oh, I guess so. I looked under the desk, and Sekimeiya was there.
This is the past Sekimeiya. My past self traveled with it very recently in the staff room, and Sai brought it here. It doesn't have a lot of power right now.
I left the rusty key on the floor of hallway A and closed the door.
We need to duplicate it, otherwise we won't be able to have it on those days.
She didn't seem to know why that was the case.
I'll go a very short distance back in time one last time. Since I left the key outside this room, my past self won't be able to grab it and I'll have it in the future, but since it will let me appear with it, I won't have to really grab it, which will duplicate it.
What if he loses track of the future Sekimeiya here and accidentally world hops?
That's what I'm thinking is about to happen, yeah.
Will that actually work?
Yeah. As soon as I leave, open the door.
All right. I stepped back and touched the Sekimeiya. The light went out, but I knew where I was before I looked around me. The mechanical room. I confirmed that the rusty key was in my pocket. When I went to hallway A, I saw it on the floor too. I didn't have to wait very long until the security room opened.
There we go. Now we have two. Take this one.
The movements of the rusty key were interesting. Shiroya had found it on January 5th in our world. Then she traveled to December 15th and had still been holding it. Later, she traveled to November 30th and had been still holding it. However, she'd used it to lock the storeroom from outside in the other world, which meant it couldn't be recovered. When we had talked, she told me about its location, so I'd been able to find it in the other world's security room as well. That was the key we had just duplicated. I still don't understand how duplication works? Yeah, buddy. However, it was the one she ended up with, and it was the one she would have on January 26th. As a result, when she had appeared on the 15th, she hadn't been holding the same key she'd found. The fact that she'd had to leave it outside the storeroom had made it transform. What she'd appeared with had been a mesh of both. Oy. To obtain that key, both had been needed, and in a single instant, it had been changed from the key of our world to the key of the other world. The powered off Sekimeiya was on the floor, so I put it back where I found it. There was no reason to do otherwise.
I would just like to say that I did not process a single word of that whole entire screen. We need to go to the mechanical room. The others will come back soon.
Was it, like, nice to listen to the sound of my voice, though?
Of course, always.
That's a victory, then. It's 7:45. I'll travel to the past soon. Sorry, to the future.
Yeah, they must be coming down already.
Does anyone know the name of the soundtrack? This is Basin City.
So, you stayed at Eagle Motel too?
Yes, I was there until today. I didn't realize the owner wasn't a native. Whoa. We heard people above us. What is that? Yushibana in-group bullshit? Like, what are we doing here? We heard people above us. The group was beginning their wait near the shutter. Like, where did that come from? Will it be fine if we stay here?
Never ask Shiroya for 3 more character traits. Stop it. Won't drink tap water. Her fucking pastry needs to be not too hot or not too cold after you get it from the thing. And she doesn't check the date on her phone. After that, you don't want to know anything more about her. Not quite. Once you leave for the bathroom, they'll search everywhere for you.
Wait. Are they going to see us? They can't, right?
No, if my past self saw me, that'd be a paradox. But there's no simple way out of this. The future Sekimeiya will be powered off and Sai will stay next to it when it repowers, and the past Sekimeiya will send us too far to hide us since it'll build up energy until your past self leaves. I doubt touching it twice would work due to the powered off time.
It was a very similar dilemma to the one I'd faced when searching the drawers for a marking. However, the answer was much clearer. I need to be found then. If they find me, the search will stop before they realize you're here. I nodded in the darkness. That's what you said, right? That I was still here, even after I'd traveled from the bathroom. She was the real Shiroya the whole time! Oh my god.
Yeah.
But what about at 9? The shutter won't move, will it?
No, it will.
What? Didn't you say that the recording was real?
Yes, but before the exit opened, we went to the future. We appeared on January 5th, where the recording occurred. So, if you're out of that range, you'll stay here and be able to leave. I'm sorry, I'm a little confused right now. Why are they in World B? When did they go
They
back
wanted
to
to go to
B?
World B. They wanted to go to World B. They wanted to go save Shiroya and Mia in the other world and then come back to their own world and live their lives.
Did that happen? Are they already back in World B?
They're back
or are
in
they doing
they're
it?
back in World B. Yeah. So now they're at the very end of the day. Remember when she came back and acted all weird and he was like, "Oh, why is she acting so weird?" Yeah.
When did that happen? When did they world switch? They went to World B during the backwards world switch where Katsuki hurt his hand.
Oh yeah, that's why he was predicting that there would be a travel at
in the middle of the tower.
Yeah, in the middle of the tower. Yeah.
Man, was there a line that said that during this part? And I just
yes,
like,
yeah.
I was eating my Twinkie. I'm sorry. Okay, my bad. Sorry, I skipped that. Sorry.
No, it's okay. This part is getting a little. They're chilling. It's over. Sekimeiya is over. Yay! Yeah. So now they're just trying to make sure that that they find her so they don't find him, and then this is where she'll run out of the room and be like, "Don't follow me," and so she'll get out of that range. Oh, that's what happens. Where will the range be?
Here, just before 9:05, Arena is going to activate it. The future Sekimeiya has yet to be brought here. It won't be a normal travel though. When she touches it, she'll trigger a chain reaction that will bring us to January 5th. We'll go 20 minutes to the future repeatedly. A car will appear a bit later because you travel directly from today to January 5th after escaping from the bedroom with Sai.
Wait, a chain reaction? Do we just have to avoid being here when that happens?
Not being here 20 minutes before it's activated would also avoid it. It won't be so simple though. Only you will be able to do that.
Why?
The people above us will search for you soon. They'll find you and then the shutter will open. You can leave this place. I can't do that though. There's something very important that still has to happen. On January 5th, I'll have to be in the tower in order to appear on November 24th with the Sekimeiya. If I stay here, I'll travel to the future one more time. That's when I'll finally be able to leave.
Can't you just enter through the storeroom on the 5th?
No, there are a few reasons why I can't. The 5th is 21 days away. It's possible that getting out today will prevent me from being in the tower in the future. I don't know what the police will do. If they find any evidence that incriminates me, being here on the 5th might not be possible. I'm sure my parents will keep trying to make me leave with them too. Staying here is the only way to guarantee it, and it's what I thought I'd do before I touched the Sekimeiya. That's the only important one there, yeah.
Yeah. Technically, I knew I'd be in Yushibana on January 26th, but my parents had spent the previous 2 weeks telling me to go live with them. I feared they would give me no option after what had happened in the tower and force me to leave town until after January 5th.
There are more reasons too. If both of us leave, the attic key will be taken from us, and we need it on the 26th. Leaving it somewhere until the 5th is risky, so I can just bring it there myself.
You're right. When I traveled to the 15th, I had the attic key. The cabinet key was the only one that wasn't in my purse. I still don't get that.
The cabinet key? If the police found you with it, they would take it, so the only way to get it to the 26th would be by doing the same thing as with the attics. Did you ever need to unlock the cabinet?
No, I don't think so.
I see. That's why then, there's no reason to bring it to the 26th, so you didn't appear with it.
Wait, so can't I do the same? We can both travel to the 5th.
That's not true. On November 30th, you appeared outside the gem shop, right?
Yes.
So on December 30th, you'll be out of the tower. That's why you can't stay here.
I see.
You're so smart, Katsuki. It'll be fine. I'll just take a little longer.
Yeah.
You can stay at my house too. At least you'll be with Maxie and Umi. You were on January 5th once already, right? Was the tower not open?
No, I don't know why, but it seems like it won't open again after today.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Her ass is not seeing that. There was a mountain of things I wanted to tell her, but we went silent for a while. Both of us were even more tired than we appeared, and we had to speak very quietly. Everything we'd gone through since we'd stepped into the tower was like an endless expanse of tangled web. I could hardly even recall what things had been like before I knew what the Sekimeiya were capable of. But we had taken that day to its conclusion. Without any doubt, we were going to make it end. People had died in horrible ways. I didn't expect that the outside world would ever learn the full truth of what had happened within the tower, but at the very least, Shiroya and I knew. We had built a better reality out there through our own actions. Surprisingly, I wasn't sad that the world where we had saved Mia wasn't our own. Ours wasn't perfect, and I had no idea what awaited us in the future, but all I wanted was to step outside with Shiroya. They'll leave soon. There's only 40 minutes left.
Yeah, they'll go to the attic and come back down. By the way, can I borrow your watch? It'll be useful to have it.
Take it.
Thanks.
Our wait was short. When the time came, we heard the group walking to the hallway. I guess I'll go.
All right, I'll see you soon.
Are you gonna stay here? You won't be seen?
I'm sure I'll be fine.
Okay. I'll see you. Her shadowy figure slowly faded up the stairs. I recalled the time we'd found her drowsy in room A1 and the words she told me in hallway C. They were words I'd hated before, but they had grown to bring me happiness. The next time I heard sounds above me, she was already with them. I stayed behind the piled furniture in the corner of the room. Like I'd expected, a single person came down soon after. I couldn't see who they were, but it had to be Sai. He seemed to be looking around in the dark. I feared he would find me until his movements slowed down. He kneeled under a table and stopped. I bet he's looking for a good place to hide the Sekimeiya. Did he find one under that table? I was doing my best to conceal my breathing, but he remained there for a long time. Finally, he seemed to decide he was done and walked up the stairs. I hardly had time to exhale before he was back. There was a glaring difference. The area between his hands was glowing. Once more, he kneeled under the table and ran back up the stairs as soon as he was finished. The Sekimeiya wasn't simply on the floor. From what I could see, he had tucked it just under the surface of the table. There seemed to be a tiny space where he'd left it. Now, my past self will find the past Sekimeiya in the security room, and we'll all wait out the last few minutes in the lobby. I stared at the glowing numbers on the watch until 9:01 came. At that point, someone began to carefully descend the stairs. While I couldn't see their face, I knew it was Irina. She stood still until something caught her eye. Perhaps Sai thought he had found a good hiding spot, but he hadn't factored in the mechanical room's darkness. The faint illumination gave it away after Irina looked around a little. She approached it and crouched. Her figure covered the light, and suddenly, it was gone.
What?
However, Irina was still there. Her outline had disappeared because the light had moved. The faint ceiling light had turned off, and the Sekimeiya's glow couldn't be seen. I hadn't felt anything myself, but I knew. I was on January 5th of 2012. Since I'd been in the mechanical room during both recurring locations, I had traveled seamlessly. And as my vision was more adjusted to the darkness, I could make out that a few pieces of furniture had moved slightly. Oblivious, Irina crawled out. To her, the Sekimeiya had simply disappeared. Then she walked to the stairs, likely thinking she had traveled to the past. It's still there. The Sekimeiya's on the floor. It rolled up to the wall.
Hey, what's going on?
That time, when the door to the lobby opened, light didn't fill the stairs. The whole building was devoid of it. The watch still showed 9:03, but that was far from the real time. I could hear the others shouting above me. The shutter wasn't opening. Random worker moving a table in another corner, resulting in Katsuki being split in half. Yeah, all of this is so risky. I can't get out yet. I'll need to have both Sekimeiya after the watch shows 10:30. I was forcing Shiroya to wait, but I had to stay there for a little while longer. When 8:50 came, is that 8? 9:50 came, I approached the stairs. At that time, my past self had traveled to the past. The others were soon to notice my absence. I grabbed the future Sekimeiya and stepped up the stairs. I could no longer see the walls of the lobby, but unfortunately, I knew I'd have to see them once more in the future. I couldn't shake off the anticipation of stepping out. Even though I'd already left once before, it didn't feel like it. I walked to the crystal room the past me had traveled from, B5. After feeling the floor, I realized that the powered-off past Sekimeiya was there. For the time being, I went to the crystal room at my right and put both inside a temperature regulation cabinet, setting it to where I believed 0 degrees Celsius was. It seemed the curtains were all still raised. I could have gone to the attic, but the last thing I wanted was to have to explain myself to anyone. My sole desire was for the final few minutes to elapse. I walked to the lobby. I could feel the shutter with my hands. I'd waited patiently all day, but I couldn't take it anymore. I needed time to move faster. The goal was right there, and I was the only person who knew. Minutes after I had started staring at Shiroya's watch, I heard voices in the far hallway.
Katsuki, where the fuck?
I kept looking down. It was already past 10. Wait, are they actually searching for me? Sai's yells got closer and closer. It seemed he was looking in every room. This piece of shit! The Sekimeiya is not in the cabinet! Fuck. There's no way he'll find them, right? Look, I found the Sekimeiya! What? No, that's the third one. He had found it in another room in hallway B. He had plenty of energy to spare as I heard him running to the event room and leaving it there. Fortunately, that caused him not to find the real ones. Katsuki, I know you're here! I didn't move. The darkness was all I needed to stay hidden. He went to the mechanical room. Maybe he noticed the Sekimeiya he'd hidden was no longer there, but he didn't say anything. Afterward, he walked back with the others. Haro was there. Hopefully, the recording of him had been tamed by the police. Rina and Dles were the last two. Their stories had been tragic in different ways. They were together again, but it was possible that Irina would never understand that the Isla she'd entered the tower with was gone. What is going to happen with them? The police must have found her corpse, but now they'll see that she's still alive. I suppose the case is similar with Naomi. I felt their voices fading. They were going back up. Now that I think about it, it was when I traveled to 9 o'clock that my hand injury disappeared. Even though I only went 45 minutes to the past, it took me many days to reach the proportional future. Right now, I have Shiroya's watch and the Rusty Key. When I was briefly at 9, I might not have realized that. However, after Shiroya made me travel to the 15th, there's no way I had them. I suppose that makes sense since that location was based on a point much farther into the future. It's still a little strange though, because Shiroya did have the Rusty Key. I stopped myself there. I really didn't care anymore. Suki? No matter how many details had flown far over my head, I didn't care about any of them. I stood there for what seemed like hours, but eventually 10:30 came. I tried to force myself to breathe properly. It wasn't over yet. In the staff room, there was a key ring I needed and I could obtain. I already had it in my pocket, though. I forgot that I need to go to the attic. I thought I'd never see that place again. When I'd thought up the loop to appear on November 24th, I'd imagined appearing with the Sekimeiya in a suitcase. The one in the security room was locked away, so I had to get the one in the attic sofa. I left the watch behind so it wouldn't cast any light and gradually ascended. Every floor was dark, and my steps echoed more loudly than I liked. Once I reached the highest door, I saw that the living room was empty. I was leaving my footprints behind, but it didn't matter. Once I'd taken the suitcase, I dashed back, leaving that place for good. I took both Sekimeiya from the cold of the cabinet with my bare hands. The instant I activated them, I traveled the smallest fraction of time, enough for it to have no real effect. With the suitcase in hand, I descended to the lobby and sat on the floor. Then I put the Sekimeiya inside it and placed both of my hands on them. I suddenly realized a key had fallen from my pocket before I'd even taken it out willingly. That had been my plan before I'd gone to the 24th. I'd wanted to appear with the Sekimeiya, but for that, it had to be powered off in the future. It was very hard to calculate the exact second I needed to have them, so the position I was in was a good way to cover a longer stretch of time. Every time a Sekimeiya powered on, my hands would immediately power it off, resulting in no effect whatsoever. Furthermore, they emitted no light, so nobody could see me in the dark.
Ooh, okay. Whatever.
However,
whatever, yeah.
I'm just listening to you talk, but not registering the words. It's relaxing. That's good. However, I had calculated enough. I only had to be there for 10 more minutes. They were the last 10 minutes I'd spent trapped in that place. The suitcase was on my lap, and both of my hands were planted firmly on the Sekimeiya's surfaces, too far apart to overlap their minuscule ranges. How long would you be able to accept diverging from a timeline until you'd no longer think it's ethical to take a dead you's place in their timeline? I don't think it's ever unethical, honestly. It's still just you. Whatever. Fuck it. Full send. It was the end. I knew I was in the position where I'd appeared on the 24th. I couldn't check the time anymore. The watch was hidden behind the reception desk. Instead, I counted the seconds inside my head. 10, 9, 8. She's right there now. She's there right now, I'm sure. Time had passed. It hadn't frozen. It hadn't forbidden me from taking the final step. I closed the suitcase and stood up, grabbing the fallen key. Before anything else, I went to retrieve Shiroya's watch. I opened the hallway A door. Each step I took toward the storeroom was more surreal than the last. I took out the rusty key and suddenly understood why I wouldn't have it on the 26th. I was there. I could feel the dusty couch and the wall wasn't blocking my way. With bated breath, I approached the final door, the one that could only be opened from the outside. And it was open. Damn. I like that I'm not sure
Is
if the VN is over or not. Yeah, I don't know either. I got
Yeah,
no
is at the end? Yeah, like
I don't know. Is that the end? That's it. Yep.
Really?
That's it. They he get no. There's a few lines post credits. Oh, okay. All right. Don't check out fully yet. There's Godot. Look, there's Godot. Godot, go say something in the chat.
Godot.
Soy Jack at the screen.
Godot.
Don't forget the tea party. Oh, okay. Oh my god, thank you, Caps, for gifting 57 subs. Oh my fuck. Thank you both for not just reading through this, but also allowing us Seki Fullers to tag along via streams. In a quite stressful year, this has been a consistent highlight each week, and it feels so bizarre it happened in the first place. You two reading things together is my new favorite thing on the website, so excited for more in the future. Thank you, Mouse. Thank you, Hallyu. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Wuggy. This was very special. Thank you, Caps. That's very kind of you. Thank you, Caps.
Nice message. Thank you.
Yeah. Hey, is that Joseph Anderson in the back? Joe and I are co-reading this. He just wasn't reading for the last part of that.
I was eating a Twinkie.
He was eating a Twinkie. And thank you, Moa, for gifting 5 community gift subs. Thank you, Moa. That's very kind of you. There's an hour of content left. Okay. Yeah.
Is it really Rempy? I didn't know you could do like note taking and like jump back and forth like that in Rempy. Holy shit.
Yeah, that's super modified, yeah.
Whoa. He was eating I see you.
Yeah, the person who asked if it was you in the background said, "Is that Joseph Anderson's girlfriend?" As a first time chat.
Oh. Okay.
I literally came in with next to no knowledge of Sekimeiya and caught the ending and a gift sub. Well, congratulations on at least one of those things. Is that Mouse's girlfriend? Is that what happens when the Sekimeiya's egg cracks?
The fifth power.
The fifth power of the Sekimeiya.
Damn, I was not expecting it to end right there. I thought it was going to go on for another hour or so, at least.
There's apparently another hour of content for us. Weeby did send a heartfelt message at the beginning of stream when you weren't here. So he says, "Thank you for giving my second favorite ever small VN made by -33 people the attention it deserves." So Mia and Sai were psychopaths for fun? Yes. Best ending this week: Umineko, Sekimeiya, Expedition 33, or Mouse's mid-30s. A poll I can only assume was made by Rodney. So thank you, Rodney.
Wow.
Wow. Would you give it the big recommendation? I would definitely. I think that for people who really like logic puzzles and figuring stuff out and like trying to piece things together, this is like probably a really fun and special experience. Like the people in chat who love the Sekimeiya really love it because like they have the exact right brains for it. But if like someone just really liked reading, I wouldn't recommend this to them. It would have to be someone with like a math brain. Yeah. Thank you, Annie, for sending some bits to say, "I enjoyed this experience of you reading this VN a lot. The story reminded me of playing Sims years ago." Oh my god, it's Sai on the screen.
He said the line!
Playing Sims years ago with the dad setting fire to the kitchen, the mom leaving a giant piss stain in the bathroom, the son just not responding to any of my commands, the burglar robbing the family blind, and me sobbing trying to fix any of it. It does have Sims vibes. Oh my god. Katsuki, you son of a bitch! Open the fucking door! I know you just left. I heard you talking with Shiroya. You better come back right now. Katsuki, you piece of shit! I'll convince everyone this is all you're doing if you don't open this fucking door. At least tell the police we're here. I'm fucking hungry, man.
Comic relief sigh. What the fuck? I don't think he's coming.
Can you just shut up? Katsuki, you think I won't tell them that you left with the Sekimeiya? This is your last chance to come back. Katsuki! Ooh, tips have been unlocked. If you go through the game again, you find words and phrases colored in red and spinning orbs. Clicking on them give extra information on matters not covered in the main story and solve lingering mysteries. One of them serves as the epilogue for Shiroya's story. If you skip through the game without unseen text checked, you'll be stopped on new tips. You can reread any tip by clicking the new tips button in the menu. To advance, first click the red text. It's a test. It's a fucking test to make sure you read it.
Nice.
It's like when you boot up a fucking Minecraft mod and they want to make sure you read the terms of service and you have to like click 3 different things to make sure you read it. While in a tip, saving and search jumps are disabled. An orb is used when an inline tip is not viable. This could be to explain the setting, the chapter name, and so on. This is where the Sekimeiya truly begins. Yeah. Your journey map, press J. Yep. The chart has unlocked. Oh, the chart. Finally, the chart. The graph. The document. A flow chart that follows every character in each of the 3 worlds is unlocked. You can highlight individual characters to follow. Okay.
You know what's wild?
What?
Sekimeiya has a map, and Expedition 33 doesn't.
The gallery and stat screens have unlocked. You can review Chapter 5 answers and compare them. You can also answer new questions about the game and see what other people thought. Oh, okay. Go from the beginning while holding control. Some of the tips are whatever, but some of them are good. Takes about an hour.
Egg room. Egg room. Egg room.
Egg room. Okay. I want to look at our stats. Oh, you can see how many people voted what too.
Oh, cool.
We were confidently wrong. Where's the biggest clue? Are there any that we got wrong and a lot of people got right that we can feel or that we got right and a lot of people got wrong that we can feel really good about? This one? Yeah, this one. Katsuki perhaps suspected yeah, okay. Well, you know,
we did okay.
We did okay.
We did okay.
We did okay.
Link was wrong? Lincoln Loop was wrong?
I think they said that that both of them count as right, maybe. We did really well, not just okay. Oh.
Answer to unlock? What the fuck is this 95th one?
Answer to unlock. I think that's this. We have to do the post game. How do you feel about this? The fact the Sekimeiya existing guarantees the mass vaporization event is pretty much guaranteed to happen at some point in the future. I do have questions about the mass vaporization event. There's one in the tips. Oh, interesting. Let's just should we do the post game? Would you ever replay?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Did we try to solve the mysteries? I tried initially, but later let things slide. Yes. Okay. How much did you know before playing? That there was a quiz. That's not an option, so nothing.
So okay.
Is this one of your first plot-focused VNs? Gonna say no for both of us.
No.
Did you notice references to other works? I'd say a few.
A few.
A few, yeah.
A few.
How did you find out about this game? Caps made me do it. How do you pronounce Isla? Oh, Isla. Interesting.
Isla?
Yeah.
Huh.
Favorite Sekimeiya, past, future, or fake? I like the fake Sekimeiya. What about you?
Fake
Sekimeiya is for sure.
Yeah.
These are charlatans. Chapter rank, best to worst. I say this is my chapter rank. I would say first. Now this is tough because chapter 3 had Shiroya City in it. I would say this. What about you?
I can live with that.
You can live with that? You can live with that?
I can live with that.
All
Yep.
right.
Yep.
Yeah. Wow. Okay.
Ooh.
Character rankings best to worst. Well, this is, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know what happens after this. Maybe Shiroya grew on me.
I kind of like Shiroya.
Yeah,
I kind of like
grew on me.
Akaro had some good parts to him too. I always put Akaro next.
Yeah.
Then probably Katsuki.
Mm-hmm.
Like Arena and Isla are just kind of there.
I would put Isla a little bit higher because she has her funny imaginary friend stuff, and then of course, I think next Naomi after that, and then Kite.
Yeah, and then Kite. Fuck Kite.
As stupid as Kite is, I love a pathetic old man. He's a cop and a murderer, so I don't. Wow.
Roya. Wow.
Mia's so low. Just these people don't know when they've got something good. There's no way. There's no way. Will you think less? Will you think of me less if I say I have Shiroya in 1 and Mia in 9? Yeah, a little bit actually. Special function. Oh, I would say search number 1.
Then notes. Notes is
notes,
good.
yeah.
Yeah.
We haven't looked at the chart yet, so but I'm gonna put it number 3 just conceptually. And then maybe map stats and playtime. Yeah.
Yep.
We're in it. Yeah. Nice. We were actually just got it dead on. That's interesting. Yeah. He's bad at both and also stupid, so it cancels out. True. I can't believe fewer people liked Sai than Katsuki and Shiroya. What is wrong with them? Things. Oh god. I don't want to look at that and other. Interesting.
I'm really surprised as well. I thought there was going to be like a whole other like hour or two or like one like last minute like wrinkle or something like okay.
Look at this. Questions answered correctly. We had 60%. Only like 7% of people answered above the range 60 to 69. So we actually did really well.
Oh, we did do pretty well.
Yeah.
We were able to help each other, but sometimes we probably made like interfered. But also we had like read it a long time ago, like debuff. So I think it kind of balances out. Yeah.
Yeah, I think if we read it all in a couple of weeks, we could have hit the 80% right one.
Yeah.
All right. Where's the chart? I want to look at the damn chart.
Chart.
Where's the chart? Check the settings tab. It's not settings. Chart. Welcome to the chart. Both of these nodes represent a character or a group of characters. You can hover over it. Hovering reveals the nodes represent Katsuki and Shiroya. Zoom in. Both nodes meet into one. They meet and stay together. Incorporate time travels. After meeting, Katsuki travels to the past as shown by the orange line. Shortly after, Shiroya travels to the future as shown by the blue line. Eventually they reunite. Oh, Jesus. Something very important to keep in mind is that time isn't to scale. In other words, Sumari, the distance between nodes doesn't indicate how much time passes. Their path ends when they world switch to B. Clicking on the world switch node will bring you to the moment they appear in that world.
I'm realizing how many like unanswered questions I have. Oh no.
Well, let's do let's switch. So they said if we go through it with the tips, it will take like an hour. You okay to take an hour to go through it with the tips?
This is like, are you okay to fast forward through it all?
Yeah, sure. We just go start, make sure the settings are right so it stops at new. Gosh, shit. Skip text you haven't read yet. Continue skipping. Is this right? Is this correct? Is this the right setting?
I think you have to turn skip text you haven't read yet off.
Yeah, so it's off. So I think it's okay. All right. Looks right. Yeah. Don't touch it. Okay. All right. Am I holding control or is it a different control? Oh fuck.
Yeah.
You can hit tab. Okay. Thanks, Godot.
This is fun going back through it and there's like new information you can see. Like fast forwarding through it again. Yeah.
Skipping. The chinchillas are so excited. Oh shit. The smoke in room A5. In World B, Kitaya shares the group that the event room, Hallway A and Hallway B are the only places where the smoke was released. Despite the confidence behind his words, he misses room A5. This doesn't happen in World C, as in that one he had time to look through the crystal floor. In World B, though, after hearing a sound in room B4, Kitaya was forced to stay with Arena's group. The reason why he doesn't mention room A5 is something that happened when Zin was crafting their plan. Finally, both subordinates understood how serious their boss was and broke into a sweat. As they took off and draped their heavy attire on the back of their chairs, they began to process each step of what they would be performing. When Kitaya was listening to Zin putting together their plan, Ito eventually took off and leaned against his coat. That prevented Kate from...
What?
That prevented Kate from clearly listening to the final part of their plan, the gemstones to be used as a fake out. It's gonna be like that, huh? All right, you want to take over reading for a bit?
Sure.
Will it tell us every time Sai is lying? Oh, he's been on screen for so long. Oh, I love looking at him. There he is.
I love Sai.
I love Sai.
I want a Sai spinoff.
I know. It's nice that we're keeping emotional support Sai as a stream fixture so that we can all look at Sai sometimes. If they implemented lip flaps, would it be enough of an indicator? Svian does have amazing pacing.
Are there any tips in some of the choices, or is that...
Oh, that's a good question, actually.
Yeah, is that a step too far, or what?
I don't know. Yes, check the bad ends. Oh shit, we gotta go into...
Wow,
oh my god, we're
really?
The Sekimeiya speedrun. And there's an epilogue hidden in here. Whoa.
Or will it kick you back out?
I think it kicks you back out like before. I remember in Shiraya City you were talking about how you wanted Sai back, and I felt so sad for you because he gets no substantial scenes after it. It's pretty sad, yeah. This is how Joe plays Higurashi. I've only held down control during one part of Higurashi, and it wasn't even one of the kinds of parts you think. It's because they were having a cooking competition at their school, and I was so fucking done with it. Oop, Sai tip, a search with no results. This is live Boulder POV going through Sekimeiya. Alright, here you go.
Even though the first 6 floors of the tower were searched through, nobody was found. Not because there was nobody to find, though. Naomi A was in the building. In addition, she didn't have the attic key, so even though the last floor wasn't inspected, nobody was there. Why wasn't she found? During the search, Sai heard the elevator 3 times. That was Akaro's doing, but there's still an unexplained mystery, the starting position of the elevator.
You didn't like the curry competition? What the fuck? I'm sorry, but the slice of life in early Higurashi loses me all the way the fuck out. I fell asleep during one of them.
It should have been on floor 5. Akaro knew that, and so that's where he sent it in the end. However, before he called it, it was below the 3rd floor. Naomi A was responsible for that. She was aware another self of hers had been murdered, and she wanted to easily escape if she had to. She called it when everyone was on the crystal floor, and soon after that, she accidentally made a noise while trying to understand what the others were doing in the event room. That caused a search on the crystal floor, which Naomi A escaped by using the elevator so that she wouldn't be seen on the stairs. The elevator isn't very fast, so she took it to the 2nd floor, where she waited to see if she'd be followed. Not long after that, the group went up to inspect the whole building, and they all stayed on different floors. Unable to access the attic, Naomi was cornered. She went up a floor every time someone else did.
Fuck off.
Oh my fucking god.
Fuck off.
When she saw
really is gonna be like this.
Staying on the 4th, she stopped. She had seen him gone from the event room when she'd awakened, and she didn't think he had killed her other self. More importantly, Naomi realized that if she kept on going up, she could end up stuck on Kate's floor, and she suspected him of her own murder. Ready to be found by Akaro, Naomi stayed in the partitions of the 4th floor. However, he never came.
It's gonna be an hour of this, man. It's gonna be an hour of this. Someone actually did the stealth elevator thing. Oh my god.
Anyone in chat play Melver Idol at all? Is it a good idea to level up your thievery first, or combat or something?
Are you idle?
I have it in the background. Yeah, I have it. Yeah, of course, yeah.
What the There's no way. Oh,
I've been idle gaming the whole time. The Sekimeiya was uncovered. Okay.
Egg.
When Sai travels to the past, he appears with the future Sekimeiya in his hip pack. While unaware of this, he hides the fake Sekimeiya from the event room. Later, once he slips away from Katsuki, he proceeds to hide the future and past Sekimeiya. Even later, he obtains the future Sekimeiya from the cleaning room and puts it in his hip pack. That is the reason why he had appeared with it before, but if you follow his movements, you will notice that something is odd. Sai got the future Sekimeiya from the cleaning room because he would have appeared with it because he had appeared with it earlier and had hidden it there. However, he had appeared with it because he would have it in the future, which would only be possible because he had appeared with it. Where exactly does this start? Where does the future Sekimeiya enter the cycle? The chicken or the egg? There are a handful of similar riddles left to be uncovered, and the answer is often different for each individual case.
We still don't know what the fuck the Sekimeiya is, or where it's from, or what made it, or why it does that.
Never finding that out. No,
we're not ever finding that out, but it makes me mad. It has no origin points. It's all these fucking things about things having no origin points, and the Sekimeiya themselves have no origin points. Okay, whatever.
Mouse.
Yeah.
It's not that kind of story.
Fuck.
When Sai left the attic after Katsuki and Shiroya, he had a plan in mind. He traveled to the past from room B3 and appeared with the future Sekimeiya on his person. However, due to what his plan entailed, he would have had the future Sekimeiya in the future if it hadn't appeared in his hip pack.
To be fair, all the things with no origin points are explained. That's my point, is that it makes a point of calling out and explaining all the things with no origin points, but we still don't know where the fucking eggs are from.
Every time Sai travels to the past, the date of his watch changes to 99991231, and its screen turns blank. This behavior will be one of the toughest questions Katsuki will face. Me too, bud. It seems to contradict the Sekimeiya's mechanics. Infinite loops are needed to max out the watch's clock, yet the physical state of the watch doesn't deteriorate. This also happens with other devices such as the voice recorder and the digital clock in Eagle Motel. What's the reason behind it? Unfortunately, Katsuki didn't come close to the right answer, as it's related to something he never considered. Woo! No. I'm done.
You done?
I'm done.
You done?
I'm done. I'm done.
Yeah. Okay. See, I thought I saw something inside the cleaning cart. I reached out for it, and I suddenly felt pain and appeared in this hallway. I think there was something else pretty small and dark next to the Sekimeiya.
What Shiroya saw next to the future Sekimeiya were smoke grenades. Not only the one Akaro had left there initially, but all of them. To conceal evidence, Akaro later brought the handful of grenades to the cleaning cart, and the moment that Shiroya made it disappear, they disappeared as well. Convenient? You might be wondering what happened in World C, where the cart never disappeared, but no grenades were found. It's a good question. In that world, Akaro also had the chance to put all the grenades in the cart, then they were never found, the same way Ito's set of keys wasn't found.
Oh. Okay. Yay. Annie for Press says, I'm making my own noises in my house. This is some bullshit. Wow. Oh, this is when it played the EDM over a dead kid.
Yeah.
Wow. Huge Sekimeiya stream moments. All of the hits. She's still dead, I'm afraid. Yeah.
I wonder if the tips are going to explain why Isla, a child, went into a room holding a tape recorder.
Katsuki.
Are you listening to me?
I'm sorry. Look
Katsuki,
at that. Look
the
at
mastermind.
the tooltip. Katsuki.
Yeah, because he's
the mastermind. All right. I think you mean Knight Rider theme. I don't know what that is. All right, go ahead.
In the lower bedroom, Sai had an idea about how he could escape the locked room they had set up. He only needed Kate to be distracted for an instant. He didn't want him to leave. Sai told him that Katsuki had been threatening them. At first, Kate didn't believe a word of it. However, Akaro quickly realized that Sai might have needed his assistance. Sai was claiming that Akaro had been threatened as well, and he could easily deny it. When Akaro confirmed it, Kate's look changed. He didn't believe it. He'd seen Akaro's first reaction. They were lying. Most importantly, Akaro was claiming that Katsuki had been behind the attack, and Kate knew who Akaro was. Why? Did both of them suspect that Kate was behind Isla's death? Perhaps they wanted to see whether he could accept another version of events. If he denied it without considering it, he might have given himself away. Kate yelled Katsuki's name as he climbed up, unaware that the door of the bedroom was opening while his shouts concealed the sound.
Okay. I tune out for all of that. I'm sure it was helpful though.
coconut gun can fire in spurts. If he shoots you, it's gonna hurt. He's bigger and faster and stronger too. He's the first member
Having
of the DK crew.
having the English degree
DK.
caution sign while we're holding control through a visual novel is so fucking dire. Okay, it was the top ones first, right? It was top to
Yes,
bottom. That's
yeah.
how that worked. Okay, cool.
Yeah, do you want to save it real quick? Okay, all right. Well, there
It's
we
too
go.
late. Full send.
It's too late.
It's too late.
All right, nothing on that one. That's good.
Yeah, I think it always just funnels you back. Yeah. This is a great recap for the new viewers, especially with the DK wrap over top. The next tip is the first one I had as an interesting one on my list of interesting tips in case you didn't have enough time to do all of them. How you said lock in. The knife! The knife. The knife. Teleporting knife. Teleporting knife.
The knife. Oh, yeah, how did the knife get here?
The knife. Knight Rider is the show that literally everything with a car that talks to you references. I don't remember anything with a car that talks to me.
You don't know Knight Rider?
No.
I've never seen an episode of Knight Rider, but I've heard of Knight Rider. Not to be confused with Ghost Rider or Ghost Writer. Those are different things. Where did Sai's knife come from?
Is the story over and you're getting every explanation now? Yeah, we're after you beat Sekimeiya once, it augments the story when you go through it again with like tips, and so we're getting extra information.
Originally, it belonged to Surupo. Wait, I had voice assignments. Oh, okay. All right. They show up in the tip.
Yeah.
Okay. After his death in World C, Akaro had heard a sound come from hallway A. It was Kate, who had appeared in the security room. Akaro entered the hallway and prevented him from seeing the scene in the lobby. However, he hadn't had enough time to get rid of the knife, which he had under his shirt. Later, when the group world switched to World A, Karo finally had the chance to leave it behind after removing his fingerprints. It was there where Sai found it, as Shoya pulled into that world. Soon after, Sai returned to World B by world switching alone. The knife eventually ended up in Shoya B's hands, but it vanished from existence when he traveled to December 30th with it in her purse. Oh, okay.
Finally getting the Akaro insert, yeah. Try to enter the elevator.
This is where Sai uses the Sekimeiya to teleport in just to kill Katsuki.
That's true, yeah. Oh, this was the nested choice, I see. Yes, he let out a cry of joy when he saw that it hadn't been taken.
Katsuki is able to find the right bedroom's key in the drawer, so had Sai failed to grab it? Had Sai ignored the fact that they could have locked themselves inside that room? Sai thought he was still chasing Katsuki A, who had punched him in the face. The moment Katsuki A had run away, Sai had taken both bedroom keys to prevent him from staying inside one. When the chase shifted to World B, Sai was unaware the world around him had changed. He entered the attic with the attic key from World A, and he didn't take the bedroom keys because he thought he had already taken them. Later, when he and Shoya traveled to the attic's bedroom, Sai appeared with both bedroom keys, and they were still the ones from World A.
Dear God. Oh, is this still the... By the way, you never reattached the chain, right?
The chain? What are you talking about?
Nothing.
Sai detached the bedroom chains in World A to prevent Katsuki from hiding in one, so that was further confirmation the world around him had changed.
I see.
Okay.
What?
When Sai delivers a fatal blow to Shiroya, he stares at her fallen corpse. Something doesn't seem to make sense from his point of view. He had already stated as fact before Shiroya would die. He had seen her corpse in World A, so he was certain that death was in her inevitable future. Her inevitable fate. The reason behind Sai's sudden confusion lies behind Shireu's cause of death. When he saw her corpse in the lobby, he didn't see any physical wound. However, he just sliced the knife across her chest.
Makes sense.
That causes Sai's momentary puzzlement, but he's able to instantly shrug it off and move on to his second victim.
He loves it. Loves it. Okay. Now we go.
Try the elevator, and then we do the other nested one.
Yeah, that's right. Okay.
Yeah.
Stay inside the elevator.
Teleporting Sai. Teleporting Sai.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's it.
That's it. Okay.
Continue running down. Let's get down to business to defeat.
We had that at Disney Carry. Sai's plan.
Sai couldn't explain his recent experiences, but he was sure that something had happened to the world. The Katsuki who punched him wasn't the same one he was speaking with, and the green lights on the cameras indicated the state of the world was changing. He recognized that the Katsuki in front of him was the same person he'd been with since that morning, and by hearing what he said, Sai began to slightly comprehend what had happened. The first time the world had changed had been when both Sekimeiya had disappeared in room B6. Curious, Sai asked if that was where Katsuki and Shiroi had found the Sekimeiya, and upon having that confirmed, he learned something important. Both Sekimeiya had been left behind there, and Katsuki and Shiroi had activated the one inside the drawer. That told Sai not only that they had gone to the future, but that when they had returned, someone had taken it. However, they thought that the Sekimeiya had teleported to the drawer, when in truth, that one had also been there all along. Sai knew that the Sekimeiya in the event room was the past one, and that he needed to use it in order to put together a plan he quickly came up with to take advantage of Katsuki and Shiroi's story.
He's so cool.
He is so cool. I wish I was him.
Yeah, I also wish I was him. Traces of the Sekimeiya.
The tips are just all Sai. Sai is referring to the forum thread that Vaisude had posted in November. Back then, Sai had replied to it in a frivolous way, but it didn't take long for the Sekimeiya event to be announced. Troll. By the time that it happened, the thread had already been locked.
No way.
Something was going to happen on December 15th. Sai knew that, and as proven by Worlds A and C, he would have gone to the event even if he hadn't read that forum thread. Convenient. However, in World B, the possibility of time travel was in his mind since the start. The moment that Katsuki traveled to the past, two things were confirmed to Sai. Dude just showed up to this thinking that there was a time traveling at one point during the day, a very large travel would occur. He had to be careful if he didn't want to be sent to November 24th, and he knew that traveling so far to the past would be possible.
Is it in chapter 3? Okay. Next reply. Which I love a Gotho demon.
That's him. That's Sai.
Yeah, right. If you can see the future, do me a favor and PM me tomorrow's lottery numbers. That'd be sick. I'd make a nice long reservation at that comfy Damsky resort place. Always wanted to go. Where's my lottery number? I was excited to go buy my ticket. Thank you, Sai.
2. The forum poster was somewhere around them. During 12 hours in the tower, Sai kept wondering who 7MD_AG could be.
Great question.
Good question.
Vaisude. I'm gonna probably listen to the Sekimeiya soundtrack in other contexts, I gotta say. Cameras disabled and associated footage erased.
At 10:04, Kate had disabled the camera in room B4. He didn't build Sekimeiya there, so alongside removing the incriminating footage, he'd surreptitiously... No, I said that wrong. Surreptitiously. Is that right?
Surreptitiously.
Surreptitiously. Shut the camera down so that he could retrieve them later. Queer ass. When Katsuki and Shiroi found Kate's corpse, a message was on the computer. 10:04, cameras disabled and associated footage erased. It had been there since Arena had attempted to display the footage from room B4. In other words, Sumari, the message was only addressing that particular camera. None of the others had been disabled, as shown by the presence of the green lights. This is because Kate is an idiot. Katsuki double-clicked on the camera selected on the list, Recam 1201. It was the one Arena had attempted to display, so he is met with the same error. Mia noticed something when she world switched to B. The camera in room B4 didn't have a green light, while all the others did.
Oh, egg chair!
Egg chair. Oh, no tips for the egg chair?
No tips for the egg chair. Rena and Isla have been here the whole time, but not you.
When World C and B meet, neither of their perspectives makes sense to the other. If you recall everything that happened in World C, you will understand the meaning behind all of Sai's and Akaro's words
We
and
figured this
deeds.
one out
Before them,
pretty soon.
we
Yeah,
did
pretty
actually.
early.
I think we did. I think we did fairly well. It was
Yeah, I
like the
think so.
really like complicated shit that we didn't
Yeah.
get, and you got it more than I did. Before them, the two bodies that had vanished reappeared: Shroya and a bloody arena. In addition, they thought Shroya had died weeks in the past. Given the blood on Rena's clothes, what Sai and Akaro instantly assumed was that she was the body that disappeared from next to the crystal floor stairs. Well, you're not dead after all, but we felt your pulse. And according to Arena, she didn't remember what happened before she'd been attacked. Even though she was talking about a different attack, that led to Sai's strange statement: "Not even you have been here since 9." Of course, Arena and I have been here the whole time, but not you. She was not thought to be the same Arena who'd been with them since this morning, as the way she'd come into existence was still a mystery to them. Didn't understand that, to be honest, but
nope,
okay.
Neither. That's okay. Forcing my eyes shut to suppress the pain.
Oh my god. Oh my god. When Katsuki dashes out of the elevator, his eyes are closed due to the intense pain. That prevents him from seeing the trail of his own blood going from the storeroom towards the stairs. Later, that helps him mistakenly believe that he altered history, as he never saw a result of his actions after deciding to try to change the past.
Glass wasn't fully shut.
Katsuki finds the event room to be cold. The glass of the cabinet isn't properly shut. It had been open since Serena had taken the future Sekimeiya out before world switching to sea. After the group's departure, the Sekimeiya fell to the floor, and the glass was not closed. How powerful must this refrigeration be to cool the room if the glass is not open, if the glass is not closed?
This is bullshit. This is not how fridges work. Yeah.
Two people entered the event room before Katsuki's return, Sai and Katsuki A. Both of them noticed the cold, but neither of them closed the cabinet. Katsuki A touched the future Sekimeiya and world switched to world C. Sai, who had locked Shuri inside a bedroom a second time, arrived after Katsuki's vanishing and took the Sekimeiya from the floor, hiding it in the women's bathroom.
Strange smell felt very strong and prominent. We've also gotten no explanation of the fucking Sekimeiya gas or whatever, bro.
Yeah. The smell released by the Sekimeiya as it gathered energy was often perceived as a tower. It became the building's scent, and everyone grew used to it subconsciously. However, numerous times the intensity of the smell seemed to increase. Why did this occur? Because it was hot? If the group spent hours in the attic, upon walking down the crystal floor, if one of the Sekimeiya had been gathering energy there, the smell would seem more prominent.
The Sekimeiya has a gas. Yeah, when the police went, they said that they found like an invisible gas in the air.
But that's not all. Noticing the smell often indicated something else. A world switch. What? When Katsuki and Arena were in World C, both real Sekimeiya were in the attic, so after returning to World B, Katsuki sensed that the smell was strangely strong.
Stinky timeline, yeah.
Oh, that's it? Okay.
I felt very tired.
Ooh, music. When Katsuki travels to the past, he notices that blood has stopped coming out of his injury. Additionally, he feels very tired. The relation between those results is direct. The body he appeared in had lost a lot of blood. However, he never actually bled all that blood, so why did he appear in a body that had lost it? Not only that, but the injury was still there, so why was no more blood coming out of it? Before the time he will reach the replicated location in the future, Katsuki will rush to the crystal floor stairs and reopen his wound. To keep blood from flowing, he will bandage his hand with toilet paper. That might help you answer the second question, but what about the first? When was all that blood lost? There's still a bit of time for you to find that answer.
Nope, don't care. Spoon feed it to me. We're done. The quiz is over. I don't get a grade anymore. I don't give a shit.
Feed me on my pillow with a spoon. Let's go.
Yes.
Yes.
Why?
Sai claims to have heard Katsuki's door slam, but that is not the truth. When Katsuki made that noise, Sai was in the process of traveling to the future. Arena's world switch. He was just lying.
He was just lying.
Arena's world switch brought him back to the Ike's bedroom, where Shroya had been trapped.
Incredible.
Why do you say that he heard it then? He just does that. He thought Katsuki was testing him. He thought that the intent behind the question was to figure out whether he had traveled to the future and whether such a thing was possible. To prevent Katsuki from learning the truth, he claimed to have heard the sound he could not only have heard if he had traveled to the past.
Bro was overestimating Katsuki here.
Yep. Yep.
Oh. Irina's hidden actions.
Maria's mood seems to have changed since Katsuki left. When she made Katsuki and Shiroya world switch to them, it seemed as if the Sekimeiya teleported to its cabinet. A Sekimeiya was there in World C. It was the fixed Sekimeiya that the people of that world had left there before Mia went to sleep in the attic. However, you might have noticed something strange. Nope.
Oh, for sure. Yep.
Later in that world, when Katsuki and Mia went down after waiting on the second floor, the cabinet on the event room was empty. Who took the fake Sekimeiya? Very few people would have had the chance, and it was Arena B who did. When her group arrived in World C, Katsuki went to the staff room to check if the Sekimeiya had disappeared from Ito's locker. He was followed by Shiroya, which gave Arena the perfect opportunity to silently take the fake Sekimeiya from the unlocked cabinet and put it in her purse. She still wanted to travel to the past, so she calmly waited with the others while she thought that the Sekimeiya she had was gathering energy. When she and Katsuki stopped on the third floor and returned to World B, Katsuki took the elevator down, and a future self of his appeared from the partitions, claiming to have traveled to the past and stopped the wounds bleeding. Wait, what? There's no way. Arena couldn't help but react that way, as she had the Sekimeiya in her purse. The moment Katsuki left her alone next to the elevator, she reached inside her purse and attempted to travel through time. The Sekimeiya was there, but of course nothing happened. That disappointment caused Arena's unresponsiveness when Katsuki returned with Sai. This also erased the fixed Sekimeiya in World C, did it? And led to the existence of 2 in World B. Arena soon got rid of hers, but the one that Akaro A had hidden was still in the building, and it was the one that the police found at 9 o'clock.
Oh. I see. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
We're getting close to the end of chapter 1.
Yeah,
Yeah.
episode 1. Yeah.
Let's go to Mia City. Take me to Mia City. Take me to Mia City. Oh, because it's not a Sekimeiya, it can travel. Yeah, the fake Sekimeiya can go wherever it wants. Why does Sayomiya's shirt look like it has a watermark on it? It's a reference to Remember 11 or something, I think. Oh.
The crash?
No? No. It's doing a chapter transition or something. Here we go. Mia! 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 She couldn't help but feel as if she'd smelled it before. Oh.
Mia feels as if she recognizes the smell in the gem shop, yet she isn't able to determine what it is. What exactly was in the air?
Whoa. Chinchillas.
The answer is that 2 different smells were blending together, the smell of gas and the Sekimeiya's scent. Mia partly recognized the gas in the air, but due to the Sekimeiya's alien smell, she wasn't able to realize what it was. On December 15th, Mia and Shiroya were exposed to Sekimeiya's smell once again, and they almost felt as if they'd smelled it once before.
Tell me what the background music is. What's the name of this song? Oh,
wait, that's it?
That's it. That's it.
Wait.
She smelled gas before. That's it.
That's it?
The heater was leaking. She smelled gas.
What happened? What happened to the Shiroya that the other Shiroya saved? She got yeeted into the future with the Sekimeiya, and then
yeah, she
what?
touched
She
the
shows up at
Sekimeiya.
one
Well,
point?
we don't know because we're getting an epilogue for Shiroya at some point in here. I don't know which Shiroya though. Chapter 2's title.
Do you think she forgot to do the lottery?
I don't know.
Well, Eden is a perfect world that was given to Adam and Eve. In this world, everyone who was trapped in the tower survived, and Shiroya, who was thought to have died, reappeared on her birthday. It's a world that was given to Katsuki and Mia, and just like Eden, it might look perfect at first glance. It's exactly what Katsuki and Shiroya wanted in World B.
She forgottery? Oh.
But that is far from the case. Eden is a world doomed to fail. Wait, what the fuck? Not only that, but it is a single step away from disaster. It only requires the forbidden fruit.
Weeb shit has to bring in the Bible. It has to bring. It's like it's fucking Evangelion. It's fucking the last part of Umineko when Angie is like, God made it this way. Now we're getting a fucking Adam and Eve some bullshit. Why does it always gotta be the fucking Bible? I don't need this shit. I'm sorry we included your trigger word. Yeah. Akaro's behavior.
The way Akaro initially portrays himself is quite different in Worlds B and C. In World B, he hurries Naomi to unlock the cabinet. We know, and we don't need this introduction, so let's move along. You've been praising this find of yours in every advertisement. Let's see how your claims hold up. In World C, however, he does the opposite. He stops Naomi to buy time. The reason is the same in both cases. The smoke bombs are timed to go off very soon. In World B, he didn't want them to go off before the cabinet unlocked, and in World C, he didn't want them to go off after the cabinet opened, so that there was no staining on the Sekimeiya.
Oh.
What causes the time difference between both worlds is the talk Katsuki and Shoya have in the hallway B before entering the event room. As such a thing doesn't occur in World C, Akaro is forced to take action. After proving himself knowledgeable at Ashia, he maintains that image, telling the group about Zen as soon as they regain consciousness. This is a nice little detail, actually.
Yeah,
like
it
this.
is. Yeah, when it's like something, the one about leaning against the jacket was funny too. Like it's kind of fun.
Yeah.
I actually quite like a lot that the quiz is doing that the Vienna is doing in terms of features. Like I like this going back through and having little notes. I like the quiz conceptually, even though I didn't love the implementation of it. Like I really like the notes and search. Like I really like how this Vienna has a lot of quality of life features. Like I think this is really neat. Like I'm actually really enjoying this.
I like this too.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm buying some thieving gloves so my thieving doesn't fail.
Oh, okay.
Could take questions out loud if Katsuki could have been the one to power off the computer. Once the conversation ends, he will talk to Miya privately and tell her that Katsuki is lying to her. A bit later, even Sai will say something similar.
This is the first Vienna I ever read, and it spoiled me with features. I can't imagine reading this and then having to to backpedal on features and something like Umi. That's crazy. Yeah.
In both cases, the answer relies on Katsuki B, who is also in the building. You might recall that he thought Kate must have seen him when he closed across through floor 2, holding the Sekimeiya. You mean Sekimeiya? Aware of the Sekimeiya's powers, Kate could understand that the sighting of Katsuki was related to it. That's why he attempts to push the narrative that Katsuki was behind the computer shutdown, certain that he was the one to take this fake Sekimeiya from the event room.
That's right.
Yep, that makes sense.
There's a crazy first impression to have of Viens. Yeah, this is like so off the charts for how most Viens are. That's really funny. Sai used it.
Miya doesn't notice that the Katsuki she's talking to is a different person than moments prior in the security room. Katsuki C had traveled to the future with Sai, and before his return, Katsuki B had occupied his place.
This whole thing is so fucking funny, by the way. Like, this is the funniest development that Katsuki is just, like, replacing himself at various points.
And then just pretending to be like, oh, how would that go? So, sometime after Sai and Katsuki, and then he theorized that he was replacing his own replacement of 1.2. Sometime after Sai and Katsuki C had appeared in the future, Sai had noticed that the elevator was open. Once he shut its door, it immediately ascended, and as Katsuki had called it while trapped inside the attic.
I read this before Umi, and I was so miffed. Umi doesn't have a quiz. I would have lost my goddamn mind at an Umi quiz.
Sai and Katsuki met, but neither of them said that they had traveled through time. When Katsuki saw the time on Sai's watch, the idea that he had traveled to the past was reinforced. Before traveling, Sai had disappeared to check if the Sekimeiya hidden in the storeroom had powers as well, so it made sense to find him separate from the group in the past. For Sai, it meant that he had traveled alongside Katsuki when he'd been going back to the event room. He learned that more than one person could travel at once. When they returned to the security room, both of them believed that they had been gone for mere minutes, and they were not aware that Ann Katsuki. Had been with the group since their departure. That's why numerous things that Katsuki C says conflict with what Katsuki B did.
Oh my god. More devastating than a Sekimeiya, for sure.
Batsuki estimated that Katsuki had traveled 20 minutes through time, and that wasn't that accurate. When Katsuki gave his version, he said he traveled a few minutes to the past, aware that it couldn't have been as many as 20 because the attic had been locked.
Where did the Katsuki nickname even start? We didn't see a sprite for Katsuki for all of like chapter 1 basically until the end, and so because we didn't see him, we just decided he was wearing cat ears. And then by the time we did see a sprite and he wasn't wearing cat ears, it didn't matter anymore.
Wait, he never even saved Mia. He just saved Shiroya in the only timeline where Shiroya died.
Pretty much, yeah.
Right?
Yeah, pretty much. That is pretty much what occurred, yeah.
Huh. Raise your hand if you notice the smoke pattern difference on Katsuki. We noticed at one point that smoke was gone on one of them, but we didn't notice the smoke difference.
We noticed the pattern.
We never did that, yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, it was earlier. Sai used it. Unaware that they talked about the elevator in the security room, Katsuki confirms that Sai closed it. It's no speculation.
He still saved Mia?
Later on, Mia and Katsuki will be in the mechanical room, and a similar situation will arise with neither of them noticing. Katsuki doesn't know that the theory that Batsuki brought up regarding the Sekimeiya's power storage, and will hear it for the first time from Mia. We don't know how long it's been here for, so it might not be a good idea. What do you mean? Well, if the time you travel depends on how long it spends out of the cabinet, you could go really far back. I see.
This is the part where they go to take a little nappy, maybe.
What happened to Shiroya C? She died.
No, Shiroya C is the one who went into the future. Shiroya A died. Shiroya A got murdered in the elevator.
Oh yeah, Shiroya A died. Yeah, sorry, got mixed up.
You want me to take over reading this for a bit, by the way?
Sure, go for it.
Sai raises a good point. How is Kate able to know that he was missing for 3 hours? Even though Sai accuses him of having left the building, the truth is he had traveled to the future with Suripo. That doesn't answer the question, though. How is he able to tell how long he's been absent for? The past location that was replicated was from the time Suripo was in the lobby. At that time, Kate was in the security room, so that's where he appeared. What he immediately saw was the BIOS screen that Katsuki and Mia had left behind, which displayed the current time and revealed to him that he had traveled to the future. Oh. Purposeful fingerprints. The reason why Akaro takes the walkie-talkie is not to try to repair it. What he wants is to justify the fingerprints that the police would have found on its surface. Something similar happened in World B, although it was Kate who thought of it. Oh. Before Naomi A's body was found, he brought the suitcase from hallway C to the security room. He realized he hadn't touched it when they'd found it, so he wanted everyone to see him touching it and leaving fingerprints. That makes sense, yeah.
Huh. Kind of smart, you hate to see it.
Look at what we found, Tanya. Why does Isla call Mia Tanya? Wasn't that Shiroya's nickname? This one's easy. On November 30th, Katsuki bought both girls matching pendants. Even though they weren't real tanzanite, they were a convincing fake. Mia and Shiroya were wearing the pendant in their respective worlds, so Isla came up with the nickname Tanya for both of them. Oh, the other part of what happens to her is in the credits section of chapter 2, where she calls Katsuki and is confused, which seems like she's reappearing from the dead. I didn't even make that connection. I totally forgot about that. That's interesting. Thank you, Ormit. I actually completely forgot about that. Do you have any idea about where the Sekimeiya could be? In Room A1, Katsuki met with Batsuki, who took over the search and temporarily acted like Katsuki. Minutes after that, Katsuki timidly approached the storeroom and found everyone besides the secret door. There, he learned that he had completed the whole search without finding anything. That was all the information he had, so every time he was accused of having ignored something on purpose, he couldn't directly reference the search, as he wasn't sure about how it had unfolded. That's why he asked Mia if she knows where the Sekimeiya could be, just in case she's aware of a potential hole in a search he didn't witness. Oh, stay.
Stay.
Oh, the magic throw!
It's actually one of my favorite parts of the whole VM.
That was probably my actual fit. Wait, did I just click past it? I think I just clicked past
yeah.
it. Fuck. I gotta go through it again. Sorry. I didn't mean to click past it. I can't rewind. I'll just have to click past it. Actually, I might be able to. Well, I'll just. It was quick. It was quick to hold. If you go through it again, it won't stop automatically. So careful. Oh shit, you're right. Shit. Shit. Alright. I'm doing manual. Going manual.
Manual.
Just open the log and scroll to the bottom of the ending. It's more fun to do this though. What?
Hell yeah. Here we go.
Here we go. Altered dichotomy title. How many dichotomies were altered in this scenario? Sai claimed that the Sekimeiya's main two powers, traveling to the past and future, were but a fraction of their capabilities. Mia stopped existing and Shiroya took her place. Neither Ashia nor Zin ended up in possession of the real Sekimeiya. In this case, it was Sai who was able to keep both of them. Yay! There was one more dichotomy that was altered, and knowing it will help you figure out Sai's tricks. To achieve what he wanted, he altered the dichotomy between real and fake Sekimeiya. Oh.
Yeah, one of them was a fake.
Yay. We've talked about Katsuki and Batsuki plenty, but what about Yatsuki?
Oh.
Are you ready for Shiroya City the second time around? We're getting close.
Oh, fuck it all.
In World A, before Akaro knocked out Naomi, she told him that the Sekimeiya must always remain in a cold place, and they could break if they remained outside their cabinet. He'd already heard that from Ito, but Naomi's tone of voice made it sound much more important. That scared Akaro. Would both real Sekimeiya break if he kept them in the cleaning cart? Unaware that they were no longer there, Akaro concluded he had to move them. He didn't know how long the shutter would stay there for, but he knew Ashia Tower very well. Other cabinets with temperature functions existed. Thanks to the security room key he had found in Naomi's keyring, Akaro went to the attic. There he found both real Sekimeiya and traveled through time. As soon as he understood what happened, he created a plan and executed it. Oh shit! Akaro kinda smart actually. At the end of the plan, he put the future Sekimeiya in the refrigerator, moved the suitcase, rejoined the group holding the past Sekimeiya, and managed to keep it in a cold cabinet in B4 where everyone stayed for a long time. Katsuki was like the last one to figure out how the Sekimeiya worked. However, both times, Akaro made a mistake. He wasn't aware of how cold the temperature had to be, as above 0 degrees Celsius, the Sekimeiya would always gather energy. Unlike Katsuki, he didn't tamper with this temperature setting, and in room B4, he set the cabinet to 5 degrees Celsius. During the time the Sekimeiya spent under those conditions, both of them gathered energy at a slow rate.
So there's water inside.
Eventually, Sai left room B4 and started exploring the tower, water-cooled gem cabinets. At that point, the elevator was on floor 6, so he was able to see the hidden bodies and reach the attic. Up there, he found the future Sekimeiya in the refrigerator. The instant he touched it, he was split in half by the door of room B4. Before his body appeared in the future, however, the door of the refrigerator was left open, which made Katsuki notice it was strangely cold in the attic. It was Katei who found the future Sekimeiya in the refrigerator, and he quickly hid it in a bedroom where Mia would soon activate it.
See, the fact that you don't get to know where the Sekimeiya come from make it feel like it's kind of like some magical, like, gifted entity that has like some amount of like consciousness or plan or something. But then it just, like, if you use it wrong, like, lol, you're inside a fucking door. You know, like, yeah, that's it's such an interesting incompatibility with the approach to it. Yeah.
As far as the game is concerned, they were just on that mountain and the gem shot dude found them. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Rina, you scared me. What's with all that blood? Wait, who am I? Are you? The entire day, Mia's thoughts carried mystery and ambiguity, rarely being organized or complete, especially when she was thinking about shot footballs. How much longer would I have to play along for? Ever since she'd exited our lives, I'd kept telling myself it would all eventually go back to how it was at the beginning. Yeah, this is where she was shitting all over Shiroya.
Yeah.
Regardless, I had to put on the same appearance, and it came naturally after the previous 2 weeks. Unlike Shiroya, she didn't fall into a coma, so she'd been living with Katsuki for 2 weeks.
My god.
She really was here, but there was often something important to infer from her thoughts, especially after she murdered Irina. Sorry, the chinchillas are really going. She'd killed a person. She'd wondered many times what that would be like, and she finally knew. Until 9, her mind kept going back to that moment, ever present in her thoughts, trying to make sense of what had really happened at that time. She was there, casually leaning against the line of cabinets. I could hardly believe what I was seeing, but there was no wariness in her eyes and not even a trace of blood near her. When Mia world switched to World B, she saw that the camera's green lights had returned. Computer, it re-enabled the cameras. This must really mean that they weren't recording until now, right? Hopeful, I entered one of the rooms. This song, I can't tell you until we get out of the...
This is my favorite track in the VM.
We'll look when we get out of it. Could that mean that her murder hadn't been recorded? Just as she was trying to rationalize that, Irina appeared in hallway B. Her clothes were caked in dried blood, and the wariness in her voice was back. In response, Mia started to answer a question that she never finished. Are you the Irina that I already killed? That's you don't want to ask that. A lot more happened until 9. Mia saw another Katsuki and was told that Shiroya would come back to life. Although her mind was pulled from many different sides, in the event room shortly before the shutter opened, she couldn't help but think about her own grim future. Whoop. I didn't think anything good could come of it. After all, there was a killer in the room. Despite that, as the seconds ticked along, the answers I tried to reach changed more and more. What would happen to me? I looked up to try to believe that nothing would, but I had no way to know. She looked up at the single camera in the room. The green light on it was no longer visible, but she had no way to know what that meant for her. As the final seconds passed by, Mia continued to wonder if anyone would ever see the time she had pushed Irina off the stairs on the 2nd floor. Damn. Twice as Dead is the name of this song.
By Nyagast.
By Nyagast. Oh, Giga Katsuki. Why does Batsuki request that they leave the Sekimeiya on the ground on the 2nd floor? It's the future Sekimeiya, and very soon Shiroya B will travel all the way to November 30th. Since she's in the attic, what Katsuki wants is to prevent the range of the future Sekimeiya from reaching Shiroya and causing a world switch. Makes sense. He recalls the events that he lived through. He knows that a group of people is next to the elevator on the crystal floor. That's why the ground on the 2nd floor is the best place to keep the future Sekimeiya.
Okay, yay.
I should be dead. Katsuki was right. Mia agrees that she should be dead. From her point of view, she should have died. On November 30th, she fell unconscious where a deadly explosion took place. However, when she woke up, her body had been moved. Oh, so she did get saved. Okay. She had no idea what had happened. She'd begun to wonder if she was mistaken about the exact place she had fallen unconscious. Despite that, she should have died. To her, it didn't make sense that she was alive.
Wait, so... Yeah, Mia dies every single time, and Shiroya... Because everything they did had already happened as we saw it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I
know. Something disappeared from Mia's purse. The proof that Shiroya had died was no longer there. It was a note that Katsuki had written days before December 15th, which Mia had been careful not to reveal that she had in her purse. So when did it vanish? Despite Mia's speculation, it wasn't a change in history that got rid of it. When Mia and Irina were together in room A5 in World B, Irina grabbed Mia's set of keys from her purse with a quick motion. After that, Mia dashed out of the room when she heard Katsuki calling Shiroya's name. That caused the note to fall to the floor, and Irina picked it up. Minutes later, in the event room, she gave it to Batsuki, which is how he obtained it originally, as it wasn't the same note that he'd already left behind a handrail. If you follow the movements of the note, though, you might notice that something is off. It only entered the tower in World C in Mia's purse. Late into the day, when she went to World B, she dropped it and Irina had picked it up. Irina gave it to Katsuki B before the future location of one of his travels, which let him have it in the past. He first saw it in the staff room and immediately tossed it behind one of the hallway B handrails, where the police of that world found it. There's one last key to understanding this puzzle. Before Mia dropped the note for Irina to obtain it, she had traveled back in time. I looked up and saw three... Sorry, I heard something weird. I looked up and saw 3 slits in the door. Despite the darkness that should have existed behind them, I discerned a glow. It could have only been one thing. Despite being filled with questions, my mind was blank. My hand was drawn to the shape that had begun to take form behind the dark lines, and through the narrow space I made contact, hoping with all my might that I would be brought to the awaited time. However, hallway A was my next sight. Then I fell to the floor immediately after appearing. She appeared in hallway A, dropped the note next to Irina in room A5, and then the replicated location took place. In World C, she and Katsuki ran to the crystal floor after Akaro. Since they were ahead, they didn't notice her pick up the note. Afterwards, she ran to catch up with Katsuki, which is why she appeared in hallway A in World B, and immediately fell to the floor. So there's a large inconsistency. If she dropped the note before the replicated location, why does she have it when she appeared in hallway A? She must have had it, or else she couldn't have dropped it in room A5. Do you remember something Katsuki B thought regarding the note? I ain't following all that? No. I put my hand in my pocket, but the note wasn't there. It had disappeared at some point. Right, the next time I traveled to the past, I didn't disappear with it, but why? I should have. Oh, it's like I thought earlier. I had the note when I traveled to the past. From the staff room, I appeared in hallway B and then slammed the storeroom door to create a new noise. After that, I waited in the bathroom on the second floor. There I put my hand in my pocket because I wanted to flush the note away, but it wasn't there. That's why I didn't appear with it. I wanted to flush it away, so if I had, I wouldn't have held the note in the future, and I never could have appeared with it. What he thinks happened makes sense, and it would have happened if not for something he didn't realize. By the time he traveled from the staff room, he had already dropped the note Arena had given him in the event room. Why are these people dropping things everywhere?
Yeah.
Sai was the least of my concerns. I barely put any thought into punching him, but before I did, I saw a conspicuous smile all over his face. It only faded momentarily, returning right after the blow. Katsuki had an altercation with Sai C near the elevator after Shiroya left them behind. At that time, the note fell from his pocket, and someone found it just minutes later, none other than Mia herself. We ran behind Akaro. I looked down and saw that there was still no blood on the floor or the suitcase. Or the staircase. What? On the floor, below the elevator panel, there was a folded piece of paper. Katsuki and Akaro were ahead of me, so they didn't see me grabbing it and putting it in my purse. Did it not? Joe making big idol gains, right? Did it not disappear after all? Akaro was in the storeroom, but I just followed behind Katsuki.
It's just playing itself. It's
completely
okay, don't
lost
worry.
for words. How the hell had that made it there? Right before she ran through hallway A to satisfy her previous travel, she reobtained the note. And at 9, the police didn't find it in her shoe, where she had stored it as a last-ditch effort. So even though only one note entered the tower in the morning, a copy of it reached the end of worlds B and C. She's carrying this note around as proof that Shiroya is dead? That goes hard.
Yeah.
That goes hard.
Weird.
I want to search the building again.
Nice.
Killing spree, killing spree. Oh, the bloody spree. In the hour before the tower unlocked, the scent of death enveloped Ashia Tower. Everyone reached the last stretch of their imprisonment just to fall victim to a sudden, gruesome massacre. But what really took place inside the giant building? What was the cause behind the last-second turn of events? Here are the facts you already know about. Swamp gas from Onegafuchi Swamp went into there, and that's what the Sekimeiya gas is, and they all lost their minds. 1.
Squid gas.
Squid gas. When the police entered the tower, it came out through the toilets. 1. When the police entered the tower, nobody was alive inside it. 2. All the deaths were instant, and 2 people couldn't have killed each other simultaneously. 3. No one committed suicide. Every single person who was trapped in the morning was attacked by another person.
Say it in red, repeat it in red.
Those points alone raise a serious question. Who killed the last person? Everyone who died was instantly killed by someone, so what happened to the last victim to fall dead? Let's look at more facts surrounding the case. 4. The police found and unlocked the hidden door in the storeroom. By doing so, they removed Sai's mark. In other words, Sumari, that door hadn't been opened since Sai had marked it more than 6 hours earlier. 5. The police found one of the Sekimeiya graying on the floor in the event room. 6. Everyone who died was killed by someone from their own world, and no killer world switched to another world. They all died in their own world, C, where they were found dead. 7. Everyone who died was pierced by the same screwdriver. When the last person died, their killer threw it away and the police found it next to the crystal room stairs. If you're curious, when the police analyzed it, they found 2 different sets of fingerprints on its handle. One set of prints matched with Mia's records. Do you know who else had wielded that screwdriver? Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. Don't. No.
Wait, what the fuck?
Don't do this to me.
Oh my god. They did all this just for this to happen?
Don't do this to me. Extra credit. And no child would mistake the death of their parents. That's right. Everyone who died was killed by someone from their own world, and no killer world switched to another world. They all died in their own world, C, where they were found dead. Doesn't that mean that someone from another world could have used one of the Sekimeiya to time travel within this same world? No. They all died in their own world, C, and everyone who died was killed by someone from their own world. Well, fuck me.
Wait, this was a bad end, right?
This was a bad end, yeah. Nobody committed suicide.
Okay, sorry, alright.
All the deaths were
No
incident.
committed
2 people
suicide.
couldn't have killed each other simultaneously.
Okay, this is impossible then.
And time travel within World C is still fair game. Yeah, clearly there was time travel that was involved, but I don't know how we're...
Does if you go back in time and kill yourself, does that count? Or sorry, if you go forward in time and kill yourself, does that count as suicide?
But there would still be somebody left alive then. This narrows your choices to 9 out of 27 characters. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this is the ending where Mia lost her memory and people suddenly started dying. So it's actually 8 because Mia was one of the sets of fingerprints. Is Sai for the love of the game? I don't know.
This is impossible since you win a travel back in time to do it. Can't you go? You can go forward in time to kill yourself, right? And then you just let it happen when you get there, right? Let's say for instance, Mia touched the Sekimeiya, traveled in the future, killed Mia in the future.
But then
right?
she won't be there
then
for
she
her
goes
to
back
kill. Because she traveled out of the past.
But then she go back in time with Sekimeiya. She go back to where she was.
Oh, she does both.
Right? Then she kills every single other person in the building, and then she just stands there and just waits for her past self to come and kill her.
Yeah, that's true.
So the question is, I feel like because no one was like, would that count as suicide?
I don't know. But
what about accidents? You said everyone was killed, right? Yeah.
You were attacked by another person. Who do we want to guess? Does it say they died instantly? Yes, it was. It says all the deaths were instant. 2 people couldn't have killed each other simultaneously. No one committed suicide. They were attacked by another person.
How did we get to this bad end? What happened?
I don't even know how to...
End of chapter 2, searching the building again instead of staying put.
Oh, I fucked it. Yeah, so Mia says that she wants to search the entire building. She says she has memory loss. She's super sus.
I say Sai.
You say Sai? This is Sai on vibes, and this is World C, right? I don't know. He's just riffing. He just decides that he wants to attack himself. Like,
he sighs, sees if he. Well, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to go back in time, and I'm going to see if I can stab myself to see if the Sekimeiya will let me do it. Doesn't realize he's actually touched the future Sekimeiya. He's killed himself. Realizes that he's fucked up big time. Goes around and starts stabbing. And at one point, Mia like gets a screwdriver away from him or some shit. I don't fucking know.
You don't know either. Akaro seems more murdery than Sai traditionally, but
Akaro
Sai
is kind of murdery, yeah.
Yeah, Akaro is kind of murdery, but I'm fine with going with Sai here. Doing a Sai final answer. Is there an option for a witch doing it? Sadly not. Akaro is my choice. Should we go Akaro or Sai?
Let's go Akaro then. Akaro C.
Akaro needs motive. Sai is just like that. That's true. Naomi trees. Alright, let's go. Naomi. A handful. You were right. Naomi trees. We've got 30 to 40 minutes of tips left. Okay, we should probably take a break here then after we finish this one. A handful of fingerprints belonging to Naomi C overlapped those from Mia. Does that make sense though? Wasn't Naomi lying on the floor in the lobby? What really happened when the police raided the building? In the lobby was the first indication of the bloodbath that had transpired. Dead eyes watched the officers from the floor, inviting them to a hell of corridors and blood. They were Suripo's eyes. Naomi wasn't there. She wasn't anywhere. As you know, the moment the first police officer took a step into the building, no speck of life dwelled anywhere. But that's hardly a problem, is it? The gray Sekimeiya that the police found indicates that someone activated it shortly before the shutters rose. It was the future Sekimeiya which had previously failed to let Kate escape from his pursuit. Oh, this is because Naomi wasn't dead, but we didn't know that at this point. I think.
Oh, so like, sorry, I just completely got sidetracked by the fact that they weren't allowed to world top. I
Yeah,
thought
we
everyone was
overcooked.
dead, but no.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Fucking
Whoever
hell.
activated it would
Yeah.
not have been present when the police entered the building. Let me refresh your memory of something you were once told. Fortunately, everyone was able to leave safely. That included Naomi, who was woken up by the loud noise of the shutter. However, a single decision nearly sent everything spiraling into destruction. Instead of the shutter, yells of pain that would have woken Naomi up before that time were almost let out. Disastrous yells that would have shattered everything that had been needed to get there. Oh. They were yells that in reality nobody ever heard. At 9:04, the police entered the building. Even though everyone was alive, Suripo was dead on the floor. The officers could hardly believe their eyes while the survivors emerged. So let's put together a plausible set of events. In World C, Naomi wasn't actually dead. The loud motion of the shutter woke her up at 9:04, but in this imaginary world, Irina and Isla's yells did so ahead of time. In a groggy state, she saw the killer finishing off Kate in hallway C, and the only thing she could do was dash at them and use their own weapon to seek instant vengeance. Naomi roamed around the tower and witnessed the 5 other corpses, the scent of blood mingling with the smell of the Sekimeiya to create an odor unlike anything she'd ever smelled before. When she entered the event room, the future Sekimeiya, which Kate had activated, had already powered back on. She ran to it to put it inside its cabinet, but she traveled to the future the moment she contacted the gemstone. When the
Why
police
would Mia do this?
For vibes. When the police entered the building, no one was alive inside until Naomi reappeared. Everyone had been killed by someone else. The killer hadn't escaped through the storeroom or to another world. Everyone who had died was killed by someone from their own world. Every single person who had gotten trapped in that morning was attacked by another person. Even Naomi, who was attacked and severely injured in World A by a Karo. This seems to answer most questions, but of course, what about all the other murders? What happened before Naomi's reawakening? The truth is something that wouldn't be theorized, even once, by the police or anyone who dared tackle the case. In their world, that is. You know about the time where everyone waited in the event room, calmly spending the last few minutes of the day-long countdown. No one present had any idea of what it had taken for that young, red-haired girl to be sitting there against a wall, staring indifferently at the walls and approaching her long-awaited release. At that time, the thought of killing anyone was nowhere in her mind, and that didn't change when an impulse drew her out of the room. It was all she could do to obstruct the predictions that a mysterious Katsuki had made, but she had no intention to go any further than that. She'd already abandoned the thoughts of death. After all, she had already killed once. In World A, she had killed Irina, and repeating that act was not something she had even considered. While waiting in the event room, most of Mia's thoughts were directed to her own well-being. The sight of the camera and not knowing whether her action had been recorded unnerved her. So that begs the question that everyone would ask themselves. What drove someone to kill that many times mere minutes before their release? Completely ignorant to what she was doing, the moment Mia rushed out of the event room, she created a world with only one survivor. An investigation went on for a very long time, but nobody had access to the swaths of information that they were missing. So when a conclusion was reached, it was impossible to feel that the truth had really been found. The sudden bloody spree was the final mystery of December 15th, 2011, which eluded the grasp of everyone who tried to solve it.
There's a tip in the tip?
Oh, there was a tip in the tip. Is this the same one? This is the same one. That's just the end of the tip?
That's just the end. That's just the end of the tip?
It's the same one.
Okay.
I was lied to? I was lied to?
Oh, we get to go again.
Yeah,
You know what? I'm
let's go.
feeling Naomi C.
You're feeling Naomi C? Okay.
Yeah, I'm feeling Naomi C.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's just the end of the tip. Okay. All right. Reward.
Reward?
All right. We want to take a little break until we finish up?
Sure.
Okay. All right. We will be right back. All right, we're back. We're back. We're back. We were saying, did we miss a tip? Someone said we might miss a tip. I don't think we missed a tip. I don't care.
I don't think we missed a tip.
Okay. All right. You think we're good? Okay. All right.
I want to stay in the event room.
All right. Before 9 o'clock? In this world, the shutter seems to unlock a few minutes before 9, but that's merely a misunderstanding with Sai's wristwatch. Earlier in the day, Sai traveled to the future alongside Katsuki. However, both of them thought they had traveled to the past, so Sai never believed that the time on his watch was incorrect. It was several minutes ahead of the real time, but the computer had stopped working. And when the world switched to A, the security room was locked. The first time he thought that it might have been wrong was when he heard the shutter opening. Oh, we're so close to Shiroya City. Oh, man. It's Laurels. Suripo speaks with Laurels, a seemingly idiosyncratic individual who was ushered away in the commotion, though not by a phone call, like she claimed. Observers witnessing her were quick to spot something, like a second set of arms rummaging in her coat. What? But most brushed it off as cosplay. There were no records regarding her existence anywhere on Earth. From the Doctor Who spin-off, Wedge, the series, as per Kickstarter reward, cameo scene. Somebody paid to get a Doctor Who character in here? That's so funny. I was wondering why they would put her in here, but that's a really funny reason. This is the most plausible explanation for the origin of the Sekimeiya. Oh my god. 4 of them are dead. Counting everyone, there should be 3 left. The initial reports say that 3 people are missing, but the real number is 4. Katsuki, Arina, Sai, and Akaro. The reason behind this misunderstanding is Naomi A's body. The police believed at least 8 people had been trapped, so when they found 4 dead bodies in Shiroya, they thought that only 3 people were unaccounted for. 2 of the dead bodies belong to Naomi, so with a little more investigation, those numbers would be doubted. What the fuck did the police make of the fact that they're finding multiple dead bodies of the same person, by the way?
Yeah.
Needed roof.
Yeah.
Oh, this is just for you. Katsuki tells Shiroya to appear below a stone roof, but he hasn't enough time to fully explain why. If Shiroya had appeared wide in the open, her body would have collided with the falling snow, but that's not all. The roof would have been needed even if no snow had been falling at the moment she appeared. That's due to the snow on the ground. If there had been any, Shiroya's future location would have been slightly sunk into it in her own footprints. Those would not yet have existed in the past, so Shiroya's feet would have collided with an even layer of snow, and she would have lost the bottom portions of her feet, bleeding profusely.
No.
Chapter 3's title. The third chapter is titled Peripheral. The main story of this chapter happens outside of Ashiya Tower. It's the periphery of the story. Not only that, but its main goal resembles that of a computer peripheral. An external part of the computer essential for the entire machine to work. If Shiroya hadn't been in Shiroya City to relay the group from Chapter 1 to Chapter 5, the entire structure would have collapsed. Lastly, it references peripheral vision, as this view is essential to solve the mysteries of this part of the story. That's by definition not what a peripheral is. Shiroya's narrow field of view prevented her from noticing the truth around her, but if she had widened it ever so slightly, she would have taken notice of everything she was missing. Would she? Similarly, if your approach for this chapter had been different, your perception of it would have changed drastically. True. Didn't read it with love. Oh, look at him. There he is. Why in the bedroom? Sai and Shiroya appear in the right bedroom of the attic, but the reason for that seems to be that they appeared inside it. After all, that's what lets them stay there until the time of the future location. There are other instances where you might ask yourself similar questions. It seems like a paradox that appeared out of thin air. However, be certain they all share something that makes them decipherable. There is no effect without a distinct cause. Okay, Ryukishi. It is a Ryukishi moment, isn't it? Feathering looking ass. Alright. Illusions to illusions, yeah. You okay?
I'm doing great.
You're doing great.
great.
He's doing great.
I'm doing great.
He's doing great.
Yeah.
Take me back to Shiroya City. We're in it. The good times, the bad times. Oh. Happy New Year!
Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Oh my
Oh
god.
fuck. Oh, that's really funny. Delightfully devilish. Step aside and wait out the days. Absolutely. The part I hate the most about it is the fact that it's funny. The fact that that information was delivered that way is very fucking funny. Yeah. Oh yeah, the tower's demolition in the future where they found the bodies. In this imaginary world, the real story converged with your request. Shiroya never returned to the tower on January 5th, leading to many changes. She wasn't there to save the lives of everyone who had activated a chain of future travels at the end of December 15th. Because she didn't go to the tower on January 5th, her future self didn't exist on December 15th. Shiroya wasn't there at the end of the day to prevent Katsuki from unplugging the cabinet. As a result, he ended up traveling to the future, and the 2 fake Sekimeiya the police put in the cabinet at 9 never ended up breaking. On January 1st, when Katsuki found Shiroya, he ran behind her without thinking, causing the final accident that would forever change her life. At the scene, a police officer approached her to ask for her name, as he thought she was one of the people who should have been in the tower on December 15th, so she was taken into a car. The rest of the missing people, however...
Who's in the car that was outside her house? Remember?
What do you mean?
That she couldn't see through the window, remember?
Oh, Akaro?
Was it Akaro? Was it?
Maybe? Akaro? Kat says Akaro. The rest of the missing people, however, were not found, which eventually put an end to Ashia's desperate claims. Akaro was stalking her. Interesting. Months passed. In this world, the storeroom secret was never found. Kite had escaped in the morning, and the door was always unlocked. That's why Shiroya never attempted to re-enter the tower once she was freed. Despite all these changes, however, the chain of future travel still took place. You might be able to figure out why. And on October 4th, the tower was demolished, destroying the future Sekimeiya. When the missing people appeared, their bodies collided with the fallen debris, killing them instantly. Days later, when the debris was being cleaned, the gruesome fate of the 3 missing people was finally known to all. Irina was discovered last, as she had appeared where the mechanical room had once been. Damn. Alright.
I know you could destroy a Sekimeiya.
I guess so. You have to try really hard, I guess. You gotta, like, collapse a whole building on it. Lottery. Oh, the good times we had in Shiroya City. The newspaper.
Holy shit. It only gets 2 tips, and one of them was in a fake... Oh, 3. Here we go.
Isla's purse. On December 15th, Isla A world switched to World B. There she went many days into the past. When she touched the Sekimeiya, she was holding the purse she'd had in World A. Then on November 24th, what purse did she appear with? Interestingly, she appeared with a purse from World B. It had the voice recorder inside, and there were no tickets for the event. Strange though, isn't it? Why did she not appear with the purse from World A, which she'd been holding? While the 2 Islas tried to keep her identity hidden, the purses were swapped. Before going to the tower, Irina realized the tickets they'd bought weren't in the purse's pocket, so they printed them again. No destroying the printer for these ones. Nope. That's how the purse with the recorder was brought to the tower. Meanwhile, Isla A was left home with the original purse from World B. Inside were the tickets that Arena B had originally printed, but before January 5th, Shiroya took them. That's why when Isla A re-entered the tower, she was holding the empty purse from World B. It's why, when she arrived in the past, the purse she had was World B's and the recorder was inside. In other words, Tsumari. Although 2 purses existed, they were the very same as the Sekimeiya had joined them together. Wow. No service. Shuri's phone says no service, and she's unable to connect with her mother when she attempts to call her. The reason is the existence of a duplicate phone of hers. In this world, when December 15th came to an end, Shiroya was the only person found in Ashiya Tower. She was the version of Shiroya that had saved Miya in World C. Soon after being taken in by the police, she was released and went to temporarily live in Katsuki's house to take care of his pets. She reobtained the phone she had left outside the tower on the morning of the 15th, so when Shiroya's mother called her number, both her original and copied phone received the call. Depending on implementation, some phone services, Boulder gnashing his teeth in the chat, depending on implementation, some phone services allow the use of the same phone number on multiple devices when notified beforehand. Shiroya's service provider noticed 2 devices were receiving calls from the same source and terminated her phone's connection to prevent fraudulent use of the line, whether through her own fault or a third party's. Of course, they wouldn't terminate her service without notifying her by mail, but mail takes a few days to arrive. depending on implementation, is doing a lot of work here. A little bit, yeah. Oh, 4 days ago.
Why did we figure out why the time was wrong when she went to the tower? Because it couldn't be explained just by a month of time different being different. Like why was
Her phone, maybe the time on her phone was wrong the whole time.
it?
Maybe. I don't know. This is the epilogue. Okay, so this is Shuri, I think. Don't worry, he'll come back soon. Do you want to read narration?
Sure. He didn't react. Maxie had been staring at me in silence for hours. It must have been strange for him to see me in Katsuki's house for so long. Much like him, all I could do was stare at the clock. January 1st was slowly coming to an end. After ignoring me, Maxie approached the front door.
You'll get to see him again in just
We get
4
to-
days. Even if you went to look for him, you wouldn't find him anywhere right now.
Because he was traveling to the future, it was insane to think about it so casually, but I was certain that Katsuki was nowhere in the world at that moment. 17 days had passed since December 15th. Before that, I'd been in an Eagle Motel for 15 days, and that had been after spending 5 days in January, immediately after those initial 12 hours. I was confident I was finally at the exit. How did she afford the hotel? At the exit of the sprawling labyrinth, and during the past few days, I'd had a lot of time to ruminate on many of the things that had happened.
She did a thought loop where she did the lottery thing, and then got a bajillion yen.
Nice. That time, I entered the tower from the storeroom, after spending hours in front of the tower and under the unchanging sky. That all happened in 4 days. Most of my thoughts have been directed to the brief interlude where I'd been in January by myself. Katsuki told me that I'd gone to the future instead of the past, but that was all the information I had from him. I touched the Sekimeiya in the bathroom and appeared under the gem shop. I first thought that I'd gone to November because I'd accessed the date settings on my phone and read November 30th. The time was at 9:10. I realized something important a while ago. My phone was for November 30th. Not only that, but I was wearing the clothes from that day, and my whole body was racked with pain because it had just fallen from the shop. However, I appeared on December 30th. And not on December 31st, on December 30th. Even though I had heard fireworks welcoming the new year when I went home, I don't think I appeared in the past just a few hours earlier. After reading 9:10 and November 30th on my phone, I fell unconscious, and when I woke up, I felt as though I'd been there for an eternity, but according to the time, it had been less than half an hour. There's no way. I was there for over a day. The body I had appeared in had just fallen through the shop's floor, and I was unconscious until the next day when I went home. I dreamed about many parts of my life for so long. November 30th and December 30th are both 15 days apart from December 15th. On December 30th, the body I appeared in was the one from November 30th, which is why my phone displayed that date. That's how Katsuki said the Sekimeiya worked. In the bathroom, I touched the Sekimeiya at about 8:30. Since the body I appeared in was from November 30th at 9 o'clock, what that must mean is that the real time on December 30th was 10. That the time on my phone was always about 1 hour ahead.
So she was just stupid.
I remember when I first woke up underground, as opposed to every other time, instead of instantly appearing there, I woke up as if something had been in between my travel and my awakening. Don't think I fully understand yet how the Sekimeiya function, but I might know why this happened. In this case, the body that was replicated was from after I'd fallen through the gem shop's floor. That means that it was already in a coma. When my future consciousness was placed within it, my body woke up.
Mm.
I've had time to notice a few things I didn't realize at the time. When I walked out of that tunnel, no snow was falling. It was not November 30th. The moon phase that I saw didn't match with that day either. I was really tired, so I don't know if that contributed to everything that I missed, but my first destination was the gem shop where I thought I'd just been. I saw the owner there who might have been handling the repairs of his store or something, but I only recognized him when I saw his face. Because he was no longer wearing the shirt from that day, which had the shop's logo on both sides. So I just went home, where everything looked like it had on November 30th. That's because after waking up from the coma, I was only there for 1 day before going to live with Katsuki. thought I had 2 weeks to change the past, and being free in those icy streets had made for an immense contrast. I fell asleep in no time, but I was woken up by the sound of fireworks. Although my phone displayed 1, midnight had just hit, and the fireworks were making the start of the new year. I saw them again last night, once more by myself. See, her buying a watch was character development. So
Mm.
it was 2012. My past self wasn't in a coma, and Katsuki wasn't secluded in his house. However, those beliefs let me feel temporarily at peace. Next day was today. I didn't even think that the cereal bars I brought from to Katsuki's house should have been still been in the kitchen. I just ate some mixed nuts and went outside, where I ended up at Ina Cafe after wandering through the white streets.
Ha! This is you?
Hello. He suddenly turned around. Happy New Year! Happy Halloween! Shiroya.
Hey, Mouse and Joe, I missed the final Umi stream. I'm not explaining the details. I want to say thank you for making my friend realize he's quite misogynistic, but now striving to be a better person and see the world with more love. Damn. Damn. We're curing
Oh.
misogynists. Hear that? Well, I hope you get to watch the VOD. It was a fun one. Yeah, it's been a while.
Oh my god, you're all right.
So you know what happened. I am, yes.
Of course, you were in the news. I managed a bitter smile in response to his relieved expression. He wasn't talking about the incident on November 30th. He was talking about the attack that had taken place in Ashia Tower. The news about it reached everywhere.
We're gonna have to live through this, huh? We have to relive this?
I'm so glad you were released so quickly. How are you?
I'm okay. I was released yesterday. Fortunately, nothing major happened to me.
I hate this so fucking much.
Yeah.
At 9 o'clock, a team of policemen raided the building and they only found me. I was thoroughly interrogated, but they released me pretty quickly. That's really good to hear. If you came to relax and try to forget about it, we don't have to talk about it.
It's fine. You don't have to worry.
Are you sure? I can't imagine what it must be like to lose someone close to you at your age. I'm so
This is great because
sorry.
you were obviously checking out. Like you're obviously like getting a little sleepy after streaming for so long, and then this brings you right back with the rage.
Mm-hmm. Despite all my rage.
Uh-huh.
Darfy knew that Katsuki hadn't been found and the tower unlocked. I've read many of the articles that reported the news, and due to all the deaths and the impossibility that the missing people escaped, the worst was assumed by almost everyone.
Thank you.
Do you have any idea what happened? A lot of details weren't published.
Unfortunately, no. It all happened suddenly, and we were just caught up in it.
He looked down, very clearly pitying me. As I was drinking my coffee, I saw a newspaper close to me.
I'm so sorry. You're about to learn something devastating, I think, that I was told not to tell you, but I think the game's about to tell you.
What do you mean?
Go ahead.
It was the latest Yushi News edition. Naturally, the first thing I did was look at the date. It said 1201. The Japanese date format is year, month, day, but as I approached the newspaper intending to read the day's date, it didn't come to mind that Yushi News is a monthly newspaper. I saw 1201, 2012 January as it was that month's edition. Instead, I interpreted it as December 1st.
We did not know this one, August. We thought it was just that it was a monthly newsletter, but unfortunately, she forgot how to read dates temporarily.
I need a minute.
And when I flipped back the pages, I ended up at the November section. In chronological order, every edition begins with the previous month's most important news. That's where I read about the gas explosion and the escape from a prison cell. Noise cancellation is doing amazing things, but unfortunately, I think we just missed the jazziest sound of the year as a result. Before leaving, Darcy told me it was Sunday. That was the truth, and it was an immense contradiction with what I believed. That even made me think later that Mia had died on a Saturday, which wasn't the case. After waking up in the hospital, I spent the days secluded from the world, and the case wasn't too different before November 30th. The days of the week meant nothing to me at the time. On the way back, I ended up next to this house. Silently, I walked to the gate and looked up where I saw light behind a window. I looked up at the ceiling light. I'd been living at Katsuki's house since I'd been released by the police so I could take care of his pets. You saw me outside this morning, right? Maxie didn't react to my question, but I knew he hadn't been in the living room for most of the day. I recalled the moment I'd seen him by the gate long ago. I got startled as soon as I peeked through the bars of his front gate. I hadn't seen Maxie sitting in front of the wooden door where there was no snow. He seemed afraid for an instant when he saw me, but then he ran to me, squeezing his head through the bars. Did seeing me scare you? You knew I was here, so it must have looked like I teleported out. Curious to see me outside, he approached the gate but couldn't stop me from leaving. I found him waiting by the door, which is all he's done since I started living here. I think he's just waiting for Katsuki to come back. After that, I walked to my apartment. I noticed that people were looking at me, and I don't think that was just my imagination. One of the reasons I've stayed here is because most people recognize me as the only survivor of the 15th. When I got home, I decided to change the past by calling my mom.
Roya, how are you? So glad you called. We were so worried. Hello, are you there? What happened? You're okay, right?
I didn't want to speak, so I cut the line, my mom's voice leaving me still. Immediately, my phone received a call from her, which I waited out. After that, it took a while until I received another one, but that was the last time she called me. I knew what had happened. Earlier that day, I had finally talked to my mom, calming her down. When the police had released me, the phone I'd left outside the tower on the 15th had been returned to me. In the future, when my mother had called me, both existing phones had received the call, and I'd picked it up from Katsuki's house. After going over all that I'd experienced, I cooked a slice of meat. It was disgusting. I can't believe I didn't realize it tasted awful due to being in the fridge for more than a month. And when the sun began to set, my phone showed 6 o'clock. Strangely, I was exhausted, so I didn't wait long before going to bed. I woke up tomorrow. What a fucking repulsive sentence. I woke up tomorrow on January 2nd. That's when I found that thread from November 24th, long since locked. I was so close to discovering the truth there. I wanted to find the first ever mention of the word Sekimeiya and to learn where it had been before Ashia's announcement, so I sorted the results by oldest first. That made me miss all the articles reporting on what had happened.
Oh my fucking god! She's the stupidest motherfucker to ever be on! I can't believe this shit. No! She's so fucking stupid!
But thanks to an attached picture, I was still able to reach Vaisude's apartment. On the way, I saw that there was no light behind the windows in Ashia Tower. It made sense to me because Kate had said nobody had been recently working on the office floors, but that was a mistake. They were lit up on the 15th. It had been more than a month since Vaisude had traveled to the past. He would go live with his parents where he had appeared on the 24th of November, and I, the only person to have been found in the tower, visited him. He thought it was due to his forum thread and was surprised when I left without saying a word. Outside, I constantly felt eyes on me. What did Yusha want to know about me? Slowly, I walked to its outskirts. Next to my school, everything was silent. No classes were happening on a Monday, as it was during the winter holidays. Why are we back in Shuri City? What kind of fucking gluttons for punishment are the fucking Seki full? And that's where I felt a presence behind me, where I saw footprints running away. Who was it? Something I'm not sure of yet. Who would have followed me in January? It could have been anyone who knew I was the only survivor of the attack. But every minute we spend in Shiraya City makes me slightly less likely to read further tips after this. But thankfully, nothing happened to me. I went home and tried to loosen up by cooking the food I'd bought.
Want to take over?
It's trough, I'm afraid.
I've recovered.
You've recovered? Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
I've recovered.
You're a better person.
Later that day, I'd received a call from an unknown number. Remembering the words Vaisude and I exchanged is pretty interesting.
Is it? Hello?
Hello? Oh, you picked up. Good. Hey there. Are you Shiroya?
Yeah, who are you?
You were at my place earlier, remember? My name's Vaisude. I just need to ask this first. You were in Ashia Tower during the terrorist attack on December 15th, right?
December 15th? What are you talking about?
What? You know all about it, right? That's why you came to my place.
Sorry, 1 second. 1 second. There we go. I do, yeah. I was there.
I see. I knew I wasn't wrong. Both of us referred to the 15th like it already happened, and I thought it was because we had traveled to the past from that day, not because I was in the future. There's a reason why I'm calling you. I don't know how this will sound, though.
What is it?
Do you know what I experienced? You read my thread from November, didn't you? That's how you found my apartment.
Please also at least read the first 2 paragraphs of the dev book. No. We're not doing this Higurashi fan bullshit where they're like, oh, once you read it, you also have to read these side stories, and you should probably watch the anime now that you have the context from it. And also, like, you should go back and reread Umineko, and then there's Tsubasa. No, fuck off. Fuck off. You're lucky we're doing the tips. Go fuck yourself. Anyway, what did you experience?
Exactly what I wrote about. For the 15th of December, I suddenly appeared on the 24th of November.
I see. You're right. I also traveled back in time.
What? Really? So that's what happened. How, though? A lot more people had to have come with me, right? Then what will happen in 2 weeks? Do you think it will repeat?
It's very possible, but I'm not sure everything will be identical.
Yeah, that wouldn't make sense. I have no idea how it'll come to occur, but it'll happen again. People will travel to the past. I can't believe it. What the fuck is he talking about?
I'm as confused as you are, Joe.
Then what will happen in 2 weeks? Do you think it will repeat? I'm pretty sure I know he said that. On the 15th, the dead bodies were found by police, and in Isla's purse, the voice recorder we played was found too. Its contents were summarized publicly, and I've read speculation regarding what it all means. Most people ignored the recording because it stated that the shutter wouldn't unlock when it clearly did. Vice today must have known not to dismiss it. Something else was hidden behind that audio, so on January 2nd, something was still set to happen within 2 weeks. Perhaps the incident would repeat and someone would go to the past again and leave the recorder on December 15th. The conversation between the two of us kept going and going, but neither of us realized how different the other's perspective was. I woke up pretty early on January 3rd. My phone showed 7:45, but no light was making it through the gaps in the blinds.
All right, chat. We'll read the first 2 paragraphs of the dev book after we watch all the console OPs for Sekimeiya.
Yeah. I felt the need to go out again, and when I opened the front door, I saw the sun rising from behind the mountains. It was an hour earlier than I thought, and light snow was starting to fall. That was the reason behind that foggy and soulless Ushibana. It culminated when I saw it in a cafe close, but when it was really 7:30, the shutter rose. So, what have you been doing these last couple days?
Fucking nothing, man.
Not checking
much.
the time. Not checking the computer. Not looking at.
I went to Katsuki's house yesterday. I was there for a while.
Katsuki's house. You think being there helps you?
Yeah, this is not an epilogue. It's really just reliving Shiroya City. This isn't an epilogue at all. I think so, yeah.
See. I could finally rest inside. I did so for longer than I expected. I was only drawn out hours later when I saw someone I recognized in the distance. It was Isla's friend. The Isla from the world I later ended up in. She had traveled from December 15th to November 24th, and for her it had been a very long time since nobody had come back from the tower. I followed her footprints up to her house, but I wasn't yet certain I wanted to change the past. When I felt a presence watching behind me again, I distanced myself from that place.
This tip is the tip of a blade slowly going inside my stomach and gouging it. Where'd it come from, though? Godot with his hands up saying, I didn't tell you to do anything but look at the funny chart. Fall on my blade, Hallyu. That's true. Godot said only to look at the chart. That's true.
I ended up high on that mountain, dude, where I finally made the decision to change the past and do all I could to save everyone. Little did I know that I was a fucking... And on the way back, I felt like the same person was following... Do you know how many times a day I check the date on multiple fucking sources? Like, what? On the way back, I felt like the same person was following me, and at that time, the police were ready to intercept them. Hmm. Thinking about it, I might actually be able to find out who it was.
I asked people how long these take, and everyone said like an hour. Did those people read them out loud by any chance? Fucking Ace Attorney type shit. Sorry, did you just arrest someone?
Yes. What's the matter?
I was feeling like someone was following me just now. Could it have been this person?
And frowned and took out a tiny scrapbook. What's your name?
Mine? It's Shiroya Murana.
Oh shit. He looked at me and silently wrote on a paper. Then he suddenly smiled, completely shifting his expression. Oh, I see. You can stop worrying then. If you think you're being followed, there's nothing to be afraid of. This was a weird interaction.
Yeah,
At the time, I thought his smile was a bit strange, but he also recognized me as the only survivor. He had just caught the person believed to be behind the attack, so he told me that I could stop worrying.
Shiroya Murana. Outson,
Shiroya Murana, yeah. There's a reason why the police released me without further complications. Right now, there's one person believed to have orchestrated the attack, Akaro, even though the police haven't released his name. That's because a recording was found on the computer in the tower, one which showed Akaro and Kate's movements during the time the smoke was released. Before 9, Katsuki saved that recording on the computer. He brought it from the world where Mia was saved. So, if the police believe they had caught a Zin member, what's most likely is that it was Akaro. Guess that's not all, though. Katsuki also told me that after Sai and Akaro escaped from the bedroom in the attic, Akaro traveled to the future and appeared on January 5th. He couldn't have been following me on January 3rd. Rather, what it means is that it was the other Akaro, the one who killed me in another world and then arrived in ours with Ayla. Traveled 15 days to the future and appeared in a location where I'd been 15 days in the past. The rule should be the opposite when you travel to the past. Masude appeared in his parents' house on November 24th, and by that amount of time in the future, he moved out to go live with them. That's gotta be why that Akaro appeared in a cell on November 24th. He would be caught by the police on January 3rd and put in a prison cell. In November, the cell was vacant and unlocked, so he was able to just walk right out of it. And also just out of the police station. And that's why the image looked the same as in the article when I saw the cell on TV.
They didn't have police stations in 2011.
Shit, they did. That's why it's based in 2011. When the evening of the 3rd came, I stepped out of my apartment again. The place I went to had been constantly in my mind, and it was essential to construct the future I wanted.
It came a while ago, but I'd forgotten to check if I'd won anything till now. The number I had was for December 1st, I believe. I wonder, by the way, how long would it be valid for?
Oh, it's still valid. Don't worry. They last the whole year. Anyway, December 1st, let me see.
30, 05, 12, 31, 15, 26, bonus 24.
Still remember it. There was a small piece of paper on the table containing those numbers. I had bought it in the other world before going to Ego Motel. However, the winning number had been different. Fuck. That didn't matter. Even though she really did go and buy the lottery before going to the hotel.
Yeah.
That didn't matter. Even though it had been bought in another world, it was immensely valuable in the one I was in. Was it? January 4th was the final day I'd set for myself. It didn't matter anymore, but I did the laundry to pass the time. I noticed that my favorite blue hoodie was missing. It was among the clothing I'd brought to Katsuki's house on December 9th. Similarly, a shirt that brought bad memories and which I thought I'd left out of the washer was in the bucket. There were 2 versions of it, as it was the shirt I worn on November 30th, and I left it there both on December 8th and on January 1st. I didn't want to spend the whole day at home, so I went to Ina again. That's where I learned that a Zin member had been arrested for the first time. The latest edition of Yushi News was still there, and it would stay there for the rest of the month. The news said that the identity of the person they caught was unknown. I wonder if Akaro wasn't his real name.
Stay strong. You get a week off of streaming after this.
I have to beat Simon. Are you thinking about the news? Darfy addressed me after I'd been in thought for a few minutes.
I bet it just threw me off.
I see. Well, it's good that someone from that group finally got caught.
Yeah, I agree. Do you know about the Sekimeiya?
Huh? What do you mean?
Ashia's event.
Yeah, of course. This is
Well, nobody stole the Sekimeiya, right?
God. The Sekimeiya? No, as far as I know, at least.
All right, I just wanted to make sure since I haven't been paying attention to the news.
From my perspective, what it all meant was that the past had changed, so I could go to Katsuki's house and prevent him from going to the tower in case something happened to me.
I left for a bit to do some exercise and I come back to Shiroya City. Did I die and go to hell? Yep.
I had to wait for him to leave, which would never happen. As I waited, I realized that I could go back to Isla's house in the meantime. When I rang the bell, nobody opened the door, and after knocking for some time, I noticed the door wasn't locked. I'm just speculating, but when Isla traveled from December 15th to November 24th, it's likely she didn't appear with keys to her house. Since Serena never came back from the tower, Isla would have had to keep the door unlocked when she left so that she could get back in. What the fuck is Isla doing this whole entire time? Inside the house, I immediately found her purse. I took 2 tickets for the event on the 15th, which is pretty strange. Because if that was the purse of the Isla who traveled from the 15th, I'm not sure why the tickets would have been inside. The recording was real. On January 5th, everyone who's currently traveling to the future will make it happen. But what about Isla? She'll be there too, and she's not currently traveling through time. The Isla from this world died in the cabinet, and the other Isla should currently be alone in her house. How will that Isla end up inside the tower on January 5th, the exact day that everyone will awaken? I can only think of one thing. After taking both tickets from her purse, I walked back home. Even though I didn't see anyone, Isla might have been careful about her situation. Maybe she knows the strange footprints that went in and out of her house. If she did and retraced into my apartment, she had the chance to follow my footprints all the way to the tower. What? I entered through the storeroom and left the door open, so that's one way she could have been there on the 5th. That Isla traveled from December 15th to November 24th. She went 21 days to the past.
Sorry.
21 days after December 15th is January 5th, so her location upon reappearing on November 24th may have been from January 5th? That's correct. It might be how the voice recorder went to the past. Although I don't really know any details, what's strange is that if Isla appeared with the recorder on November 24th, the Isla from this world shouldn't have had it in her purse on the 15th. An answer that explains two questions at once is that the purses were switched at some point before the 15th. That could be why the recorder ended up in the tower and why the tickets were still inside Isla's purse on January 4th. If that's what happened, before going to the tower on December 15th, Isla or Irina must have realized that the tickets were no longer in the lower pocket of the purse and had to print them again.
Should have destroyed the printer, girl. Should have destroyed the printer.
Back home, I felt the time rapidly passing. I had no idea what would happen the next day when I would finally visit the tower. Yeah, the time's passing all right. My thoughts were racing. I couldn't get to sleep, and suddenly it was deep in the night. Eventually, it was clear that I was going to stay awake, so I had the thought of leaving anyway because the tower was supposed to open early. I never turned off the heater before leaving, and I never made the connection that it hadn't been turned on when it was December 8th. I'll have to go turn it off on the 5th so I don't waste power. Anyway, when I arrived and didn't realize that a child was just fucking following me from behind and was fine in the cold in the middle of the night, well, the tower was locked and nobody seemed to be there. I really thought that the world would stop moving. For a moment, I believed I would die there. Would an hour really make this sort of? I guess so. The tower wouldn't open. It hadn't opened since December 15th. The time discrepancy with my phone's clock was what made me think that the day wasn't starting. Something that added to the illusion was my phone saying no service. I'm still not sure what the cause of that was, but the cold definitely didn't let me think properly. The ground in front of the tower was buried in snow too. Ashia hadn't been maintaining the plaza like they tended to do.
Yeah, it was the cold Shiroya for sure.
Hope no one Sekimeiya is into there then. They'd get their fucking lose their toes. I knew the secret of the building though. I knew that a door probably existed in its left wall, and after feeling around carefully, I found it. I opened it just by pushing it lightly, which meant that it wasn't locked. I even saw that the handle inside was already taking off. Who was doing that? I bet the door was actually locked on the 15th due to how easily it opened in January. When the police interrogated me, they inquired about the secret area since they had found it open from the inside. They told me that they picked the lock and confirmed the door really was another exit. Of course, since they didn't have the rusty key, they didn't lock the door again. That's why it was still unlocked on January 5th and not even properly closed, because the police suck. I got it to open just by putting my hand on it. I entered the tower, which was dark and cold as the outside world, its temperature no longer regulated for visitors. When I set foot in hallway A, I saw the green lights on the cameras. They were still recording. But it's okay. I don't think it mattered. I was in the hallway, security room, lobby, mechanical room, and event room, all places that should have been covered with smoke or that didn't have cameras in the first place. In the security Okay, in the security room, I found Kate's rusty key. His body had already been taken away by the police, and I thought the room was all messy, as if someone had tried to find something. Then, above the breakers, I found the attic and Sekimeiya cabinet keys, and not only that. I tried to move, but the obstacles in the room didn't make it easy. Could the cabinet have been there? Well, it seemed like a good place. Neither the lobby nor the mechanical room had cameras. There were chairs and tables on the floor, so I had to move some aside to get every part of the room. Even though it was impossible for anyone to be there, I kept trying to be silent and failing as I scattered things I couldn't see. Man, they were really lucky they didn't fucking kill themselves during all this moving furniture they put in the mechanical room. Was as Arena and fucking Sai were just like hitting the fucking Sekimeiya over and over and over again. According to Katsuki, the Sekimeiya that sent us to the future was there. While searching for the cabinet, I moved it accidentally, which stopped the chain of events and made everyone arrive on that day. As I was walking to the event room, I saw the reception desk lights flickering in the lobby. I turned around because I felt a presence behind me, and I don't think that was just paranoia. It had to be Katsuki. He had to be there too, since both of us traveled back to the 15th when I touched the Sekimeiya.
Yeah, Arena did lose a bit of her finger. That is true. That is true.
I moved to the event room and felt that it was much colder than the rest of the building. The cabinet wasn't closed. When the police entered the building on the 15th, only the Sekimeiya that sent us to the past was in the cabinet, as she has said that the Sekimeiya weren't stolen, which means that the police found another one and put it in the cabinet. Of course, it wasn't the one in the mechanical room. They just missed it, Lamaya. I remember the rush that they were in when they found me. What must have happened is that they didn't close the cabinet. So on January 5th, the Sekimeiya had been gathering energy at an incredibly slow rate. That's why I was able to activate it inside the cabinet. But I'm not exactly sure how everything came to happen. There was something else in the cabinet, and I activated the alarm out of nowhere. What matters is that Katsuki and I returned on December 15th. That was all the time I'd lived in January. The second coming of January 5th was the light at the end of a long tunnel. I looked at the clock and saw that I was close to entering the second day of the year. After a long yawn, I stood up from the couch. I've been sleeping in the guest room just like before the 15th. I'd been there all day, and my body felt weak. As soon as I stood, I noticed a weight in one of my pockets. I reached my hand inside and took out a rusty key. There was one final use left for it, scheduled to happen in just 3 days. I gripped it tightly, ready to finally exit the labyrinth that we'd long ago been entrapped in. Okay, why did Isla walk into the room in the attic after following Shroya there, pull out a tape recorder, and like go in holding it out as she walked into the room? Why'd she do that? I want to know why she did that. That's a weird thing to do. Oh, we did it. We did it. Or did we?
Yep.
The edges of from the outline of the door.
That was the epilogue. That's not an epilogue. Okay, whatever.
It was a middle-log because it was in the middle of the story.
It was a middle-log. Middle. All right. Two more keys.
Two more keys.
You want me to read?
In January, but I'll read this one. You take the next one. Okay. All right. In January, but the break. I also want you all to know that I just got the snake pet from doing thieving, which increased the amount of gold I get from thieving by 50%. Very lucky. In January, above the breakers, Shroya finds the attic and Sekimeiya cabinet keys. Why were they there on January 5th, though?
Mouse of the stream says 17 tips left, 8 if you use my list, which you should probably do. Do you remember when I streamed all the way through the middle part of Gnosia that you picked that you thought that I would drop because I got bored of it? We're doing 17 more tips. And then we're looking at the chart. And then we're going to read the first 2 paragraphs of the dev book. And you're going to sit there and you're going to have fun. Because this is what you chose.
This is what you chose, chat. This is what you chose. Wait, no, you're definitely lying.
Me? I don't ever lie. Chat says, hey Joe, make sure you get your agility up a bit so you can get the agility obstacle with bonus stealth. It'll help for thieving a lot.
Shit. You don't have any key on you. That proves you hid them because you should have the cabinet key. They were the keys that Sai had hidden after locking Shiroya in the attic's bedroom. Oh, that was it. Okay.
That was it.
All right, 16. 16.
You're counting. Zin, capital letters. At the end of December 15th, as soon as the shutter unlocked, the police were struck by a very strong smell. There they saw an unidentifiable gas in the air as its source. It was the lingering range of the Sekimeiya. When they raided the building with protective masks, a sole Sekimeiya was in the cabinet, the past Sekimeiya. They knew another one had to be found, so they searched until one of the 2 fake Sekimeiya that existed was spotted in the attic. They put it in the cabinet, but they were in a rush. That's why the glass wasn't properly closed. As the days passed, the cold temperature led to the effect Zin had designed. The fake Sekimeiya left behind a card with their name. However, their method also damaged the cabinet's interior. Is this what Christmas is going to be like for you? Asks Haley. Christmas is going to be worse. Let's be real. The Kingdom Hearts streams are going to be PvP. And when Shiroya tried to open the glass all the way, it had been stuck. As soon as she applied a bit of force, one of the triggers to the alarm went off. However, there was no one for it to alert. Nobody had expected it to go off ever again. You promise? I promise. All right. Next. Where is Shiroya's burn? I had a kerning moment reading there. When Isla A traveled,
a lot of them on this chat.
when Isla A traveled from December 15th to November 24th, she appeared with a burn mark on her finger. The Sekimeiya was immensely hot, so the burn would not have faded by the time the future position took place. So then, why does Shiroya not appear with a burn mark when she travels from January 5th to December 15th? The number of days traveled is the same. There's a key difference that prevented a burn from appearing on Shiroya's finger, and it becomes apparent when you track her movements. After appearing on December 15th, Shiroya will spend many hours in World A until she arrives in World C and once again travels to the past. She will travel to November 30th to save Mia in that world. For her to reach January 26th, almost 2 months will pass. That amount of time is what causes her to appear with no burn mark. Thank you, Dawn, for gifting 5 subs. To Elite 4W, Kim's 099, Vesper Night, Floss Everyday, and Woltier 60. Lord.
Thank you, Don.
Thank you, Don. I'm happy you experienced Yoko Shimomura's work. She makes great music. Yeah, it seems like the music is really good from what I've heard. Gone from the cabinet. Despite Sai's initial reaction to the attack being different in the 3 worlds, there's something he always did at the start. Hide the fake Sekimeiya. Doing that opposed Kate's and Karo's intentions, as Sai was not yet aware that 3 different Sekimeiya existed. Although his motives are slightly different in each world, his main goal was always the same. In World B, Sai took the fake Sekimeiya from the cabinet and hid it in the storeroom where no cameras recorded him. In World C, when the group was inspecting the office floors, everyone was suddenly separated. That gave Sai the perfect chance to do the same thing. In this World A, Naomi C appeared before everyone. Unlike in the other worlds, she wanted to talk to Shiroya in addition to Akaro, as she had seen her World B self on the crystal floor separated from the group and wearing clothes from the attic. 2 versions of her existed at the same time, and Naomi, who had experienced time travel once, realized that Shiroya might have made contact with the Sekimeiya during the attack. The 3 of them didn't return, so eventually everyone walked to the crystal floor. Sai hurried to the event room, and as he yelled about the Sekimeiya's disappearance, put it in his hip pack. Soon after, he hid it in room A5, where Katsuki C would find it hours later. Oh, Sai. Always hiding things. How's your agility looking?
I'm still doing it's just running in the background.
Oh, okay.
It's behind chat.
Yeah. Akaro A says 1 person was hospitalized, and he's referring to Katsuki. What about Gon, though? The truth is that Gon was only sent to the hospital in World B. When Akaro A world switched to World B and then traveled to November 24th, he decided to walk away from Zin's plan. I feel kind of bad for Akaro in all of this, actually.
Yeah.
He deeply regretted what he'd done in the tower, and he wished for history not to turn out the same way. He knew he was in the past. He possessed valuable information. One of the things he did was remove the storeroom's handle. Oh! It was Akaro! However, the first action he took to alter history came days prior. On November 30th, he had accidentally killed a young girl. It was the perfect chance to prevent that. I guess we could have predicted it. He knew that an explosion had occurred while everyone had been unconscious in the gem shop. They said that a while ago. I don't remember. So all he had to do was make sure that wouldn't repeat. He called Gon and told him to turn the heater off late on November 30th in order to prevent a disaster. Akaro was confident he had saved the girl. Gon had told him that he would turn off the gas. However, Akaro was unaware that Gon did no such thing. didn't put any real stock in such a bizarre phone call. Afterward, the Sekimeiya were found, and mere days later, it was November 30th. The way events unfolded in World B, slightly different from World A. Slightly differed. When Gon went to get the second Sekimeiya...
Imagine getting a mysterious phone call saying to turn your gas off and you don't do it? Who wouldn't do it? You're gonna do it. You're gonna go investigate at least. What the hell? No way.
Just a prank, just a joke. When Gon went to get the second Sekimeiya, he stopped himself in the middle of the shop. The moment he smelled the gas, the strange call came back to him. Oops, eto bwe, he said. He glanced at the heater and approached it curiously, just as dense smoke invaded the whole shop. He fell unconscious closer to the source of the explosion, so due to Akaro A's actions, Gon had to be sent to the hospital alongside Katsuki.
There was an explosion close to here, right? Didn't someone die and a person was sent to the hospital?
That was just the thingy.
Oh, this is the thing. What was that weird scene where Akaro kind of like became Isla's dad for a bit? That was a weird scene, huh?
Oh yeah, that was a weird scene. Yeah. That was really weird. I forgot about that. To the past or to the future? To the future.
To the windows.
Hours of energy.
Bandle today?
I did not do Bandle today. I was not there for Bandle. I was napping. The past Sekimeiya which Katsuki touches, what was it?
I can't remember now. Okay. Shit.
Oh my goodness! All right, we're getting through it. Do you need to go? I can finish this myself. I can get through.
I'm not leaving. No way.
You're gonna be
toxic masculinity is making me stay here.
Okay. The past Sekimeiya which Katsuki touches has been in the storeroom for numerous hours. Isla has Akaro's sneaking abilities. Oh, true. So why is it that he doesn't have a burn mark on his finger when he world switches? That's because of the temperature in the storeroom's secret corridor, the coldest place in the tower. When Katsuki touches the Sekimeiya, it has very little energy. The one with the massive range is in room A4, and it will remain undiscovered until June of 2012. Okay.
Oh. Oh. Okay.
Not one of the people who disappeared reappeared anywhere. The instant they vanished, their existence was erased forever. Oh, this is the one where everybody disappears. Are we actually going to get an answer? Along with Katsuki, almost a third of Japan disappears from the face of the earth. Not only that, but they never appear anywhere. In this world, when the police entered the tower at 9, they found a real Sekimeiya and a fake. As instructed, they made sure both were kept cold. Katsuki was the only person that they were able to find, and since that day, the tower spent many weeks abandoned. Each second that passed, the real Sekimeiya that hadn't been found kept gaining energy. Wait, you thought the answer to this was obvious? Well, good for you, Boulder. Thank you. The day that it was activated, its surface could have melted iron. The method through which that happened is a question of its own, but the effect became humanity's biggest mystery. The range had been increasing every day, and it ended up taking away a third of Japan's population. The other real Sekimeiya was so refrigerated, so no world switch occurred. Given that the people who vanished didn't reappear anywhere, which Sekimeiya was activated? Did everyone go to the past or to the future? Well, if they never appeared anywhere, it must have been the... If they had gone millennia to the past, they would never have been able to exist in the future location, so they wouldn't have appeared anywhere. If they had gone millennia to the future, they wouldn't have existed in the proportional past, so they wouldn't have appeared anywhere. They went to the piss dimension. What? Okay.
Oh, that's it. Who touched it? Who could have even gotten close to touch it if it could melt iron? How hot does Sekimeiya have to get before it destroys itself and or like falls like that drop of acid in Alien like through the earth? Right. It's just gonna melt its way down into the crust.
Chapter 4's title: Caliants are the flower that compose the flora of Irun's base. That's what this chapter is. The base of the mountain which lets it build all the way to the peak. In addition, this chapter is more grounded than the others. Even though it's based on a real flower that can be found on snowy mountains, Caliant is a made-up word.
Also a weird word.
Weird. Caliant is a weird word.
All words are made up.
Well, there's the fact that the Sekimeiya does all that and they just happen to freeze it on display on accident is so funny. It is very funny, yeah. They've just got the fucking Sekimeiya.
Kate had a whole ass backstory just to explain how there's a secret back door that no one knows about. That's the only reason.
Do we need to click through all of these? I don't remember what these buttons do.
This was I don't know.
I don't know either. They do short sections. Okay.
Okay.
Cathay City was very fun. I did like Cathay City. If the range had been increasing, they must have world hopped because it certainly overlapped with its counterpart in the tower. Well, no, because it was not activated. Yeah, it had to be active. You think you can just continue?
It was in a fridge.
Yeah, it was refrigerated.
Yeah.
We're almost there. We're getting there. Don't worry. That voice below. It's gonna make.
What even was this?
Just mash through. Okay. Oh, we're halfway there. What from her tears her fingertip had a burn? When Isla A traveled from December 15th to November 24th, she appeared with a burn mark on her finger. Why, though? This is one of the clearest indications of an elusive rule of the Sekimeiya. Another Sekimeiya rule has hit the tower. When someone traveled to the past, they were unable to keep feeling the pain of the burn they had noticed for an instant. The difference in Isla's case is the amount of time she traveled to the past. When she touched it, the past Sekimeiya was immensely hot, so normally, the painful burn would have remained on her skin. The amount of days it took her to reach January 5th from November 24th wouldn't have gotten rid of it. That's why she appeared with it in the first place. In other words,
Sumari.
The body she appeared in was that of one loop of her travel. When she reached January 5th, the burn she'd appeared with had healed considerably, but it was still visible. If that body of hers had been the one to appear on November 24th, an instant chain of infinite loops would have made it impossible for her burn to ever appear. Of course, that also means she would have died instantly. She would have aged more than a month per loop and been unable to appear in November. Instead, she appeared in a body that had undergone a single loop. This behavior can be observed in a number of travels, and it's the answer behind one of the toughest questions Katsuki will face. Instantly healed. Why does Katsuki's injury disappear when he travels 40 minutes to the past? That's not what happened the last time he traveled back in time after getting injured. The first reason is the amount of time it'll take him to reach the future location. Even though it's minutes away, many weeks will pass until he returns to January 5th. That amount of time, enough for the injury to heal, is what makes him appear without it. We actually kind of guessed this. However, there's another reason why his injury disappears, and it's unrelated to the amount of time that it will take him to return to January 5th. It's the same reason he doesn't appear with a burn mark when he travels all the way to November 24th, but that will be touched on a little later. Oh, Baldur is defending himself. To be clear, I thought it's obvious that since 1, the Sekimeiya's range both in radius and time are proportional to the amount of energy it charges, 2, it charges by default, and 3, it copies your state from somewhere. That means if it charges for long enough, it will simply void everyone in a massive radius if anyone ever touches it if it's left alone in a warm place. Well, I guess I stopped thinking.
Well, I thought it was a world hop, so
I also thought it was a world hop. Yeah, I thought it was a world hop.
And they just never come back, yeah. The casino.
There are 94 of these. We're mashing.
They did the mash.
Did the monster mash.
The monster mash.
I got it right that time.
We're doing so well on this quiz.
We're doing so well on this quiz, yeah. The clicking speed is really paying off, yep.
Chat, Melvar Idleheads.
Oh shit, I missed one. I tapped past it. I'm sorry.
Uh-oh, we missed one. Shit.
I missed one. It's over. I don't know where to go back to it.
Do you think it's an important one?
I don't know, but I'll just go back to... Here it is, the world switch. There we go.
Okay.
Certain events in this story have a specific characteristic to them. Their origin seems unclear. The handle of the storeroom's door has been taken off by Akaro A, but the means by which that happened are not straightforward. Akaro world switched to world B, and in the attic he was told about the existence of the secret door. Afterward, he traveled to the past and removed the handle from that door. It could be said that he was told about the existence of the door because he had removed its handle. This is not the only instance where the seeming lack of causality takes place, so where exactly is it coming from? In World A, oh my god, the maze. In World A, Akaro knew Zin had been outsmarted. An alarm had trapped them in the tower, and the real Sekimeiya had vanished when he had woken up. Not only that, but he thought he had killed 2 people in order to bring his plan to success. He hated the way the world had turned out, but altering the reality he'd experienced wasn't possible. However, eventually he world switched to World B. Someone else originally from World A came with him, Isla. In World A, Isla never expected that an attack would take place in the tower. She followed the adults and hoped that everything would be resolved quickly. A lot of time passed though, and at one point her mother had been missing for a while after going to the bathroom. Isla couldn't bring herself to voice her worry, as that would have meant admitting that something could have happened to her mother. However, she regretted the way she'd acted. She wished she could have told Arena to stay with her. Karu and Isla world switched to World B. As soon as they appeared in that world, they shaped it in a way they couldn't change their own. Katsuki and Shiroya B were able to save Miya in World C, but didn't that only happen because she had already been saved? This behavior of the world switch defined the relationship between the 3 worlds, instantly shaping 3 drastically different set of events. When a 2-way world switch happened, someone was pulled backward in the order of switches. In those instances, both worlds balanced each other out accordingly. By working like this, the world switches led into the progression between the 3 worlds. In World A, only Katsuki made it to 9 o'clock, and he was accused of the murders that had taken place. Not a lot of time passed before a large portion of Japan suddenly disappeared forever. World B was a step up, but being between Worlds A and C, it was filled with many bittersweet resolutions. Despite a few deaths, some people got out safely. Isla returned, but it wasn't the Isla who had died. Akaro was arrested, but it was the Akaro who most regretted what he'd done. Katsuki and Shiroya left happily, but they would never see Miya again. World C existed thanks to World B. Everyone who was trapped got out alive. The people of that world faced numerous hardships, but they were all resolved. Naomi seemed to die, but she returned. Shiroya seemed to die, but she returned. Arena seemed to die, but she returned. Then why is it a world so close to World A? A step was taken when World C was created, but what direction did it take? A bit more examination is needed to reach that answer. This was an important one to not skip. In any case, the labyrinth spawned by the world switches always operated under the inherent progression that it had created. Some people from World A ended up in World B. Some people from World B ended up in World C, but their World A selves pulled them back to World B. Some people from World C visited Worlds A and B, but they were able to safely return to World C. Thanks to the recording obtained in World C, Akaro A was arrested in World B, my god. Katsuki A was the only person from his world to momentarily reach World C, but he dropped all the way back to World A when his elevator ride to the top vanished out of nowhere. The exact moment Shiroya B traveled to November to make World C the world it was. The labyrinth never stopped spinning, and somewhere it hid the peak that everyone wanted to reach. There's only one place where it would not have moved. Why had that been the location where he had appeared? I hope you had enough time to think about this mystery. As you might have guessed, the past Sekimeiya was involved. Sai traveled to the past and appeared in the locked elevator. Before asking why, though, it's necessary to ask how. Without the Sekimeiya in the future location of Sai's travel, he wouldn't have been able to enter the elevator. Hence, traveling to the past and appearing inside it seems impossible. You awake over there?
I'm good.
Alright. As long as the past and future states align and the events in between are possible, many elaborate setups can be created. Consider this chart depicting one of Sai's possible journeys. Katsuki and Shiroya have trapped themselves in the elevator. Sai thinks about his next course of action and decides to use the past Sekimeiya. After allowing it to warm up, he touches it. How is his past position determined? The answer is that he continues to live virtually, as if he did not time travel. You called this, actually. Movements during this time can be natural or driven with clear intent. Let's say he virtually moves until he reaches room B4. When he... You okay?
I'm good.
When he arrives in the past, he will be in room B4. Right now, this new timeline is imaginary. It will become real once the past state matches the future state. Next, he takes out the past Sekimeiya and allows it to warm up. He touches it and lives virtually until he reaches the floor 4 partitions. What's important is the new timeline does not prevent the first travel from occurring. This means the past Sekimeiya must be in the same location and chart state as it was when the first travel happened. This travel creates another imaginary timeline, and Sai now exists before the elevator is stopped. Taking this opportunity, he enters it and traps himself between floors. Isn't this a contradiction, though? In the real timeline, Katsuki and Shiroya are in the elevator, but here, Sai is alone. Try thinking about what the original Sai sees and hears from his perspective. As long as the circumstances that allowed the first travel to happen are preserved, this is valid. In any case, this is the power of virtual timelines. The absurdities will soon collapse into a single truth. Notice that the future position of the third timeline no longer matches the second. Sai can no longer go to the 4th floor partition since he's stuck in the elevator. The result is that the future position in the 2nd timeline is updated to match the 3rd. My god. The past position in the 3rd timeline is updated accordingly. In this latest iteration of the 3rd timeline, Sai appears midair inside the elevator and crashes down. He repeats the process of trapping himself between floors. The validity of the 3rd timeline is preserved, so let's see what happens if we look farther into the future. The future position of the 1st timeline is updated to be in the elevator, which updates the past position in the 2nd timeline. However, this raises an issue. Sai can no longer perform the 2nd travel since now he appears in the stopped elevator. This destroys the 3rd timeline but preserves its effect. The future position in the 1st timeline is inside the elevator after it closed. This is just for chat because I have no idea what's going on. So I hope that you're enjoying this.
It's magic.
It's magic. Okay.
It's
After
magic.
killing Katsuki and Shiroya, Sai's past and future positions finally match. The virtual timeline stabilizes and becomes reality. Perhaps you don't like the idea that Katsuki and Shiroya aren't in the elevator in the 3rd timeline. That's fine. This merely demonstrates the concept. Another method might involve Sai falling down the elevator shaft in a virtual timeline and entering the elevator from the top. As long as the goal is achievable within the travel and the user has the will to reach it, the past Sekimeiya will turn it into a reality. The key is to set the future state to be within the elevator. The exact method is not important as long as there is at least one valid option in the sea of fragments or possibilities. The concept of virtual timelines and iterative updates can be found elsewhere in the story. I wonder what solutions you'll come up with.
How did Sai know where the elevator was to do this? And like my god,
it just had to be possible in the sea
him.
of possibilities. Because that makes the story possible. He does want to kill them so bad.
So mad.
Yeah. I'm happy for you though, or sorry that happened. Katsuki obtains an equation for this. We're almost done, by the way. Katsuki obtains an equation for the Sekimeiya's travel times using hypothetical worlds. We'll call these virtual worlds. Through countless iterations, he uses his virtual selves to produce a result that's observed in the real world. While this concept works for him, Katsuki isn't aware of how lucky he is to formulate the plan the way he does. Is this just traveling to alternate universes in Super Mario 64 in VN form? I haven't played that for a long time, maybe. Let's take a look at a simple travel using the past Sekimeiya. In this example, we'll pay close attention to the age of the user throughout the sequence. The node T represents the moment at which the Sekimeiya is activated. The Sekimeiya sends the user 20 minutes back in time. In order to determine the user's state in the past, a virtual copy of the user is created that continues to live as if they had not time traveled. After 20 minutes, their final state is used in the past. Both past and future locations are equidistant from the travel point, which means that in this virtual world, the user will arrive in the past being 20 minutes older than at the moment the Sekimeiya was activated. I'm following so far. And when the user makes it to the future copy point of the second virtual world, they will be 60 minutes older than at the moment of the travel. Also following this. In this second world, the user is able to update their future state. The state T plus 20 does not account for the user's behavior in the past, but T plus 60 does. This update stage is essential for convergence. The next step is a third virtual world. Since the previous stage's final position is copied, the user will age by another 40 minutes and will be 100 minutes older at the end of the travel. This stage exists to confirm the loop is stable. The user must have identical positions and possessions at T plus 60 and T plus 100. The ages of the body and possessions will be slightly older, but everything else is identical. If the most recent virtual world is stable, the next step will apply the final result to the real world. When the user appears in the past, they are 60 minutes older than the moment they touch the Sekimeiya. And in the copy point of the future, they will be 100 minutes older. When a user reaches the future state in reality, they have experienced 5 times the travel time. What the fuck happened when Vaisude went to the fucking... Oh my god. This is how infinite aging is avoided. The update stage is required to account for the user's actions in the past, and the final stable loop is frozen and applied to reality. Of course, every stage starts with the memories from the T point. A clear example of this kind of sequence is Isla's burn. Touching the Sekimeiya left a burn scar on her finger that the system didn't have enough time to erase. Naturally, however, she didn't age indefinitely. Katsuki is able to successfully execute his plan, but he's not fully aware of how the past Sekimeiya works. His understanding is Sai's watch displayed the year 9999 through infinite virtual loops. However, that's incorrect. If the loops operated like that, Sai would have instantly died in the process and the watch would have disintegrated. So let's consider a different way Katsuki could have formulated his plan. If I touch the Sekimeiya when 15 minutes have passed, I'll go 20 minutes to the past and appear in the hallway holding a notepad. Depending on what it says, I'll do one of 3 things. 1, if it has a formula written down, 40 minutes later, I'll be holding it, so that's how I will have appeared with it. 2, if I don't appear with a notepad by using the future Sekimeiya in the kitchen, I'll start working toward finding the formula. Before 40 minutes pass, I'll obtain a notepad from the bedrooms, and in the top left corner of the first page, I'll write 1 along with the progress I made in those 40 minutes. In the future location, I'll be holding the notepad. 3. If I find a notepad that doesn't contain the formula, it will have my current progress along with the number in the top left corner of the first page, which will indicate the amount of iterations that have occurred so far. Using the information in the notepad, I'll start working to find the formula. Before the 40 minutes pass, I'll write down the updated progress in a notebook from the bedrooms, increase the number I saw in the top left corner by 1, and make sure that I'm holding it in the future location. The concept is almost the same as the one he actually uses, but there's a very important distinction. In this example, Katsuki doesn't get any information before he travels. Instead, he appears with a notepad after traveling to the past. According to what Katsuki believes at this point in time, the sequence should have worked too, since it's almost identical to what he believes happens to Sai's watch. However, if he had attempted it, it would not have worked. The reason is simple. I don't know about that, Chief. In the virtual worlds, the location of arrival would not have changed after the update stage. The same mechanism that prevents infinite aging would have prevented the infinite information gathering system. In the real world, Katsuki could only have appeared with a notepad containing 60 minutes worth of information. Not only that, but the plan contains a glaring contradiction. Points t plus 60 and t plus 100 are necessarily identical in every way except age, so appearing with a notebook that contains different information from the one that will be held in the future copy point is conceptually flawed. Even though it's what Katsuki believes, it's fucking magic, dude. Even though it's what Katsuki believes happened to Sai's watch, it's fundamentally faulty, as it breaks the rule that past and future points must be identical. So why does his original plan work? Where's the loophole that allows him to manifest this infinitely iterated information without aging infinitely? Let's refresh our memory on the method through which Katsuki obtains the Sekimeiya's formula. If I touch the Sekimeiya when 15 minutes have passed, I'll go 20 minutes to the past. But before I touch it, I'll open the door to the hallway and find a notepad from the bedrooms on the floor. Depending on what it says, I'll do one of 3 things. 1. If it has a formula written down, I'll go 20 minutes to the past, obtain the notepad, write the formula down, and leave it in the hallway. 2. If I don't find a notepad, I'll go 20 minutes to the past, and using the future Sekimeiya in the kitchen, I'll start to work toward finding the formula before 20 minutes pass. I'll obtain a notepad from the bedrooms, and in the top left corner of the first page, I'll write 1 along with the progress I made in those 20 minutes, and I'll leave it in the hallway. 3. If I find a notepad that doesn't contain this formula, it'll have my current progress along with the number in the top left corner of the first page, which will indicate the amount of iterations that have occurred so far. I'll go back to the past and using the information I read in the notepad, I'll start working to find the formula before the 20 minutes pass. I'll write down the updated progress in a notebook from the bedrooms, increase the number I saw in the top left corner by 1, and leave the notepad in the hallway.
Nice.
As you might have noticed, the reason behind his success lies in observing the information left by the virtual worlds before touching the Sekimeiya. The Katsukis in the virtual worlds leave the notepad in the hallway so the Katsuki before the T-point can see it. In other words, Sumari. Stage 2 feeds information to Stage 1. That causes T's starting memories to continuously update, and the calculations made at the T plus 60 point are no longer locked to a state of a single round of calculations. When the sequence converges and the final result is applied to the real world, Katsuki appears in the past having aged only 60 minutes, but having spent infinite time computing. My god, give him a typewriter. This is thanks to the virtual worlds continuously updating the starting point through real Katsuki's memories.
I mean, that was kind of simple. I don't think it needed that long explanation.
You want to explain it back?
I think it'd be a waste of time. Everyone got it.
Yeah, everyone pretty much got it. So we don't want to waste their. We're already running late. We don't want to waste their time with explaining things. Yeah.
Ooh, it was magic. Feel bad for Battler.
I know, I feel really bad for Battler too. It's hard to get past, isn't it? It's really sad. Fucking perfectly said, the laughs of absolutely sane people. just people who have had a great time.
Yeah, that's a good point, chat. Then why does the watch go to 99999 and why does the
factory reset date probably put a battery in it.
What about the like the the recorder or the feed. I don't understand some of this stuff. I do understand the loop, like maybe 80% of the way there, but yeah, the rest I don't. Sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. Where is Kat? Oh, Jelly says, I'm doing the big Umi full ego search right now and I'm crying because I won't get to voice Sakutaro again. You should warn me about this shit. I'm sorry, Jelly. I'm sorry. When Isla A traveled from December 15th to November 24th, she appeared with a burn mark on her finger. The Sekimeiya was immensely hot, so the burn would not have faded by the time the future location took place. So then why does Katsuki not appear with a burn mark on November 24th? The Sekimeiya was about as hot and he will spend even fewer days to reach the future position since he will travel forward in time from December 15th to January 5th. Now that the whole shebang is over, how would you rate Battler's chances solving this mystery in less time? No, Battler thinks too much about the heart. There's no way. He would be too focused on the people. Plus he's kind of stupid, I think. The answer lies in what will happen to Katsuki the night he'll arrive at the motel. He will travel to the future in order to duplicate his memory, but due to a miscalculation, he will replicate his body from November 24th. What? You don't think Battler is a little bit of a himbo?
I'm literally Battler. Wow.
You're literally
wow.
Oh my god, the bleed. Fail RP. That body didn't have a burn, so he never appeared with one. Okay.
Okay, yay.
This was a bad end?
Yeah.
I think there's like one more that they wanted us to see. Oh god, the flash. Oh god. Ugh. Very glad you got duct tape correct. That was all Joe. I never would have guessed that. Good job, Joe.
It was a good reach. It was a good reach.
I just double blinded myself where I almost called you Thomas, and then I was like, oh, I can't call him that, but yeah, I actually can.
I actually, like, my heart just jumped when you said that just now. Like, well, I was like, holy shit, no, what have you done?
Right.
Why have you called me that?
We're so normal about it. We're so normal about it. Yeah.
Why did you call me an otter?
Because you're an otter.
Wait, what the fuck does that mean?
A twink is like a tiny, hairless dude, and a bear is like a big, strong, hairy man, and you're an otter. You're halfway in between.
Okay.
It's the middle ground between twink and bear.
Okay.
Somebody called you a twink, and you're not a twink. You're more of an otter. It's literally just true.
Okay.
Just say twunk. Jeez, he's not even a twunk. I checked out, and why did you call me an otter? Brought me right back in. Hello, Paquetto. It wasn't there.
Ooh, okay.
The biggest reason why this loop doesn't work for Katsuki is the box Atase took only contained the past Sekimeiya. Okay.
Okay.
That isn't the one that's on the list of the ones they want me to see. Mouse has no Riz? Is that true? Do you agree with the statement, Mouse has no Riz?
Yeah, you asking me?
Yeah.
No, I don't agree with that. Of course not.
Thank you. Something about the rush hours and felt paradoxical. While he's rushing his actions, Katsuki can't help but feel like that doesn't make sense. He recalls that he returned to his world at 7:30, which is approaching. That's why he rushes Shiroya to activate the Sekimeiya at that time and make the people in the center of the tower change worlds. But of course that's slightly paradoxical. Why did the travel happen at 7:30 in the first place? His hurry to take this action only existed because the world switch had been lived through once. So why did it not just happen at a later point? There's something Katsuki is mistaken about. Shiroya traveling to November 30th isn't what makes everyone world switch back to World B. It's Katsuki A who causes that when he travels from World B to World C, pulling them back to their world. Oh, I see. That's why he has no control over the time at which the world switch takes place. Nonetheless, when Shiroya travels to November, she does cause a world switch. Both immense ranges still overlapped in the middle of the tower, and only one person found themselves there. Katsuki A cluelessly taking the elevator up. Before his ride ends, Shiroya's touch makes him go back to World A, where no elevator is supporting him, and he falls onto the one below him. Get fucked, Katsuki, eh? Ah, the driving force behind a forthcoming attack in her town. This is the last one that was on their list, so we can probably stop here if you want. Or we can
Okay,
go.
we're pretty much at the end, though.
Yeah, we can just keep going. Okay. That burning touch of the Sekimeiya was the catalyst behind the events that unfolded on December 15th. Shiroya traveled to the future and suddenly found herself... It's also just the last tip? Okay. Shiroya traveled to the future and suddenly found herself in her apartment. It was December 19th, and the first thing she did was call Katsuki's phone. During the 12 hours of December 15th, Katsuki B vaguely wondered something. Knew he had to make sure that Shiroya's body wouldn't be found in World C so that Mia could be saved. That would only work out because her body had already not been found. Katsuki wasn't sure how that detail had originated. Regardless, he instructed Shiroya to keep her World C self hidden from the world. Yet in the end, she didn't end up causing that. It was Shiroya C herself who was attracted to the Sekimeiya's glow and vanished from the world for weeks. The importance behind that action was even larger than Katsuki had thought. Due to Shiroya's disappearance, Akaro believed that he had killed a young girl, which developed into the attack of December 15th. Oh god, that's right. And although it was World C's own flow that made that happen, it was thanks to World B's influence that it occurred. Shiroya C avoided falling into a coma because her World B self shielded her, while both of them fell through the floor of the gem shop. Good lord. Alright. Now.
The chart.
I want to look at the chart. I want to look at the chart. I want to access the chart. Oh my god. Wow. You can see them all coming together. And then this is where the Sekimeiya are. Oh my god. And that's where she dies. Wow.
This is cool.
This is cool. I'm like way too checked out to go through this right now, but I think later on I'm gonna come look at it. The thing at the top says Seki locations that use time slice. That's super interesting. And the elevator too. Oh my god. See, this is what I was imagining when I said I would make the chart, but like I was like too like having to do it in like the three worlds is like the where it gets tricky doing it in a two-dimensional space, because I want to be able to see when people are hopping between worlds and locations, and like this is crazy. At the Isla Box location, the Seki locations are displaying question mark. Oh. It has scene jump too. Wow. Wow.
That's neat. I like that.
That is really cool.
That's cool.
All right, and now
the dev book.
2 paragraphs of the dev book. 2 paragraphs. This is the first I'm watching of Sekimeiya, and this is baffling. You've got like 19 streams to go through, so written by the 3 of them. There he is. Look at there's go. Godot point at the screen. Would you like to read it?
Sure. The origin. Oh. The first thoughts of making a visual novel came in 2015. Although I entertained them as nothing more than a daydream, I often thought about what kind of story I'd like to write. Bits of long and carefully crafted mystery popped into my mind, but I wasn't able to give them any shape, and due to studies, I slowly stopped thinking about it. A few months later, playing Higurashi late at night, an idea came to me. It entailed characters unknowingly changing between a set number of worlds. And I began to wonder if a story could be made using that mechanic. The drive to write my own novel returned out of nowhere, but it still sounded like an extremely overwhelming task. Found a notebook. Where are we reading more, or is that it?
They told us to read 2 paragraphs.
All right, all good.
It's really long.
Higurashi.
Fuck it, it's Higurashi's fault. Higurashi spoilers, by the way. This is actually spoilers that I didn't know, so they wanted to spoil Higurashi for me on stream, I guess, so thanks for that. Ryukishi has done it again. No, it's just phrased that way. Oh, okay. It's not too dissimilar from Deltarune being spawned from a Toby Fox fever dream. Toby Fox enjoys Umineko, I'm told. I'm told that Toby Fox was partially inspired by Umineko, so you can have that one. Oh, it was just I was reading Higurashi and thought of this. I see.
Toby Fox, the person, was inspired by Umineko.
Yes. Yeah, I believe so.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, we're fucking done with the Sekimeiya.
Oh, we're done. We're done. We're done. Okay, well, I enjoyed this, but I also enjoyed streaming it. I enjoyed reading it with you. I think that the mystery is very complex for the sake of complexity's sake, and I think that for some people that's the dream. So congratulations to those people. I enjoyed some of the complexity. I think that I would have enjoyed this a lot more if it opened with a warning that said this story contains an overwhelming abundance of coincidences to make it work, and you just have to accept that. Just I feel like I would have been able to be okay with that. But yeah, this was a couple bridges too far for me personally when it comes to characters and coincidences lining up to make something happen. The last thing I want to say is that surprisingly, I think that there was room for like an emotional core to the story with a lot of the characters. Surprisingly, I quite like Sai. I'm a sucker for unrequited love stories when it comes to Katsuki and Shiroya. I don't know if I've ever said that on the stream before, so I kind of like that. Mia was really interesting. This like the fake friend with Isla was interesting. The moments, the flashes of like Akaro and Kate's personalities coming through was also interested as well. So like I feel like there could have been like the egg chair story was interesting too. I feel like there could have been a lot more here when it came to the characters and seeing things from different perspectives instead of just the three that we saw, and like the emotional journey that we're going through. I think I would have enjoyed that.
Yeah, I
And
think
that's
we
it. That's
didn't.
Sekime for me.
The Sekimeiya for you. Yeah, we didn't actually go through this in the dev book, but I agree with Hal you that people should read it if they've watched all these streams. I am told there's a section in there where they talk about the plot and say that it's like one of their regrets that they weren't able to develop the plot more because there was like a hyper focus on the mechanics and getting the mystery down, and then once they got through that, like as like someone who was just writing because they felt like it's a tall order to also have like an emotional core to that story. But I feel the same way as you. Like I really like there's like small gestures to it, right? And there are small moments in the story that are really fun and feel really alive. I'm definitely in the same boat as you where like I mean I said like last stream or something that it really is like the setup for the loops and like only the all of this stuff has to happen this way in like a world of possibilities in order for the story to happen the way that it is like is an author's like dream tautology where it's like that's just a coincidence. It's like, well, there was a possibility that this coincidence would occur, and if this coincidence occurred, that had to happen for the story to happen, which is like a bit cheap. But again, since it's a story that is more about setting up the conditions for a puzzle, it's like, well, all of those coincidences had to happen for a puzzle, you know, like so I feel a bit torn about it. Yeah, I do think like it is the case, and I think everybody knew this going in, that is like this visual novel is not made for a person who is like me, like for sure. Um, but I did have a lot of fun. I had like a sort of I think I said you had like a bell curve amount of enjoyment with it or something. Where I really enjoyed
Yeah.
chapter 2, like I really enjoyed chapter 4 where it got really silly with Zen and stuff and like action movie. Even parts of Shiroya City I enjoyed, though not most of it. And then whenever it came to the sort of like long traditional visual novel, nothing happening set up at the beginning, and the kind of how everything got explained at the end, those definitely were where I lost me. So it's the ultimate explanation in this game. The past Seki did it, yeah. Oh, it was probably lost in the chaos, but in the Sai elevator explanation, the past Seki's virtual loop create the coincidence by brute force trial and error until he arrived in the elevator. Yeah, it's like that kind of thing where it's like if there's infinite possibilities and one of them it just has to be possible for it to happen. The next VN needs to be brain off vibes only. Yeah, I don't know. Not sure about the next VN. Probably be a while before that happens if it happens. Someone in the chat says, have you played Zero Escape or other Uchikoshi games? I played 999 and only that. Yeah. So yeah, I
I've
had a
played
lot
all
of fun.
three.
You've played all three. That's true. You have played all three.
Yeah, I streamed all three.
We
Yeah.
will not be reading Fata Morgana on this stream. This is already enough of a departure from the cozy vibes. Fata Morgana is literally the opposite of cozy vibes. There's just absolutely no way. I'm sorry. Stream solving the remaining mysteries when. No.
Well, I'm falling asleep. All right, I'm
Yep,
gonna
you gotta get
go
out of here. You gotta
walk my
take the dog. Yeah.
gigantic dog, and then go to
Are you
sleep.
gonna be
Thank you
okay
very
for
much,
that?
everyone. Yeah, I'll be okay. Well, I have to be okay. He needs to go out,
All right. Well,
or else he's gonna
thank you
poop on my
everyone.
bed.
Thank you everyone for this. And if another Vienna is going to happen, I will let you know. It's still up in the air. We're still trying to figure out what we want to do. So um, I'm going to raid Iron Mouse, mouse into mouse, as a treat. Here we go. Mouse on mouse action. Thank you everyone. Have a good night.
Good night, everyone.
Good night. And goodbye, Naja, for the last time for now. And happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Nadja.